Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, you're seeing this correct. It's Tuesday, and we are going racing to kick off the 2026 JDay Off-Road season presented by Fox, and I could not be more excited. We're here at round one, the Fox Bostwick Creek Grand Prix here in beautiful Greenfield Springs, Florida. And you may be saying, what do you think? They got toboggans on, hoodies on, and you sure this is Florida? Yes, a little brisk this morning. But one thing's for sure, the racing action is getting ready to heat things up as the 30-second card and the green flag getting unrolled, which means we're not only about to start a day of racing, but getting ready to start the 2026 season of JDay Off-Road. So excited to be able to bring each and every round live right here on RacerTV.com as well as GPTV as the 30-second card goes up in the air. And we're starting the program off with a little glimpse into the future of what GP and off-road racing is going to look like. That's right, I'm talking about the Pee-wees. Sitting on the line right now, we've got our Pee-wee senior class in row number one, getting ready to take off. You see our riders locked in. Got that foot on the starting block. Going to be cranking those machines up. Dead engine start here at JDay. One rider, boom, first kick, couple riders off. Others having to kick that thing just a few times, but they head into turn number one. That is your Pee-wee senior class. Now, if you're just joining us here on Racer TV and maybe your first time experiencing JDay Off-Road, first and foremost, welcome. It's going to be a fantastic season, and we are so excited to bring the action of the JDay Off-Road Racing Series right here to RacerTV.com to let all of the amazing folks at home get to experience what JDay is all about. But the Pee-wee class, they're going to be separated by just about 30 seconds. So Pee-wee Senior just got off and rolling. Pee-wee Trail Rider should be the next row that we're looking at on the line. We'll also have our Pee-wee Electric and our Pee-wee Bantam class. That's going to be row number 3. And then Pee-wee Squirt and Pee-wee Girls going to be our fourth and final row as we hang out here at the Fox starting line. Zach Herron here in the studio to bring you all of the racing action alongside the legend Jay McGrath, who's out and about. He's going to be giving us the scoop all day long. And we could not be more excited to bring racing coverage right to your home, your office, maybe your classroom. All right, tell your history teacher history's being made right now. Okay, it is a historical event as JDay officially going live here on RacerTV.com. We closed out the 2025 season with live coverage from Southwick, and we're picking up 2026 with Bostwick Creek, right here in beautiful sunny Florida. As there it is, the fourth and final row, Pee-wee Squirt and Pee-wee Girls headed into turn number one, which means we are officially off and rolling. It's going to be a great day of racing. We're going to be racing pretty much all day long. 8 a.m. kicking off our first moto of the day. Now, if you are new to the JDay Off-Road format, the Pee-wee riders going to have a 40-minute race. The rest of our motos, a 30-minute race in a 2-moto format. As our Stoke Media class overview, giving you guys an idea as to exactly what the class breakdown looks like. The eyes in the sky, Gabe Shull doing a great job of showing you just how picturesque this location is at Bostwick Creek. I've been seeing photos and videos of this location all month long, basically. Ethan and the entire JDay crew have been working day and night to get this thing prepared. And man, such an amazing location. Looks like couldn't quite see the number on that Pee-wee as they went ripping by. We're going so fast, but one thing's for sure, it's Florida, it's sand. Going to be a lot of sand berms getting built up. The kind of whooped out rolling motion we'll start to see, especially by the time those second motos get kicked off. So 2-moto format for our racers. Pee-wees off and rolling right now. And then we'll have our Super Mini, Mini Senior, Mini Junior, and Girls coming up next. After that, we'll have our pro racing a little later on in the program. Want to make sure you guys are tuned in for that, but it is going to be an absolutely incredible weekend as well. One rider freestyling, jumping back on the machine. As we take a look here at the Dunlop split lane, a couple different line options. There goes looks like the 463 making their way through and carving some fresh lines here in the woods of Florida. Going to be very exciting to watch all day long. As pretty close battle right up there in the front. Dunlop split lane, of course, multiple line options going to be the name of the game. That is one of my favorite parts about the way JDay formats their off-road sections, if you will. JDay may be the perfect blend, if you will, between a little bit of moto, a little bit of off-road. You saw that incredible track that they started out on, and I'm sure we'll see more of that a little later on in the lap. And then we take things full off-road as we look at the trail. Yep. Whoa, look at that. Whoa, hang on to it. Oh, and the rider goes down. We talked about the sand here at Bostwick Creek, and that's what can happen. The sand can reach up and grab you. The Sandman himself, looks like that's the 196 going down. And, man, I thought he was going to save it. He was up over the front. When you start to see the bottom of the boots over top of the helmet, you know things are not going the best direction. But look at that. These kids are tough as nails. I don't even think he was finished falling before he was already trying to jump up and get going once again. Looks like going to lose one position, but fired back up and still got plenty of time to try to chase down that other rider. But that's what we talk about here at JDay, the deceiving nature of the conditions. Let's see, watch this rider come in. You can actually see that line where the other rider swapped out. There's the 617 machine up on the pegs, as now having a little PTSD here. The FMF Extreme section, a little too extreme for your announcer, but certainly not too extreme for our racers as they make their way through the Yamaha finish line for the first lap in the books. And we are off and rolling our Pee-wee classes, ripping things up here to kick off the 2026 JDay Off-Road season. Bostwick Creek, a favorite stop. You can see just this beautiful dark sand makes for absolutely incredible racing, and the way things form up throughout the rest of the day, really going to be, it's going to be rough. I'm not going to lie. These riders, they've been putting in time. They've been training in the off season, as looks like that might have been a rider from a lap ago that went down. I can't tell. Maybe this is the rider that went down. No problems this time, though. Very short memories by design, if you will, for our young racers. There's the 617 back in the FMF Extreme section. Now, if you're saying, Zach, what makes it so extreme? We'll take a look next time we get our riders making their way through. They've got some logs, some poles they're going to be going over. Just one of the many things that separates JDay Off-Road. It's a little bit of everything. We've got some moto. We've got some wood-style racing, similar to what we see in GNCC, and then almost some hard enduro-type racing. Here's a little moto section action, catching some air up over those tabletops. And that's the beauty of JDay. It's what makes it so exciting here. Perfect example. We're going to watch our riders taking the kind of run-around line, if you will, not having to hit the full tires and everything like that, but still plenty challenging for our young racers. Looked like that might have been Jacoby Duvall right there, actually. I know the Duvall family planning on jumping around and chasing the JDay series as well as the GNCC series. And so if that is Jacoby, looking good out there. But it is definitely impressive to watch what these kids do. And the beautiful thing is, like we said, it's a blend. There's some moto, there's some more standard off-road, trail-esque type riding, and then you've got some of the extreme stuff there in the FMF Extreme section. But it seems like almost everybody has an opportunity to shine. If you're a moto kid that's maybe trying something out, you know, hey, once I get on that moto track, I'm going to absolutely hammer it, and that's when I'm going to try to make up my time. If you're a woods kid, all right, maybe I'm not going to be skying out the big tabletops, but I'm definitely not scared to send it in trail, so it's certainly going to be exciting for sure. As looks like we might have a battle we're catching on our live drone. Looks like an orange helmet leading the way, but they are wheel to wheel right now as they are cutting through the woods. That first lap, a little bit of a kind of figure things out lap, if you will. See exactly what the trail looks like, how it's going to race, how it's going to flow, and then once you get things figured out, that's when it's time to get after it. I've still got plenty of foliage on the trees down here in Florida. Like I said, it's still a little chilly down there, but it's all right. The weather might be a little cold, but the racing is red hot. Beautiful shot of some of our riders making their way through. Well, like I said, I am Zach Heron here in the studio, excited to be covering all of the action here on Racer TV, but one of the things I am most excited about is who I get to work with throughout this season. He's an absolute legend, a name many of us are familiar with. I'm talking about the man, the myth, Jay McGrath. Jay, can you hear me out there? What are you seeing, and how excited are you to kick off this 2026 season? All right, I'm being told Jay can hear me. We're going to get him fired up. We're going to get the mic on. He's probably just trailside. He's probably watching around. Zach, I'm busy, okay? I'm taking all this in. I've been talking about it all off season. We've been on multiple phone calls just talking about how exciting it is to bring the action of JDay Off-Road to the live broadcast side of things. So many people have experienced it. So many people have heard about it but haven't gotten the opportunity to go out to it, and that's what's so exciting about 2026. Ethan and the entire JDay crew really kind of maybe taking a risk is the right word for it, maybe taking a chance or believing in what JDay is all about. Ethan saying, you know what, I'm gonna grow this thing, I'm gonna stretch out the region that we cover, and man, I'm excited to see so many new faces, excited to see so many people join this incredible racing series. Jay, if you've got me in your ears, feel free to jump in. I know all the fans at home are excited to hear from you as one of the longtime broadcasters covering JDay Off-Road. He's kind of our history book, if you will, talking about seasons past, but no doubt about it, plenty to look forward to for the future of the JDay Off-Road racing season is making their way through that FMF Extreme section and then right into the Yamaha finish line, another lap in the books.
Good morning, Zach. I'm here
there
with
he
you
is.
now. And doing a great job, as you always do, buddy. It's a pleasure to work with you today and for the rest of the season. And yes, we are here in sunny Florida, but it's definitely not warm Florida. I woke up today and I saw frost on the ground. And coming from where I live, as you know, in Costa Rica, it's a serious culture shock. But it is a beautiful day and a beautiful track here. Bostwick Creek, the owner, such a great guy, and the crew, tremendous. And, of course, our own crew here at AG Video doing a great job to bring this race to you on a weekday. And, of course, probably one of the reasons why we do have a small turnout here in the Pee Wee class. Those young fellas and girls are in school right now. And as you said earlier, Zach, you ought to have the history teacher put on the channel just so they can see it, because history is in the making. As you said, JDay has been a New England series with a little bit of New York mixed in. But now we're going East Coast. And I think it's tremendous as well. Ethan taking a chance on it. And it looks like it's going to turn out really well. We've got a great crowd here today. We've got riders from Canada, the United States, and I think a couple other countries as well. As we finalize that rider list, we'll let you know just where they're from and what they're doing. But got some great pro riders here today, buddy. It's amazing to see the turnout. Ricky Russell showed up last night. A bunch of guys were here yesterday for practice, including Carson Brown and Zach Osborne, and even the Canadian Tyler Medaglia is here with family, and they're racing. Of course, Tyler, a couple-time national champion in Canada, and has done very well in his time here in the United States when he's raced, and been a member of 5 motocross des Nations teams for Canada as well. So it's great to see the Medaglias down here from Nova Scotia. They have a race facility up there as well, and I know there's tons of snow where they're from, so they're down here enjoying the southern part of the winter, which a lot of people do. There's a lot of plates in the pits, license plates that are from Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Hampshire, Vermont, Maine, all over New England states. And just goes to show you that a lot of people from up north are supporting this part of the series as well. Of course, the New England people have not been abandoned, as some would say, because there's an 8-race series up there, as well as this 8-race series that's going to travel the eastern seaboard. So JDay is alive and well and kicking. And if you do the math, that's 8 and 8, 16. That's more than JDay has ever had before. So their commitment is strong, and we're ready to go racing. As you can see, this racing is already great. The sugar sand has given the small wheel riders some trouble, but there's been some officials that have gotten a, like you just see in the screen there's a little go around in a couple of sections that are really bad. So the track preparation is key and spot on by the JDay Off-Road crew.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better, Jay. It's so incredible the amount of work. We tell people all the time the amount of work that goes into one of these events, let alone an entire season, is absolutely incredible. And to your point, yeah, Ethan kind of taking a chance, growing this series, really excited it, and has that belief that people are going to be attracted to this once they get to experience it in person. And I couldn't agree more. But just like you said, not leaving the New England crew behind, actually offering their very own mini-series, if you will, same amount as the kind of East Coast series, but that's an entirely different level of commitment. Ethan making sure all of the riders, new as well as past, are taken care of, and it's so impressive. We talk about the names that you just mentioned. I mean, Ricky Russell, Carson Brown, Zach Osborne, absolutely legends from multiple different disciplines. I've obviously been calling Ricky the past couple of years out at GNCC. Zach Osborne, one of my heroes growing up as far as the motocross side of things, and then Carson Brown. I mean, the guy's an absolute freak of nature. He might be out there on a moped racing this weekend. You never know. The guy's fast no matter what's underneath him. But it really is so impressive to see the amount of people. And then was just wrapped up the FIM North America Arena Cross Championship. And Ryan Galdi, our broadcaster over there, was talking to me, hey, T-Dags is coming down south. He wants to do some off-road racing. So the buzz about JDay and the buzz about the growth of this series has stretched not only across the entire East Coast. Sounds like it's gone international as well, and for good reason. But, Jay, you want to talk about a little glimpse into the future. I always talk about kind of shaking up the snow globe, if you will. You ask the Magic 8 Ball, hey, what's JDay going to look like here in 10 to 15 years? Well, that's where we see our riders that are out on course right now. And, Jay, you can touch on this. We've really, the last 5 to almost 10 years now, this is what I call the Stasic generation. Stasic on board with us here in 2026 with JDay Off-Road. And the fundamentals that these kids have started to learn at such a young age. I was able to get on a PW50 at about 3.5 years old, but these kids now, we see the Stasic races, even just in the pits, the balance skills, the throttle control, the technicality that these riders are able to enter off-road racing with now at such a young age is incredible. And then you bring on the Cardo systems, which is another great sponsor with us here in 2026. I really think Cardo is a great opportunity for, whether it be the mom and dad, whether it be a motorcycle coach, whoever it is, to actually have the ability to communicate and talk with riders in practice. Now, you can't do them in the racing, but being able to correct little things, help the riders learn in real time as they're out on the track, it's really starting to show just how fundamentally sound these kids are, even in our mini classes that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, and you talk about the future of the sport and the way this has evolved. And as everyone's aware, if they're following this sport, and if you're not, I'll give you a little history lesson here. The top 3 riders in the country, at least top 3 of probably 5 or 10, are right out of this series. So you've got the reigning GNCC champ is Ben Kelly. He's a Connecticut rider. And from the JDay Off-Road Series, even a one-time off-road JDay Off-Road champion. You've got Johnny Gerard, who just won that first GNCC round and is a former GNCC champion. He's from Massachusetts, Southwick, Massachusetts, where we have a big race up there as well. And, of course, Josh Toth, who is a national enduro champion in the last couple of years as well. All these guys came through this JDay Off-Road Series. It has been a feeder series for that GNCC national title. And now we've got also Nick DeFeo, who started in New England. His parents moved him down south a few years ago, but we still call him a New Englander. And you've got some other guys coming up like Ryan Amancio. He's had a couple bumps in the road the last couple seasons, but he is a product of this series as well. And as you can see, Crew Hopkins out there leading. He's a Massachusetts rider, and of course his dad is Will, and a prominent racer in his own right. But this feeder series called JDay Off-Road has just gotten even more severe because now we're bringing it to the East Coast, all the way down to Florida as we are today, and going back up, and we'll end in Unadilla, New York in August. So we'll be able to catch all those guys along the way in South Carolina and Virginia and Maryland and Massachusetts as well. So if you want to get serious about your racing, this is the place to do it. It always has been. From day one when John Day started it, it was the serious place to go race. You could go out and have fun with other series, but if you really wanted to hone your craft, this is the place to do it because it draws the best riders. And I have a feeling that we're going to see a lot more this year from these different locales that we're going to be venturing into. So I'm excited about the future. I really am, Zach.
Well, and it was something I was mentioning earlier, Jay, not sure if you heard, it is so welcoming for different disciplines of racers. You have, as we're watching our riders exit the FMF Extreme section in that Yamaha finish line, they go back out onto what is a good old-school motocross track. I mean, that's basically a Talladega or a Daytona bowl corner right there. Busting out some tabletops, one rider getting some big air right there. Love to see it, but it is so welcoming for riders that maybe grew up only in a moto discipline. Or for the off-road side of riders, hey, guess what? There's a great off-road section where they're going to feel plenty strong as well. So many different names and so many different riders capable of really feeling excited and welcomed. I know GNCC is can be intimidating for some riders that don't have the off-road experience, and so even if that's the direction that you're trying to head, I think the JDay is a great opportunity, just like you said, whether we're talking about Ben Kelly or Johnny Girard or Josh Toth. They credit this series a lot in those post-race interviews, and it is certainly impressive to see. As I believe we just saw Jacoby Duval make his way through. We take a look at our Yamaha Racing breakdown on the side of your screen. Looks like it is Crew Hopkins out front leading the way. Reed Locker in that number 2 spot on the 3014. Then Michael Kimikowski, I believe is how we're going to say that last name. Eli Castell in the number 2 spot. And then Jacoby Duval in the number 5 ride. Tegan Tucker, Reed, Kripsel, Jax Luxka, and it looks like Nick Black. No, Kendall Davis actually going to round out your top 10. Nick Black in that number 9 spot. And then we've got our kind of shuffling running order there on the bottom side of the pylon. Looking at Pee Wee Senior right now, which is where we see our top runners out of. That was row number 1. And then now taking in our Bantam class, that's Locker, Duval, Crispel, and so on and so forth. So obviously our friends over at AG Video and Stoke Media doing a great job of giving you guys all the information of who's out on track right now. And Jay, I love this Dunlop split lane section. Even just for the mini riders, it's so impressive to watch the way they're able to alternate lines. If they're in a battle with somebody, you never see them taking the same lines, always switching things up. And once again, that just kind of talks about the racecraft, and that's more the mental side of things. These kids are super young, but still intelligent enough to know, hey, you can't make a pass if you're right behind somebody. As looking at the FMF Extreme section, one rider going to get a little bit of assistance over one of these logs. I get it, buddy. I'd need the same thing. No problems there. Our sweep riders doing a great job of taking care of the Pee Wee riders, but Jay, it really is something that I don't think can be stated enough, just how impressive these kids are, not just in the speed that they carry, but the racecraft and the race intelligence that they bring to each and every flag drop.
Yeah, it's amazing how they can adapt at such a young age. And we speak about the future, and we speak about some of these riders in this class. But one point that I'd like to make about the rider who I believe is in 2nd or 3rd right now, Michael Chimichowski. He's a Massachusetts rider. There is an example of perseverance. Mike Chimichowski had started this series several years ago, was out there just to have fun and enjoy it, and that was the attitude of the family. And now you can see that he's competitive. As he has grown, as he has gotten older, he's got the racing bug, and now it's more important to him to have a good result, and this is why he's involved in the JDay Off-Road Series. Doing a great job, I might add, sitting in 3rd spot on the 617 on a Yamaha, and Crew Hopkins, another Yamaha rider out of the Massachusetts area as well. So the future is bright for the Northern boys, and we may even see in 10 or 15 years, as you were speaking, maybe Crew Hopkins and Mike Chimichowski will be there on the podium at a GNCC. In the future, is anything can happen in the future. As we always say, this is JDay Off-Road. Anything can happen. So I like that you said that we can draw in some motocross guys. I like that you said that we can draw in some off-road guys as well. And of course, the guys that are undecided as to which they want to do, this is the perfect series for them. And then you got the guys that are all about the Graham Jarvis movement, and they want to do the extreme stuff, and we have a section for that. It's known as the FMF Extreme section, and you can see some of it in the camera. We'll see more of it later on in the race in the bigger bike classes, but there's logs in there, there's tires, there's cement blocks, and all kinds of different configurations, and that's just, I think it's the evener. So you've got guys that are really good at off-road and really good at motocross, and they're coming together and they're battling, and then they get to that FMF Extreme section, and all bets are off because, you know, not too many people see that type of thing at any event other than a JDay Off-Road.
Well, and what's so funny is we really were watching history being made, and we're watching the next generation. It's now going on my 4th season working with GNCC, and been obviously a longtime follower of the amateur motocross scene, and it truly is a look into the crystal ball. You see some of the top riders in our 50 and 65 classes from just a few short years ago, and now they are the superstars of our 125 classes, or even starting to make their 250 Pro debuts, and it just goes to show that these riders and the families, I think the families need a big shout out as well, because these little kids, they're not driving themselves to the races. As looks like you see one rider making his way through some lap traffic. They're not, well, maybe they're cleaning the bikes after the race, but they're probably not loading the trailer up. They're certainly not driving through the night to the next round. And so big shout out to all of the racing families, whether it be in moto, JDay, GNCC, whatever it is, because they are the ones that are taking the time, spending the money to go across the country, to go to these events, and to get their riders not only accustomed to the travel and the demand of being a full-time racer, but also creating those relationships with our OEMs. We've got so many OEMs paying attention and watching all of the amazing series that we have. And another beautiful thing that I think the exposure from Racer TV is going to provide is just that. It's more exposure for our riders like Crew Hopkins and Reed Locker and Jacoby Duvall and Tegan Tucker. These kids are now getting an opportunity to be broadcasted all the way across the world. All you got to do is hop on racertv.com or GPTV, and you get to watch the best of the best do battle right here at JDay. So big things to come. Like we said, the growth not only just in the form of some new locations and growing the distance covered as far as the JDay series goes, but Ethan doing a great job of working alongside GNCC. That's a big part of, I think, this Tuesday race as well. We've got GNCC coming up in Florida, not far from where we are right now this coming weekend, and so a great opportunity for riders to maybe get a little experience. We know these guys like to ride during the week. Hey, if you like to ride, well, you probably are going to like to race as well, as a 40-minute moto going on right now for our Pee Wee classes. And I mean, just look at that, dodging through the trees right there, absolutely beautifully technically sound. Like, these kids never cease to amaze me. It is so impressive to watch them do what they do.
Yeah, and that's quite a battle that we got on the screen right there. Reed Locker out of Michigan has now come into the lead, and he leads Crew Hopkins, who's hot on his tail, as we watch them stream down through the trees. Locker on a KTM and Crew Hopkins on the Yamaha. So a battle getting late in the moto here, and just amazing to watch these guys go at it so hard. Alternate lines, as you were saying. We saw them come into that Daytona split lane, and Locker took the right-hand lane, Hopkins took the left, and still they're right close together. As you can see now, a lap rider almost taking out Hopkins, but Hopkins makes the move around him, and a great little rider, Crew Hopkins, one of my little buddies for sure. But as you were saying about the parents that take these kids to the races, I started racing at 9 years old. I'd be nowhere if it were not for my parents, and my dad especially, John McGrath. What a great guy. Didn't know anything about motocross, but decided it was what I wanted to do, and he was there to support me and do everything that he could to help me get to those races for many, many years. And there's a couple second-generation riders out there. Crew Hopkins, of course, I said that his dad, Will, was a rider, but also that rider Jacoby Duvall in 5th spot is the son of Thad Duvall, who is a GNCC competitor. I don't think he ever made it to the top step as far as being a champion in that class, but he was in the bid many, many years, top rider against Caleb Russell and a lot of great riders like that. So it's nice to see that the dads are passing this on to their sons and daughters.
Well, and that is, at the end of the day, we talk about the racing family, right? It's not just a community. It's not just a group of people. It truly is a family, and we've seen it time and time again. Maybe somebody has some kind of mechanical problem on the starting line, and I've seen it multiple times where the parent of a rider that is competing with a kid will go out of their way to help that child get out and race, because at the end of the day, it is all about giving these kids an opportunity. Whoa, one rider coming in super hot, almost runs into the back of a lap rider right there. But it's all about giving these kids an opportunity to show what they're capable of. It's still, at the end of the day, it's fun right now for these little kids. You see the smiles on their faces. They're out there having a good time, talking about, man, did you see how much air I got over that jump? Or did you see me almost smack that tree? It is so much fun to talk to these kids on the podium after the races. But at the end of the day, it is very evident that they are extremely talented. And it's not just something that's hereditarily passed on. I don't think just because your dad's Thad Duvall means you're immediately going to be successful. But Jacoby, he's got a great foundation with him. He's got a great family around him, and he puts in the work as well. I see him out there putting in the miles on the bicycle. I'm sure he's probably running sprints in the backyard, definitely not skipping gym class, but at the end of the day, you know, he is a full-fledged little athlete, as are the rest of these riders. So, yeah, whether you're talking about Hopkins, Locker, Duval, Tucker, I know the Castell family puts a lot into this as well, and so it is a full commitment as we see our leaders on screen. Crew Hopkins still doing a great job of running strong under pressure, and that's another thing that these riders are going to have to start to become more and more comfortable with over time. That Dunlop split lane, boom, you see right there, Hopkins and Locker both funnel into the same line around a lapped rider, but being able to deal with the pressure. We talk about creating great racers and potential champions in the future, but we're also raising great adults and great just people that are going to go into the real world, whether they become professional athletes or whether they become just another member of the workforce. The lessons that you learn in racing, some are great, some are tough lessons as well, but they always correlate to very mature riders. We talk to kids that are 7 to 8 years old, and you almost feel like you're talking to most 13 to 14-year-olds because of the way they carry themselves. So I love what racing's all about. I was a racer myself growing up, and as you can tell, obviously didn't quite make it to be a professional racer, but to still be involved in the industry is, look at this, getting to be able to call the action of some of the greats. And that's right, I'm talking Pee-wee riders. I'm calling them some of the greats because they are some of the fastest Pee-wee racers that you will find in the country right now, going at it. Truly an honor, a privilege. Honor to work with the legend Jay McGrath. Got to listen to him a few years ago out at the Unadilla, the Verbadilla event back then, and man, it's so much fun, Jay. I can't imagine, you know, somebody like yourself that's gotten to see generations of racers grow up, and it means a ton. You start to become connected with the kids and with the families, and when you see them succeed, you can't help but put a smile on the face.
There's no doubt about it. I started riding motorcycles in 1968 and racing them in 1971, and pretty much that was the beginning of it all here in the United States. Probably a few years before that, I believe it was 1966 that the Europeans came to Pepperell, Massachusetts, and we were able to see the best riders in the world and then tried to become them. And by 1981, with the Motocross the Nation's victory by the United States, we were those riders. And it was because of that European influence that we were able to become those riders, because they passed it on to us. Roger DeCoster, Pierre Karsmarkers, all those guys, you know, that were the European champions, the world champions, weren't afraid to share that knowledge with us. And that is the true heart of this sport, is that we all pass it down to these young riders that are out there now, and all the riders that were young when, you know, they came up through, the riders we spoke about before with Kelly, Gerard, and Toth, and etc. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter, you know, where we're at, what part of the country or world we are. We're always ready and willing to pass that information on, and that's what keeps this sport going. You know, it's really the true heart of it, and I'm proud to be part of it, you know, and to pass that knowledge on to whoever I can. But, Zach, I'm going to have to step away for a few moments and head down to the finish line because we're at the one-lap point. And I'm going to get over there now and get an interview with whoever wins this, whether it be Crew Hopkins or Reed Locker. But we'll be back with you soon.
All right, Jay, yeah, absolutely. We saw the white flag flying there at the Yamaha finish line, which means one lap of racing left to go. And the battle is still on. Not too much distance between them. Crew Hopkins still being shown in that number one spot. Looked like Reed Locker might have gotten around him, though. Going to see if maybe timing and scoring updates here on our screen. But, man, impressive riding nonetheless. And that's another thing. You look at the intensity level of these kids throughout an entire 40-minute moto for the Pee-wee classes. The rest of the class is going to be 30 minutes in two moto formats. But it's a 40-minute class, or 40-minute race, excuse me, for our Pee-wee racers. But man, these kids are as fit as it gets. I know it's funny to talk about the athletic fitness of a 5 to 7-year-old, but these kids, the cardiovascular endurance that they have, the strength that they have to be able to control these motorcycles in extremely tough conditions is so impressive. As there we see, I believe that was your leader, might have been Reed Locker making his way through. He's got that bright yellow helmet. Sure, that's probably a dad call. That was always what my dad wanted me in, was a bright colored helmet so he could see me out there on the track. And looks like that is the 196 of Hopkins right there. Now, as we said, multiple different classes out on track. Those lines were separated, those starting lines were separated by just about 30 seconds or so. So they may not be in the same class, but as we all know, when there's a rider physically in front of you at the end of the day, you want to pass them, you want to get in front of them. So we'll see how it all shakes out the next time they get to that Yamaha finish line. But right now, the final lap of racing for our first moto of the day, our Pee Wee class, Pee Wee Senior Trail Rider, Electric Bantam, Squirtin' Girls, all getting ready to take a checkered flag here as we take a look at our Stoke Media live drone, and then boom, right back into the woods we go. So impressive. You see the jacket may be on, but man, they are certainly tearing things up. Red hot on course right now, as great bike control up on the pegs a lot of times as well, making sure that they're able to maneuver their way around these obstacles with ease. It is so impressive to see just the technical side of what these kids are capable of doing at such a young age. And there you see, kind of almost looks white on your screen. Sugar sand, I believe, is what Jay called it earlier, and I like that because it really has no form. You talk about, you go to the beach. This is not sandcastle type sand that we're talking about. This is the stuff way up on the beach. It's red hot. You're running through it in your bare feet, hanging onto it, and it just kind of squishes underneath you. You can even see your leader right there. He was going in a straight line, and it was just almost pushing him back and forth, and that has to do with not only the dryness and the style of sand, but also the depth of sand as well. This is something that Florida obviously synonymous for, is that deep, deep sand. We closed out the 2025 season out in Southwick, which is maybe one of the most synonymous sand tracks in the country, and almost similar conditions down here, maybe even a little more of a powdery type sand here at Bostwick Creek in some of these portions of the course as well. But no problem, up on the pegs. Looks like one more trip through the FMF Extreme section, up over the logs with no problem. One more little jump and hang on to it. Yamaha finish line is in sight, and a checkered flag gonna come out here for our first race of the day. Immediately taking a look over the shoulder, trying to see who is out there, and we'll see whether or not we'll be able to, whoa, hang on to it now. A little tough hit right there, coming to the finish line, but that looks like that was Crew Hopkins. So it was Reed Locker that came across the finish line in the number 1 ride. Crew Hopkins gonna cross the finish line in the number 2 spot. What an impressive performance to kick off the day from our Pee Wee racers. So impressive. And as we said, you take a look at the crystal ball, if you will, of the future of JDay Off-Road. Well, folks, I think it's safe to say the future is looking bright in the names of Reed Locker, Crew Hopkins. Looks like Jacoby Duvall going to cross the line in the number 3 spot. And I believe we're still waiting on potentially Tegan Tucker to cross the line in the number 4 ride. And looks like maybe the 517 going to round out the top 5. There it is. Look at that. The family, the hugs being given out. That's what it's all about at the end of the day. Did you have fun out there? Did you learn? And you know what? The win, just an added bonus for sure. So impressive to see what these kids are capable of. Reed Locker, calm, cool under pressure, which is much easier said than done. If you guys have never experienced being under pressure in the lead, it is tough to not think about what's going on behind you. And Reed did a great job of doing just that. So checker flag continuing to wave down here at the Yamaha finish line. And looks like here in just a moment, our man Jay McGrath going to try to grab a word with Reed Locker.
Yes, indeed. We're down here at the Yamaha finish line, and we're here with the winner of the first moto, or I believe it's a one moto format, sorry, for the Pee Wees, but it's Reed Locker. Reed, great ride out there, buddy. Tell us about it.
Oh, yeah, it was good.
Where are you from?
Michigan.
And is this your first time here at JDay Off-Road?
Yeah.
Welcome to you. What was your favorite part of the track out there?
Probably these couple of logs.
Awesome. Like, thank some people that are helping you?
My mom, dad, Lake Cycle, and my brothers.
Reed Locker, he's your winner today in the Pee Wee class. Great ride, Reed. And we're going to get Crew Hopkins in over here as well. Crew Hopkins second today. That was a great battle out there, buddy. You guys were going at it. We had you on the screen, and, man, that was a great battle. It's tough to lose that one, but at least you know you're in there.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Track was really good. I had a great time, and yeah.
You from where in the United States?
Massachusetts,
And you've been doing this JDay Off-Road for how long?
really long.
Yeah, probably 5 or 6 years as well. Who's helping you this year, buddy?
Yeah, I want to thank my mom, my dad. Big thanks to Pro Taper. Another big shout out to Chris Kinney. He's been helping me out all winter, and for this, he's been getting me ready for this whole season. X-Brand goggles, Plastow Power Sports, Aggressive Graphics, and everybody else. Thank you.
Great ride, buddy. Crew Hopkins, second spot today.
Great stuff down from the Yamaha finish line as we take a look at our top 10 overall. And it is going to be Reed Locker grabbing the win. Crew Hopkins in the number 2 spot. Jacoby Duvall going to round out your top 3. Tegan Tucker in the number 4 position with Michael Kimikowski, I believe, in the number 5 ride. Eli Castell going to cross the line in the 6th place spot. Nick Black in 7th. S.J. Meadows, Reed Crispel, and Jax Luxka rounding out your top 10 for our Pee Wee classes. Kicking off not only the day of racing, but kicking off the 2026 JDay Off-Road Racing season. Well, if you're not fired up now, I don't know what to tell you guys, because that was great racing. We had some close battles all the way to the finish line, just like we always do, and that is just the tip of the iceberg. Lots more racing in store. Like I said, maybe keep the window minimized there at work. Kids, I'm not telling you not to pay attention in school. Pay attention, but maybe talk to the teacher about getting it put up on the smart board or something, because this is some great racing action. You can educate the class as to what they are witnessing. But, man, it is going to be a great day, that's for sure, as so much work has gone into it. Well, the first checker flag has flown. The official start to the 2026 JDay Off-Road season is underway, and we're going to have plenty more racing coming up. But first, we're going to take a quick commercial break, hear from some of our amazing sponsors, and when we come back, we'll be back with our 9 a.m. race, Super Mini, Mini Senior, Mini Junior, and Girls. This is the 2026 JDay Off-Road Racing Series presented by Fox. We'll be right back. JDay Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by Fox Racing, awaken your senses. Redline Oil, no compromises. And Yamaha, performance, innovation, and adventure. Well, as you can see, a lot more than just an incredible facility there from Bostwick Creek. Just about an hour away from the coast, St. Augustine. Got the Fountain of Youth, which, if you know anything, I feel like continuing to race is the secret to the Fountain of Youth, right? You can only be young once, but you can stay wild forever. And then we saw the Castillo de San Marco right there as well. Some of the incredible history to this local area of Florida. And like we said, just about 45 minutes to an hour away. We are right here to another historic location, Green Cove Springs, Florida, the Fox Bostwick Creek Grand Prix underway as we just wrapped up the micro, or the Pee Wee classes, I should say. That was a 40-minute long race, one moto for our Pee Wee classes, but the rest of the field going to have a 2-moto format with 30-minute races. So a lot on the line. I know some people really like the 30-minute format, especially in off-road racing, keeps the intensity high. plenty to still, it's a long race. Don't get me wrong. You will look at the conditions of the track, especially, like I said, it's I encourage you all to take a screenshot right now of a certain section of the course while it's still relatively fresh, and then come back and visit that same section about 2:20 or so when our women's pro and A vet classes are getting ready for their second motos, because it's going to look like a completely different facility. But that's what it's all about. We talk about the intelligence that these riders need. We talk about the adaptation that is required, even from lap to lap, especially in sandy conditions like this. The way lines change from one lap to the next is pretty incredible. So these kids and these all of our racers having to be very, very smart, having to think ahead, and it's all part of what makes off-road racers some of the most disciplined and impressive athletes that I've ever been lucky enough to come across. As we take a look back here on the Fox starting line, our next moto sitting on the gate. Road number 1 is going to be our Super Mini class. Always a fun one to watch. Those Super Mini Rippers, so impressive. Road number 2 is going to be our Mini Senior 12 to 15 and Mini Junior 6 to 11 classes. And then our girls class, they're in the number 3 spot. Another really exciting thing with off-road racing, I feel like, especially over the last couple of years, the female turnout, and not just in the girls specific classes, but man, I mean, whether we're talking JDay, whether we're talking GNCC, man, it is so impressive to see the young ladies all the way up to our women's pro riders that are more than capable of duking it out with the boys. And oftentimes they race the women's classes, and then they'll jump over into a mixed gender class, if you will, and they'll hurt some feelings out there. They are not scared at all, and man, it is so impressive to see what these young athletes are capable of doing, as you see them all getting funneled into position there on the Fox starting line. The flags are flying. It still looks like it's warming up a little bit. That Florida sun's starting to show. Some people prefer the colder weather, especially I know we've got some of the northern JDay Race family making their way down to Florida to start out the season. They're probably laughing at me right now, saying this is nothing. There's not even snow on the ground. So excited to have JDay kick off the 2026 season here at Bostwick Creek GP. An incredible track, and we got a beautiful glimpse of that. Not only the track itself, but the trail system. Like I said, if you guys have not already, make sure you're following JDay Off-Road on social media. Man, it's so much fun to see the behind-the-scenes, a lot of behind-the-scenes talks with some of our top riders, whether we're talking Thad Duvall, Zach Osborne, Carson Brown, even our champs from last year, Justin Coquinos, Brandon Gregoire. They do a great job of keeping the fans very close as far as the interaction goes with those athletes. And then make sure you guys are following along on Racer TV as well as GPTV. But Racer TV going to bring you every single round of the 2026 JDay Off-Road Racing Series. I couldn't be more excited about it. We were able to show the season finale in 2025, and man, I'll be honest, we were spoiled, all right? Talk about a great way to kick off the live broadcast. We had a championship battle coming down to the final round, and it came down to the final moto. Those guys, lap after lap, Justin Coquinos and Brandon Gregoire going at it. That's what it's all about. At the end of the day, we have great athletes, we have great competition, and like I said, I think this is the tip of the iceberg. I know a lot of people starting to get some interest, starting to hear the buzz about JDay and saying, well, wait a second, where are they coming next? When's the closest one to me? So going to be a ton of fun. We'll be touching on those future rounds coming up. I'm super excited to be able to be at the next few rounds in person as well. Wasn't quite able to make it down there this week, but man, it is so much fun. And that's the beauty of racertv.com. Look at it. We are getting to watch it right from the comfort of maybe it's the bedroom, maybe it's the living room, the garage, maybe it's the office. I'm not judging, all right? Make sure you're getting your work done. Kids, make sure you're paying attention to the teacher, but, just sitting in homeroom or something like that, say, look, all right, I'm studying right now, okay? You might study a textbook. I'm studying JDay Off-Road because this is a masterpiece going on right now. So getting things dialed in here on the start. Going to be dropping that green flag here in just a few minutes, just about 9 o'clock or so. We expect to get this next race off and rolling with Super Mini, Mini Senior, Mini Junior, and girls. If you guys are Oh, okay, yeah, getting some word. Yeah, Talamagaglia going to be out here in this next one. That's who we heard Jay talking about, his father, T-Dags, Tyler Medaglia as well, a multi-time Canadian champion. I was talking with Ryan Gauld from up there in Canada, a broadcaster with me there in FIM North America Arena Cross, and he was telling me, hey, be on the lookout for T-Dags. This guy, not a stranger to off-road racing as well. I know he's done some GNCCs, potentially has done some JDays as well, not 100% sure, but not only is Tyler going to be racing, but brings the son as well. I believe number 5 on the bike we'll be seeing in this next one. So that's what I'm saying. The buzz is starting to grow. We're getting a lot of interest, a lot of people getting excited about what JDay's all about. And so excited, and we'll definitely be trying to see where Little Dags, I guess it would still be T-Dags, T-Dags Jr., if you will, going to be taken to the track here in just a little bit. But, yeah, really cool to see, once again, another generation of riders starting to make their way through, starting to become a familiar face at the events. And if I'm not mistaken, Talon racing with us at the GNCC opening round as well. So great stuff, and looks like really starting to gain some interest in the off-road racing. I know so many different people now starting to blend a mix of off-road racing as well as moto racing. So some people feel like back in the day it was you were either one or the other. You were a moto kid or you were an off-road kid, and now we see it time and time again, and it's actually encouraged by some of the OEMs, even for their higher sponsored riders. Hey, maybe go and try a GNCC round or two, and I think even the JDay may be going to be potentially more attractive because there is that blend of, hey, there's a moto section, a moto track. We know you're going to be strong at that, but go out there and work on kind of connecting with the motorcycle in the off-road side of things. One of the things that we had right here on Racer TV last year was the Loretta Lynn's Amateur Motocross National, and Kevin Windham said something that's really stuck with me ever since. He says, I talk about kids putting on their motorcycle, okay? Just like you got to put on a pair of pants, you put on a shirt, you got to put on that motorcycle because you need to be connected to it, right? You've got to understand what that motorcycle is going to do, where that motorcycle is going to go, and I think off-road racing maybe forces or requires that even more so because, I mean, we're talking splitting hairs, we're splitting trees, and if you've ever hit a tree, the trees usually win. So you've got to be dialed in as technically sound as possible. There is little Talamagaglia right there on the number 5, looking good on that Yamaha machine. And I believe that's his dad standing right next to him, all bundled up. I believe we're going to see him racing here a little later today. But, man, so cool to see. Looks like he's rocking the number 3, is it 300? Yeah, 3000 on the helmet, number 5 on the bike itself. I believe going to be in that first row, probably the super mini class. So going to be exciting, like we said, a really cool feature, an international superstar, multi-time Canadian champion, his father, and now passing that information on to the next generation. And, man, I'm liking that Fox lid he's wearing right there as well. And it sounds like, as with a lot of our riders, they've been down here all week long training. So many riders are capable, or that are capable, take advantage of this, where they go down and try things out. They say, hey, you know, wait a second, this looks fun, this looks cool, let's see if we can try that out. Looked like, might have been Crew Russell back there in the row behind them. I saw looked like Russell on the back of the jersey, not a crazy unfamiliar name, but that could have potentially been the kid of Caleb Russell. Not sure if they're out there as well. Like we talked about, the GNCC Racing Series is going to be not too far from here later in the week, or this coming weekend, for the Wild Boar GNCC. And yes, of course, that's going to be broadcasted right here on Racer TV as well. But so many of the families taking the opportunity to go straight down to Florida, get some training, get more familiar with the sand of Florida as well. When we talk about it, this is not what every round looks like. And so the deep, deep sand that we have here at Bostwick Creek, some riders, some are sandmans, all right? Sandman, sand girls, whatever you want to say. They just connect with the sand. So many people, it's a love and hate. But I've always heard, if you can figure out how to go fast in the sand, you can figure out how to go fast in just about anything. So one thing about it, it certainly gets tough, and it certainly gets rough by the end of the day for sure. So going to see second motos. This class right now, 9 a.m., looking to be about the start time for moto number 1, and then I believe their second moto going to be at 1 p.m. So think about that. A lot of time in between that, and a lot of racing going on between that first and second moto. So the course going to look very different. once again, you got to adapt to it on the fly. You got to figure out not only what the lines are going to look like right now, but hey, how do I adjust that in that second moto? How do I need to change things around? As there you see a nice looking super mini first row right there. Mini senior and mini junior both on row number 2, and then our girls class there on row number 3, making those final bits of preparation. I always love kind of hanging here at the starting line as well. This Fox start is probably the most anxiety-filled area, if you will, because there's still so many questions. We talked about it last week, or the week before, I should say, at round 1 of GNCC. This is a big opportunity because so many of these families, so many of these racers, they're chasing not only wins here today, they're trying to start out a championship drive. And so everybody tied on points right now. It's zeros across the board. Everybody's the points leader, and everybody's last in points. Does that make any sense? It does, because they're all stuck at 0. There you see the number 1 being held up just about a minute or so, and then we'll see that 30-second card go up. And then we'll get the Fox green flag off and rolling from this Fox starting line. Super Mini going to be the first row of our 9 a.m. race. And as we saw, some big names in this one as well. There it is, 30-second card going up in the air. I believe that might be the man himself, Ethan, holding the card. Cards down, and we will be racing here in a matter of seconds. He takes a look at the watch. There's final deep breaths. Moms, dads, mechanics have stepped away, and now it all comes down to the rider. Dead engine start here at JDay. Man, a great start from one rider way on the outside, and look at that from the outside, going to grab the whole shot. That might be the, I believe that's a 461 on the bike itself. We'll see. As with a lot of our off-road racing, the bike numbers don't always match up to the timing and scoring number that we see on their helmets. So we'll get all of that sorted as they make their way through the stripe and we get timing and scoring updated. But now turn our attention to row number 2, mini senior and mini junior, as young as 6 years old in that mini junior class and as old as 15 years old in the mini senior class. Parents step away, the card goes down, couple of deep breaths, laser focus on the starting line, get that bike fired up, and wait for it. Wait for it. Boom, there it is. We're off and rolling row number 2. Man, looked like almost all of those kids fired on the first kick. That's a great start, a drag race headed into turn number 1. I believe that was either a KTM or a gas machine grabbing the whole shot. Had pulled about a bike length and a half as they made their way into turn number 2. And then row 3, our girls class. Now we do have it's an AMA race, so you do have the ability to have a hold on the line, a mechanical hold. We can see our one rider frantically looking back. We saw them trying to work on the machine a little bit earlier, and this is so tough on the rider. You got to try to maintain control, keep the emotions in check. We've seen this time and time again sometimes at Loretta Lynn's. We've seen it, you take it back to, I believe it was 2011, Ryan Dungy's bike showing up late to the line out at the Southwick National. Look at this. Pops is coming in hot. Oh, that's the Castell family. We saw Eli earlier. Look at that, just in time. Machine gets to the line. They're locked and loaded and immediately jumps on, laser focused, the 216 machine. I'm 100% certain that Dad was following the proper speed in the pits. And look at that, not only are we going to make it to the start, we're going to grab the whole shot in the girls class. Castell out front and leading the way. I believe that is Isla Castell, if I'm not mistaken. And it looked like there was little Medaglia making his way through. So how about that? A little bit of drama on the start, but that's okay. That's what it's all about. We got it shaken off, and now, if nothing else, I mean, I know a lot of riders try to get the heart rate up on the starting line before the event gets started. That way they're not spiking the heart rate when they actually get out and racing. So maybe for Castell, it's already up there, all right? No worry to get the heart rate raised up. It's already up to the Zone 3, Zone 4 area. It's so impressive getting to talk with some of the incredible trainers that work with some of our youth and pro riders. The physical demand, we'll talk plenty on this, the physical and mental side of what it takes to be a successful off-road racer is incredible. I think so many people, they underestimate it. They don't realize it. I don't even think it's underestimated. I just don't think that a lot of thought gets put into it. And when you really start to look at the data, you start to look at the heart rates, you start to look at the physical demands of being able to run this intense of racing for the duration as well. I mean, think about that, 30 minutes here at JDay Off-Road. That's similar to, or that's almost identical to what our pro motocross national racers are running. GNCC even longer than that, where it's a mixture of sprint speed as well as endurance. So there's so much that you're balancing out there in off-road. It looks like that was the 460. I believe that's who got the whole shot in our second row, our mini senior class. Could be a mini junior rider as well, but taking a look at the number 5, Talon Medaglia, looking good right now. Burn blast in here. This isn't Go for Dunes. This is Bostwick Creek, but nonetheless, look at that, up on the pegs, little slideways action, and just pounding the sand here. This is incredible. Our Fox FPV drone. This is one of my favorite parts about the coverage here at JDay Off-Road. And man, the number 5, look at that. This kid is rolling, and he might have checked out. Where is the next rider? Here we go. So how about it? The sand, some people love it, some people fight it. Looking like the number 5 has found a flow here in the sands of Florida early. Man, that is such a cool shot. I feel like I'm eating roost off the back of these kids right now. Tried to pull a tear off sitting at the desk right here. That's what it's all about. Is here we go, some close racing action right here. As looks like that is the 461 and 514. I believe the 461 grabbed the whole shot early, but man, look at this. Through the FMF Extreme section and through that Yamaha finish line, no doubt about it. The number 5, Talon, looking good right now. Probably going to rail this berm. Oh yeah, he did. He did. Probably threw a fat whip over that tabletop as well. So impressive, the style that these kids have. I mean, they are young. You see them without a helmet on, and you don't really think much about it, and then you see them with a bike on, and you're like, whew, man, that is impressive. That was pretty impressive right there as well. The FMF Extreme section, it has claimed many people, myself included, but these kids, no problem, up and over the logs. The tires, not a worry in the world, as making their way through. Here at the Yamaha finish line, it does look like it is Talon Medaglia that was leading the way. I believe that was Cole Locker in the number 2 spot. Reed Locker we just saw in our Pee-wee races. And I believe older sibling Cole going to be out here as well, as one rider getting caught up in those tires. Don't ask me what the secret is to get through them, because I'll be honest, I don't know. One thing about it though, it is certainly tough to get going once you get stuck. You see the smoke starting to fly as they're burning rubber on rubber. Hey, but look at that. Got through, no problem. Now up and over these logs like it's nothing but a thing. And into that Yamaha finish line. So we'll get everybody through, get time and scoring updated as, whoa, one rider going for a bit of a ride there. Seeing multiple different line options as well through this extreme section. We saw that play a big role in our season finale out in Southwick last year. It all came down to how did you enter the FMF Extreme section, and then we saw a lot of riders cutting from way over to the, I believe, right-hand side over to the left as the day went on. But let's see. Looks like on the overalls timing and scoring, Dylan Bott is leading the way on the 514. Like we said, with our different rows here, just about a minute separating row to row. Talon Medaglia in the number 2 spot, Cole Locker, Trayson Landrum, and believe that is Sebastian Tucker, rounding out the top 5. Jay, this is absolutely phenomenal. Our super mini classes and mini senior, some of our favorite of the youth riders to watch, because they've got the style and the technique of little pros out there, but they're still getting things figured out, and occasionally they'll make some mistakes that make for absolutely bar-banging racing action.
It's true. I'll tell you, man, it's really cool to see, because we got a few guys in there that are New England guys that raced JDay for a long time. And then we've got the Dylan Botts. I think he's a United States rider, but Talon Medalia, of course, a Canadian rider, and Cole Locker, the brother of the winner of that Pee Wee race that we just had. And then finally, in fifth spot, it's Sebastian Tucker, who is Destry Tucker's brother, younger brother. And Destry was, I believe, the champion in this class last year in JDay Off-Road. So it's nice to see the mix from different states, different countries, and everybody coming together to make this a great rounded series. And yeah, you're right about these guys. They're right on the cusp of it. Especially like Destry Tucker. We'll keep an eye for him because he's going to make some advancement through this race. He's definitely not going to sit there in sixth spot. But they're older, they're bigger. You know, some of them are teenagers now and a little peach fuzz on the chin. And, you know, they're like little men. And they are all very dedicated to this race. And as you say, Zach, a lot, you know, you see these guys out there training and doing their thing. Some of them even have coaches now. And it's just amazing to see how the sport has evolved in that way. When I was a kid, you know, you had the local pro who would come over and tell you, hey, you know, go through this turn that way or do this on a jump or something like that. But there was no real coaching. And I think it's something that really needs to be. I do a fair amount of myself. And it's just where we need to be to pass on the information. I know a lot of these guys want to get paid for it, but you know, I do it usually on the free side because I think that we need to pass on that information, and that's our job. That's the way we're supposed to be as parents and uncles and aunts and things like that. We've got to educate these people, these kids, and get them along and teach them how to do it best. So I like to see these young kids out here in the superhuman class. It's a lot of fun.
Well, and you bring up a great point. We talk about the influence that our pros of today or the pros of yesterday or even top riders have on the next generation. Having those coaches not only be willing and able to communicate with our younger riders, but having the appropriate people giving those lessons, right? You've got the USMCA that has come to light in the last few years that really is helping qualify and make sure that the people that are passing on these lessons to the next generation are properly trained. They know the points that need to be made. They do have a certain quality of riding skills to where they're able to pass on good information, right? You don't want a teacher that doesn't know what they're talking about. Now, Jay, you can give me a lesson anytime you want. You can teach me how to ride. You can teach me how to announce. I'll take the notes all day long, but it really is so impressive. You talk about kind of the awkward area that is the super mini time. We talk about the teenage years. It's funny because you talk about little men, but little women out there as well. Riders like Isla Castell, they're physically of similar size still. The kids haven't quite hit the growth spurt, and we see them super competitive in this time as well on the super mini and mini junior classes where boys and girls, they're going bar to bar, wheel to wheel. And so it really makes it exciting because it doesn't matter male, female, how long you've been riding, the size and the skill level, extremely competitive here on mostly these 85 to super mini size machines.
Yeah, and that's a good point about Isla Castell. She's a second-generation rider as well. Her dad, Matt, was a rider back in the day. And therein lies a really tough spot, and I've been in this spot before on the other end of it. You've got dad who raced, and they get them to the point where they get them educated to a point where they can't educate them any longer because, as we all know, as we become adults, and we think we are adults, we tune our parents out. So then you've got to have somebody like me come in and teach the kid and something like that. You know, it's really difficult, but it's amazing how they learn and that they just soak up that information with the dad was giving them anyway, but because we all have our own way about things. And it's what makes us individuals, and I fully support that. You know, we just tune the dad out. And I really loved it to hear some of the best riders that I know that have kids say, yeah, that happened to me. The kid was like 12. I didn't know anything anymore. And, you know, the guy's got championship banners and trophies back at home, and he was one of the best ever. But so the coaching is important, and as you said, it really needs to be from the right person.
Well, and it's so funny. I mean, if my dad's watching right now, he's probably laughing because he would swear up and down. He used to be able to say one thing, and he'd have to have somebody else repeat it to me if he wanted me to listen to it. But that's just how it goes. Now, if you're somebody like the number 5, Talon Medaglia, I think the reputation of your father and the resume of what your dad has is a confidence builder in itself. But one thing about it, we were able to actually catch up with Talon Medaglia and talk to him a little bit earlier this weekend about confidence and how that affects his riding.
JDay is awesome. I like how it's like moto, woods, and it's like not so tight. It's like really fast. I got good confidence. Just gotta start firing my bike up quick and get up front and stay there.
I like it. He's keeping it simple. Fire the bike up, go do what I do. And so, and that is the thing. It's just the experience that these kids have. By the time they've reached the mini senior and super mini classes, that confidence has built. Most of them have many years under their belt. It's so funny. This sport itself is so unique in the sense of kids being 8 to 9 years old and having sometimes 5+ years of racing experience. So confidence, as it should be, at a very high rate right now, as Tal Medaglia leading the way on that Yamaha machine. Dylan Bott, looks like Cole Locker is still hanging on for that number 3 ride as well. And then the rest of your top 5 funneling in. I did see on our time and scoring, it looks like that was Crew Russell out there. His father, obviously one of the winningest GNCC racers of all time, Caleb Russell. So we've got the next generation of mini superstars out here is hanging out on board with our Fox FPV. Let's see who's, oh, that was Medaglia, and it didn't even go down, but was hard on the brakes coming into that thick sand corner and ended up stalling the machine. No worries, confidence still high. Just fired that thing up and got going. Look at that. We are eating roost on board here, the FPV Fox drone, as we are. This is about as my only chance of ever battling with Talon right now. There's no way I'd keep up with him out on course. So I'm gonna tell myself that I'm racing right now. Such a unique camera shot that we have here at JDay.
Zach, I have to wonder, poor Talon Medaglia, he gets it from both ends. I'm not sure if the people at home are aware or not, but Tyler Medaglia, his dad, is a couple-time national champion in Canada, but more so his mother, Heidi Cook Medaglia, is like a 4 or 5-time national motocross champion in Canada. So does he listen to his mom? Does he listen to his dad? Who does he listen to? I'm sure the kid has it all together because he seems like he's a cool customer there in that interview.
Wow, how about that? Yeah, I was not aware of the resume that his mom carried as well. So, yeah, talk about some knowledge at the dinner table. I'm going to put money on mom, okay? Dad probably listens to mom, too, if he's smart. So, but one thing about it, he takes another trip to the Yamaha finish line, and he might be giving some lessons to mom and dad. Look at this. Whoa, drags the foot a little. See, they're going to make a little note on that. But, man, scrubs off the tabletop. And one thing about it, the foot might have been dragging, but the throttle never cracked. This kid is flying out on track right now.
He is, for sure. He looks really strong out there. And, you know, that the water's down and things are really still cold here. So that turn, you know, he tried to turn it in and the front tire started to slip. Of course, it got a little grip. And he was able to keep the throttle pinned, as you said. And really, that is one of the things that we teach in motocross. I know that some people are probably going to have trouble with this, but the rule of thumb is, Zach, and I'm sure you know it is, when in doubt, gas it. When I heard that for the first time when I was just a young lad from Jimmy Ellis, who's one of the most famous riders, he's the first Supercross champion ever from Connecticut, told me that, he said, well, look, the reason is that you were going to crash, right? Yep, you have to admit. So if you turn the throttle and you hold it wide open, you may be able to get out of it. So when in doubt, gas it. And that's a rule of thumb in off-road, motocross, or anything else that you got to do with motorcycles. You got to be a little careful on the pavement as far as that goes, but, it still holds true there as well.
When in doubt, throttle out. No doubt about it, as the FPV Fox drone showing us a great onboard here. Going to take a little shortcut there. It's okay. Whoa, almost coming together. That is Isla Castell, who is leading the way out of your girls' class. A little bit of contact there. No worries, no harm. Everybody keeps it on 2 wheels. Isla, we saw a little bit of drama coming there to the line, but Pop's got it there just in time, and not only did she grab that whole shot, but she's leading the way. Looks like Reed Locker is leading the way for our mini junior class. And then there it is, Isla Castell, Emily Bott, and S.J. Meadows, 1, 2, and 3 for our girls' classes. Tal Medaglia, Cole Locker, and Trayson Landrum, 1, 2, and 3 for Super Mini. Dylan Bott, Destry Tucker, and looks like Sean Remington Jr. We call his dad Shotgun Sean Remington, so he is Pellet Gun Sean Remington until he grows a little bit. But and it looks like Crew Russell now jumping up inside the top 3 as well. So, man, some big names up front early, but there we see Castell on your screen, the 216 machine, rocking that flannel, showing still a little chilly out there, but she is a familiar name that we've got in the off-road world. They do a lot of GNCCs. We saw her at Big Buck just a few weeks ago, getting some experience in very different conditions out there at GNCC, and probably enjoying the drier conditions of JDay right now at the moment. But man, it is so impressive. Already starting to see some changes in this course, Jay. We talked about how much things are going to change throughout the duration of the day, hours and hours of racing, and especially in the sandy conditions that we have here at Bostwick Creek. Sometimes, I told the viewers a little bit earlier, take a screenshot now and then check back in about 2 o'clock this afternoon. It's going to look like a completely different place out here.
It sure is, Zach. And, you know, the hard-packed stuff that's out in the woods will get a little choppy. There'll be some braking bumps. There'll be some acceleration bumps as well coming out of the turns. The whoops will start in the straightaways. But the sugar sand is where the real difference maker is going to be, as well as that extreme section that we've talked about from FMF. But, you know, the sugar sand is going to get really rough. And the bumps could even get as high as 3 or 4 feet. So that's some serious waves, if you would, rather than whoops. But the thing that I really like about this class that's on the track right now is that there's a bunch of guys out there that for many years when I did the JDay stuff, I called them my Iron Boys because they're not Iron Men yet. A lot of these kids have just raced 40 minutes right before this in that Pee Wee class, and now they're back out here for a 30-minute moto. Crew Hopkins and Reed Locker are two of them. They're the two that battled for that win in that Pee Wee race. So they're out here 70 minutes of riding in about 80 minutes, 85 minutes of time. So they are definitely my Iron Boys, and I'm darn proud of them.
Yeah, without a doubt. A couple of names out there I was recognizing. S.J. Meadows, Eli Castell back out there as well. So, yeah, and it's so impressive to see the duration and the longevity that these kids have. And don't forget, not only it's 70 minutes straight, but then they got another 30-minute moto coming up for the second moto here of our Super Mini, Mini Senior, and Mini Junior classes. Oh, one rider having some trouble in that extreme section. Definitely happens to the best of us. And there you're starting to see some of the lines. So they may enter on the left, but some riders kind of taking a diagonal approach through those tire sections as another lap gets put in the books for the number 5 of Tal Medaglia. I'm going to watch this bowl corner again. This guy, I think he just upshifted going into that bowl corner. This kid is rolling right now. It's funny. We talked about some riders maybe preferring the moto side, preferring the wood side. I can't figure out what side I think is the number 5's favorite. He is absolutely ripping on all sides of this course. And, you know, Jay, you talked about the sugar sand. It is a unique kind of sand, and it looks obviously very different than what we're showing right now on the moto side of this course. But you can even touch on this as a rider and coach yourself. The way that you have to approach the sugar sand is different. You got to keep the weight over the back end, and it doesn't really matter how your line shapes up because you're almost squishing a new line as you go through each and every time. It's like riding through baby powder.
It is, and the thing is like I just said to one of the kids' dads, because he had trouble in that sugar sand as I was coming back from the finish line interview, is that it's never pretty in the sugar sand, and you can't hope for perfection. You just got to hope to get through it and still up on the 2 wheels that you started. And as you said, the position of your body should be back over the rear fender, and you should be on the gas. Whether it be half throttle or full throttle, you've got to decide on your condition and your line. But really, it's got to be at least half throttle, and most of the time, the best way to do it is just wide open, feet off the pegs, flailing, but you're through it and it's done. And it's like, you know, taking your medicine when you're a kid, you know, just do it, get it done, and you know, make the best of it for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to be. It's one of those sections that you have to attack. This isn't going to be where you're resting, where you're trying to catch your breath. You've got to be on the charge in that attack position. You got to be holding on tight as we're following along with Isla Castell just a second ago. That is your girls leader.
Did you see that she just moved into the top 10 overall as well, Zach? Isla Castell now in the top 10. That's amazing. What a great little rider.
Man, and I'm telling you, the entire Castell family, they put in a ton of work. We saw little Eli earlier. He is out there as well, I believe, in that mini junior class running inside the top 10. But Isla, like I said, she is a legitimate threat, whether it's the girls class or any of just the overall picture as well. She is so impressive. And I know that's one of those family units where we see it time and time again. So many siblings are racing, not always racing each other on course, but they're racers, which means during the week they get to train together, they get to compete with one another, and it really helps elevate the game of, when you, at the end of the day, we're all competitive. If you're a racer, you want to be the first kid to the breakfast table. You want to be the first kid in and out of the gym. And so the Castell family doing a great job of keeping that family atmosphere alive, but also using the competitiveness of the siblings to help drive each other forward. So, yeah, no surprise there to see Isla Castell in the number 10 spot overall, as I believe this is her we're jumping on board with. No, this is the 514 of Bot that we're hanging on with the FPV live drone, but would not be surprised to see Castell continue to climb up in that top 10 overall, as Bot is leaving us behind here on the FPV drone. This is that sugar sand we were talking about. You see the back end's just dancing around. Doesn't matter how hard you're hanging on. At the end of the day, you almost have to flow with the sand in these kinds of conditions instead of fighting it, because at 9 times, I'd say almost 10 times out of 10, Jay, the sand's going to win if you start fighting.
Yes, it does. And that's the other part, too, is if you back off the throttle, you chop the throttle, which is a natural reaction because you're in trouble. You're almost like, oh, wait, put on the brakes. Wrong answer. Just as we said before, when in doubt, gas it, and that'll carry you through it. It's something where, you're nervous, you're upset. It's something that you have to deal with, but you just got to do it at full speed the best you can. It's the most difficult condition, and it's really, I don't know if it's only here in Florida, but it is definitely a big Florida trait in a lot of riding areas, and something that you really have to experience. It's a different kind of sand, as you were saying earlier, from like Southwick or the stuff up in Michigan and places like that. So it is a crazy time, but it gets your blood going, and it's something that you look forward to, but also regret that you have to go through it again. But you just make the best of it as you're coming through. And I'll tell you, the camera crew is doing such a great job out there today, man. They're really killing it. And, of course, the drone is out, and Ian Howe's doing a great job with his stuff. Great to see Medallia come through this FMF Extreme section. As you said, he's choosing different lines at times, different sections, but that's what you're supposed to do. And I see the white flag out now, so I'm going to excuse myself and get down there and even have a word with Talon Medallia, as he seems to be the class of the class.
So there it is, Jay McGrath heading to the line. Yeah, you can talk to Tyler and Talon, because they're both going to, I'm sure, probably have some good stuff to say as they look to be potentially taking the overall win here. Don't want to count the chickens before the eggs hatch, but Talon's still got one more lap to go. That is one thing. You never know what can happen on any single lap of racing here in JDay. That sugar sand can reach up and grab you just when you think you've got it all wrapped up. But, man, when you're riding with the technical skills that Talon's got right now, I mean, you see him up over the rear of the bike. Another thing that I'm seeing from the number 5 is the roll speed. I think a lot of the sand confidence, we see a lot of the Canadian riders, even on the pro side of things, when they come down and race pro motocross, really confident in the sand, and they've got some great experience in that. And then not to mention, just like Jay was saying, to have not one but 2 former pro champions as parents, you got to think the guy's got pretty much all the advice he could ever ask for and then some. So he is certainly making it fun to watch for us here on RacerTV.com. And just like Jay was saying, a big shout out to all of our incredible camera operators, whether it's either one of our drone operators, we've got Gabe and Ian both, bringing us a couple of different views from above, and then our incredible crew here with AG Video and Stoke Media doing a great job of bringing you the racing action here. One more trip through the Dunlop split lanes. And the rest of the field, it looks like anytime Talon comes by, they try to latch onto the back of him, see what this guy's doing, because he is, no doubt about it, the talk of the class and looking to potentially bring home an overall win and a class win in your super mini class. It is still Cole Locker, Dylan Bott, Trayson Landrum, and Destry Tucker, your top 5, with Sebastian Tucker in the 6th spot. Jay Locker, Reed Locker, looks like that might be Brandon Stoll in the 9th spot, and then Isla Castell still hanging on to that 10th overall spot, your leader out of your girls class, as we have less than a lap remaining here for our 9 a.m. moto. Got plenty more racing to come from there. You see the number 5 taking a moment. That's the other thing that I really think our top riders are capable of. We talk about the speed that they carry, but it's also when they need to slow down and take the break, they're very patient. You don't see them rushing. They don't panic in these kinds of situations. We saw Talon stall out earlier, and he didn't freak out. He didn't have a meltdown. He just very calmly pulled the Kickstarter out, got the thing fired up, and got going before we could even finish the sentence. And that's another thing that just comes with maturity, comes with race experience, is being able to handle the ups and downs of racing. Mistakes happen. It's not a matter of if but when. You're going to crash at some point. You're going to have a mistake, and you got to be able to adapt and deal with those situations with grace as well. So all across the board, just nothing but positive things to say from Tal Medaglia, Cole Locker, Landrum. Looks like Dylan Bott now in the number 4 overall spot. Destry Tucker still rounds out your top 5. So plenty of things still yet to be decided here on this final lap. But one thing's for sure, 5 laps complete, and it's the number 5 on the motorcycle of Tal Medaglia trying to bring home a checkered flag. As we hang here, Reed Locker is leading the way out of your mini junior class over Crew Hopkins and Crew Russell. And it is Isla Castell, Emily Bott, and S.J. Meadows, your top 3 out of the girls' class. Cole Locker and Tracy Landrum, 2 and 3 out of the super mini class. But no doubt about it, this guy, Tal Medaglia, we're going to get roosted by him one more time here on the Fox FPV drone. Buries that Blue Crew machine into the sand. You see him starting to stretch out wide, really trying to connect these corners, keep the momentum up, and just hanging over the back of the bike. Man, that is so much fun to watch. He is in the full attack position, full tuck, whatever you want to call it. But he is absolutely throttling down as he is making his way towards what is a checkered flag waiting on him. Going to have one more trip through the FMF Extreme section. You never count out that Extreme section. It can always reach up and get you. We saw that at Southwick last year to close out the season. Riders, 4 or 5 laps, they'd have no problem, and then that 6th lap, something would just reach up and grab them. So we'll see what happens, but one thing's about it, Talon has looked picture perfect so far through there, and he gets over that final log. Here it is on approach, a checkered flag waiting, no problems through the FMF Extreme section, and it is going to be Tal Medaglia grabbing the checkered flag at the Yamaha finish line and grabbing the win. What an impressive ride. As there we see him. Look at that. He's sliding out. He said, no, this is my good side. I want you to see that. Number 5 going to take a second. Who knows? The kid might not even need to catch his breath. It is so impressive. The smile on the face. He's going to pop off the helmet.
Talon, let me come in here and talk with you, buddy. That was a great ride you had out there. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it was good. I got a good start, and then pretty much passed 2 guys, got in front, and then just had some flow. Yeah.
We were watching there on the screen there, and both Zach and I were talking about there was one of those big bowl turns. You came in, you lost the front end a little bit, but you hit the gas and everything was good. Tell me how that affected your race.
Didn't affect me that bad, but it's kind of scary.
I bet it was. The water's down there and it's a little cold, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, I said to the folks on TV that you have champions on both sides, mom and dad. Who do you listen to?
Both. I listen to both of them.
I love it, buddy. Who's helping you this year?
My mom, my dad, Callis, Emerald Valley, Renegade, MX 101. Yeah.
First time here at JDay?
Well, no, I did one. This is my second time doing one.
Welcome back, buddy. We're glad to have you. Have a great day, bud. Thank you.
I think they've been doing some media training with him as well. Great interview there from Talon. He's like, yeah, it wasn't too bad. It's so funny. We can sit here and talk all day long, some close calls, what we think is going to be a moment that's going to stick out to a rider. And sometimes we ask them in the interviews, oh, what happened here? And they're like, I don't even know what you're talking about. It was nothing but a thing. I had so many close calls, but that's part of that short memory we talk about with our riders. Sometimes they've got to just forget the mistakes, as believe Jay may have another one of our riders down there at the finish line. Oh, okay, yep, so we're going to have a race recap here following that. So Talon, the top of the class, no doubt about it. We'll give you a recap as to what we saw here when the gate dropped. It was way on the outside. Once again, big shout out to the 461 machine. He got a great jump and grabbed that whole shot. Our MX Trophies race recap. here for Super Mini, Mini Senior, Mini Junior, and Girls, but man, it did not take long for the number 5 to get into that number 1 spot. And when he did, whew, bad news for the rest of the field as he started gripping and ripping. He was absolutely railing that bowl corner right there. Had no problems through the FMF Extreme section. We had some familiar faces from our Pee Wee classes jumping back out there. Had several different siblings out there as well. So a lot of families fully committed, multiple kids out on course, but we saw talent taking a couple different lines, and that's something that really stuck out to me as well. This guy was not stuck to one line all race long. Looked like he was peeking inside, peeking outside, throwing some style over the moto section as well. This guy knows how to do it all, and we talk about that future of the sport. It's looking pretty bright right now, as had to throw a little sand spray up on the Fox FPV drone. We were hanging on for dear life. There is Isla Castell, our, I believe, winner out of the girls class, doing a great job shaking off the start and hammered down for 30 minutes. Going to grab the class win there as well. Making her way through that sugar sand section. Burn Blast and the number 5 inside to outside was just putting this track together phenomenally. I mean, really impressive performance, and we saw him up on the pegs, hanging off the back of that Yamaha Blue Crew machine, putting the power to the ground. Look at that back end, just dancing around, throttle never even cracked. It's not always that easy. Some riders having a little get off, but at the end of the day, no doubt about it, the number 5, when it came down to it, was the man to beat and brought out that Kurt Caselli Foundation checkered flag at our Yamaha finish line, Talamagaglia. So overall winner here out of our 9 a.m. moto. Cole Locker going to cross in the number 2 spot. Trayson Landrum 3rd overall. Dylan Bott and Destry Tucker your top 5. Sebastian Tucker, whoa, wait a second. Sebastian might have stole the 5th place away. Destry Tucker going to take 6th. Jay Locker, Braden Stowell, Reed Locker, and Isla Castell, your top 10 overall for our 9 a.m. moto. So how about that? What a great race. Impressive performance. And guess what? We've still got plenty more racing to go. We'll head back to the Fox starting line, but before we do that, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more JDay Off-Road Racing right here from Bostwick Creek. JDay Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by Moto Tassinari, Performance Reed Valve Systems, Luxon MX, top-of-the-line aftermarket motocross components, and 100% game-changing performance. Once again, getting some great shots of the coast, just about an hour away. You can do a little surfing, do a little swimming, and then you can head right back here to Bostwick Creek, do a little sand surfing, as we've seen here this morning. Great stuff from our first 2 races of the day. The Pee-wees are done and dusted. Their 40-minute moto is complete, and then the first moto for our Super Mini, Mini Senior, Mini Junior, and Girls is now complete as well. So we'll see them once again for their second and final moto just about 1 o'clock this afternoon. But now sitting on the line, let's see who we've got. Oh, some big classes here. We got C250, C Open, C200, C-Vet, and our BC Open Electric classes sitting on the line here for the Fox starting line. Our Stoke Media Moto overview showing you exactly who we've got, and that's the line breakdown. C250 going to be row number 1, and then our BC Open Electric class going to be our final row here in this one. We got the big Dunlop arch in the background. That Dunlop split lane been a fun section to watch so far here this morning as well. Plenty more racing coming up. We've got a 30-minute moto getting ready to head your way, and then after that, our women's pro class will be row number 1 for our race starting at 10:20, and then we'll have our Pro-Am 125, B250, and then B Open and B200 classes at 11. We've got a full race breakdown. Once again, if you guys have not already, make sure you're following JDay Off-Road on social media, whether it be Instagram, Facebook, all those good things right there, but not just for race day information, but so much more information given, whether it's behind the scenes interviews, so many different things that they break down about the locations. Follow our man Ethan there as well. He always, I enjoy watching him. He's out there with like a machete. He's carving trails by hand. He is putting in work. So once again, as always, a big shout out to the incredible track crews, the incredible staff here at JDay Off-Road that helps make this possible. And you can tell the support is strong. Just take a look at the pits. I saw the MX tire rig set up. We've got the House of Power, the FMF section set up. And looks like the FMF box fan sitting back there in the background as well. Got plenty of power in the back of that van. Got some nice looking apparel as well. I think I'm wearing FMF socks right now, but so many incredible companies involved with it. We talk about it takes a village to put on these races, and so many incredible people, whether we're talking about, of course, Yamaha and the Blue Crew, a big supporter, the Yamaha Finish Line. We've got, 100% Moto Tassinari, MX Trophies, bringing you those race recaps, of course, Motion Pro, Redline Oil, Pro Taper. The list goes on, and we couldn't give enough thank yous to all of them for sticking on board with us and helping celebrate and grow this JDay Off-Road Racing Series. And then, of course, the OEMs as well. A lot of great support from the OEMs for the series, whether we're talking Triumph, all of the KTM group, Gas, Husqvarna, Honda, Kawasaki, KTM, and then Cobra, of course, a big supporter there of the Pee Wee classes and our 50 and 65 riders. So everybody's on board. We talk about 2026 being a year of growth for JDay, not just in the new locations and kind of spreading across the eastern United States, but also embracing this live broadcast. Stoke Media, AG Video doing a great job, Racer TV, GPTV, all bringing you the action of all of our incredible JDay Off-Road rounds. And I'm telling you what, this place is great. Bostwick Creek, I've been seeing the photos for probably the last 2.5 weeks as they've started to carve out the trails, get the track dialed in, and anybody that I've seen, whether it be the riders, the families, or the staff, posting from it, every time I'm just like, man, that is a beautiful looking facility, great place to kick off the season, and some pretty impressive locations coming up as well. We'll be giving you those dates and times a little later in the broadcast, but yeah, I mean, whether we're talking Club MX, CGI facility, Lake Sugar Tree, Budds Creek, the list goes on and on. Like Jay was talking about, we'll close things out back up in Unadilla in New York, so a lot of really, really fun locations coming up, and a lot of really, really great racing in store as well. As we're hanging out here in turn number 1, won't be long now before we expect to drop a green flag and go racing. A lot of our C classes going to be taking to the track next. Kind of build the intensity up, I guess, for lack of a better word, as the classes go on. So we'll have our C classes, BC, Open Electric as well, and then we'll start getting into some really intense fast racing. Our women's pro class is going to be a ton of fun to watch, as well as the 1 minute signal goes up. The big one in the air means if you got something to figure out, you better get it figured out quick, because things are getting ready to get rocking. And then we'll have our Pro-Am 125 at 11, and then 12:20, definitely a time you want to watch. That's our Pro A250, A200, A Open, and our Pro-Am Electric class is going to be coming up. So certainly want to be tuned right in here on racertv.com for that. But right now, locked and loaded on the Fox starting line is our 250C class. Taking a look at the Stoke Media live drone. Last bit of preparation. Some riders taking deep breaths, almost trying to calm themselves down on the line. Other riders, they're smacking the helmet, they're beating their chest, yelling. They do all kinds of crazy stuff down there on the line. And you know what? Whatever works. That's what I say. I'm not judging. As look at that, flags down, and C250 off and rolling. A little bit of bumping and banging, but it looks like it's going to be a Yamaha grabbing the whole shot. Hang on to it, though. How long are they going to hold on to that race lead? As already having some side-by-side battles in their C250 class. As they head off into a little bit of the moto section to kick things off before they dip back into the woods. We'll spin right around back to row number 2. That's going to be your C Open class. Here's our Fox FPV drone. And once again, if you guys were unaware, there is a minute that separates each row in our classes here. So we've got that overall time in the scoring, but there is a minute physically that separates the start. So hanging out with the 921 Yamaha machine, I believe, leading the way as we hang on for the FPV drone. There is the second drop. That should be our C Open class headed into turn number 1. And once again, looks like it's a Blue Crew machine leading them out. As we're going to jump on board here. Our Stoke Media live drone keeping us locked onto the rear wheel. And look at the shadows right there as well. That's something that we haven't really talked about. As the sun continues to rise and make its way across the sky, this shadow is going to change as well. That one jump face, pretty dark for the moment. Won't be long before it's sitting right in the sunshine. C200 should be coming up next. Row number 3. And we'll have CVET and BC Open Electric as well. The electric machines, I know it's a dividing topic right now in our industry, but I'm telling you, most of the people that I've talked to that are not fans of it, they've never ridden one, and as somebody that's been lucky enough to jump on one of those things, it's just so impressive. Anything that I think gives people an opportunity to get on a motorcycle, get to experience what racing is all about, is a positive thing in my book. So I don't think it's an electric takeover. I don't think combustion engines are going anywhere anytime soon. We still have plenty of 2-strokes rocking and rolling out on course, and 4-strokes been around for a long time now. So I'm excited to have yet another way for folks to enjoy racing motorcycles. We see Cobra and KTM doing a great job of introducing the younger generation to electric machines with some of their electric bikes, and then all the way up to those full-size electric machines as well. As looks like this is CVET sitting on the line. Maybe our final row here. Maybe not. I had a couple people still hanging back. Heading into turn number 1, CVET. Another great thing about this, we talk a lot about the young kids, we talk about our pro riders, but at the end of the day, JDay, it's a community event where people have the opportunity to go out there and race. So we've got, whether it is super seniors, whether it's masters, whether it's our vintage classes for maybe some of the older machines, we've got so many different options for people to race as far as classes go. And Jay, that's the name of the game. Doesn't matter, young and old, fast, maybe not quite as fast as you'd like to be. We got classes for you, and no doubt. Oh, one rider going down hard right there. Oh, that was a tough hit right into the face of that tabletop. Hopefully that rider going to be okay. We even see the rider we're on board with taking a little look back. That is, once again, I mean, you hate to see it, but that's kind of one of those sections where you get a little off balance, maybe the sand pushing just a little bit, and that rider, unfortunately, along for the ride. We'll see if maybe there's a replay that we can get on that, because that was a tough one. Hopefully, though, going to be able to get picked back up. That was unfortunate, maybe a minute or two into this 30-minute long race and hitting the ground pretty tough. So
I think he hit a frost patch there, Zach.
I was kind of wondering, because it looked like the front end just went away, but that is one of the things, whether it's a little bit of a frost or sometimes even that sand, it'll just kick the front end away from you. It catches an edge, and next thing you know, you're on the ground. But yeah, that was a tough one, Jay. Hard to watch.
And you know what it is the track crew was out early this morning and they were watering the track. And as I said,
hang on, we're going to take a replay at this real quick, Jay. We're watching. Oh, came up a little short on that first tabletop. That's what it was. So he ended up bouncing down to the flat. You saw that front end suspension fully compress, and it basically shot the front end out to the side. So just an unfortunate thing that ended up costing big time. Hopefully that rider going to be able to jump back up and get back out there racing. But yeah, that's a tough one there, Jay. Now, what were you saying about the track crew? They were out early this morning?
They were, and they were watering the track. And I wasn't joking when I said earlier there was frost on the ground here this morning. It really was. It was like 28 degrees in some of the places here around this area this morning, so enough for frost. And that affects the track, especially in, like at that jump exit, you know, on the down jump. That's a shaded area, so hasn't had a chance to warm up yet. And, of course, when you come down front wheel heavy, you know, this can happen every time. So you got to worry about frost in Florida. Who'd have thunk it?
Well, you know, it was interesting when we followed along on that Stoke Media Drone. I didn't even realize quite how deep the shadows were in certain parts of this as well. We talk about how that can start to play a role. Obviously, in the woods, you got a lot of shadows, but even out here on some of the moto sides of things, or even right here in this FMF Extreme section, the shadows playing a bit of a role into things as well. As we've got a nice little battle here at the front of the field, Jay. It's the Yamaha leading the way right now, but it looks like it might be a Triumph keeping him honest and trying to chase him down.
Yeah, that's, I believe, Cameron Ward or Brett Becker on the Triumph, and it did a great job, had a great start there. Always some exciting racing in this class, the C class. This is riders that are at an entry level and have never raced before, which is like what you see with these first two guys. They may have never raced in an off-road event before, but the guy may be a B rider in motocross. And we've even seen guys that I call sandbaggers that are A riders, and they'll ride the C class. Some organizations scrutinize, some do not. Some riders are honest and some are not, you know, and a lot of times they say, well, I've never raced an off-road race before, therefore I am a C rider. However, both of these guys out in the lead, first two positions, look like they give some experience on a motorcycle nonetheless.
So watching right now the Triumph machine, man, that was a great example. You touched on it earlier, Jay. When it comes to that thick sugar sand, it's great when you're on the gas, but it seems like when you hit the brake, it's almost like the brakes have 3 times as much stopping power, because all of a sudden that sand starts building up under the tires and you rapidly get brought to a stop, and oftentimes it throws the rider to the front end of the machine.
It looks like it's easy, fine sand, and your bike will have no trouble going through it, but it's almost like an instant braking system as soon as you hit it. It just like sucks your tires in, your wheels in, and it slows you right down. And that was a perfect example. Brett Becker is who is on that Triumph number 813, and he's having some trouble. So this leads me to believe that he may be a northern rider, someone who doesn't experience this stuff, and it may even be his first trip down here to Florida. So you got to get used to it. The first time I ever saw sugar sand as far as riding it was when I was 15 years old, just before my 16th birthday in 1978, when I came down for the Florida Series, which used to be the premier series in the winter for all the pro riders. So at that time in 1978, guys like Bob Hanner and Danny Magoo Chandler and Rick Burgett and all kinds of riders from the West Coast came here to Florida to race because it was the series, and it stayed that way for quite some time. But then things broke apart, and the professional series got longer because of more supercross races and things like that. So the Florida Series, made its way to the trash bin. They still have something down here. I believe they have a 4-race series in January, but it's not what it once was, where it drew all the great riders. And of course, someone who just passed away recently, I'd like to mention, his name is Freddie Ephraim. Freddie was the AMA referee down here in Florida, and the nicer man you couldn't find. He always looked out for all of us guys who were far away from home at a young age, trying to do what we loved, chase our dream and things like that. He was very stern. He was very particular about the rules, but he had a great heart, and just like to remember Freddie Ephraim here. What a great guy and a driving force for Florida motocross.
Yeah, such a good shout out there, Freddie E, a legend that I've even heard of here from the Carolinas, and you got a lot of respect for the referees. The AMA obviously doing a great job of helping to keep things fair and make sure everybody's doing what they should be. And sometimes, very rarely are they thanked, and that's one thing about it. I think they definitely deserve a thank you because they put in a lot of work, and they have to make those tough calls. Somebody does, and oftentimes it's got to be them. As we're catching the pass for third place right there, that was Evan Kelly getting stalled out, and it looked like that might have been. Was that Moore that passed him? It's definitely Drew Glenzel out front. We saw the Yamaha we were on board with there for just a moment, and then Brett Becker in that number 2 spot. Evan Kelly was in the number 3 ride. We'll see next time they come across the stripe, but yeah, definitely one of those moments where you get stuck, and unfortunately there's not much that you can do. Might have been Zachary Buffalo that was making that pass. Sorry about that, Jay. Go ahead.
That's okay, Zach. It's funny that you say that about the referee and the job that they have upon us. But one thing that I'd like to mention about Freddie, and he had a great way of doing it, and somebody even mentioned this in some of the tributes when he passed, is that he would be there with his arm around you and a big smile on his face, like everything was fine and hunky-dory, as we say. But at the same time, he'd be chewing you out right in your ear, telling you, yeah, you did wrong, and I don't want you to ever do that again, and this is why. And he just had a great way about him, and he didn't embarrass you. He made sure that you understood the rules, and he did it in a great way, and that's why everybody loved him so much. He was just a really good guy.
Well, how about this, Jay? We just had a momentary pass for the lead. We saw Drew Glenzel go down in that corner. The sand claims another one. He picked the machine back up, but Brett Becker is still right there keeping him honest. He had the lead for about half a second, and then Drew got that machine picked right back up and pretty much was clicking gears, throttle wide open, and looked like he was able to move back into the number 1 ride. But that's definitely going to put some wind in the sails of Brett Becker. We talked about just consistently applying pressure and how that starts to wear down on your leader, having to wonder where the guy behind you is. Is he going to go to the inside? If I go to the outside, what line do I need to do? There we see it is still the Yamaha of Glenzel out front leading the way. Ooh, little dab of the foot there in the FMF Extreme section, but if you're Brett Becker, got to believe he's saying, hey, this guy's starting to feel the pressure a little bit. I need to stay right on his back fender, wait for another opportunity, and I might be able to snatch this lead away.
Yeah, and you can see that Drew Glenzel has some experience on a motorcycle. Whether he's riding the C-Class here because it's his first off-road debut, he definitely knows how to ride. You can tell just by the way he jumps, the position of the body. In this turn, you'll see that he shifts his weight correctly. And, of course, he's all numbered up with his name on the back of his jersey on that Yamaha, but he looks real good out there today and definitely came back strong after that crash. In the off-road world, that happens a lot, and some of those GNCC guys in the early days used to say, oh, well, I crashed like 5 times, and I'm like, oh, really? Rodney Smith, who won like 5 titles, but 5 times in 1 lap. It's just because they go so fast, and the conditions are just so that it's so rough, or the track changes every lap from lap to lap. It's just an amazing feat, but it's good to see Brett Becker trying to keep him honest there. And it looks like Evan Kelly has retained that 3rd spot, Zach Buffalo, and then DaCosta Cosia, I think the top 5 there. But, this is a really cool class to watch, and you can see the difficulty of it. You can see that this is something that your normal everyday rider, can definitely envision himself doing. And if you've never done it, you really ought to come out because, we got a couple rounds in South Carolina coming up, and then we've got Virginia at the Bailey's track over there in Axon, Virginia, Lake Sugar Tree, I think it's called. And then we've got Maryland as well, Southwick, Massachusetts, and finishing out at Unadilla, New York. So there's a venue for everybody. You can catch us on the tour, or you can follow us all around on all 8 rounds. And if you're up in New England, catch those 8 rounds as well. So come on out to a JDay and enjoy it. I said earlier that it's for serious racers, but we also have these classes that Zach was alluding to that, are for not so serious racers and riders that want to have a lot of fun. So there's something for everyone at a JDay Off-Road.
Absolutely, and another thing is not just the growth as far as the locations, but the individual locations themselves. You talk about the Club MX training facility, one of the most well-known facilities. They've got their own pro motocross and supercross team. They've got riders that are racing in the SMX Next class. Now they've taken on the KTM Offroad group as far as that's where their training's based out of. So really unique location that a lot of people don't get the opportunity to actually go and ride at, let alone, I believe this will be the first ever race held on the Club MX property. So once again, history teachers take notes, as history is being made right now in 2026 with the JDay Off-Road Racing Series. But yeah, and you talked about riders going down sometimes 5+ times over the course of one lap. Once again, just another benefit to having live race broadcast here on Racer TV is now, Jay, we as well as the people at home get to experience that. We actually get to see what happens over the course of a lap. Half the time we used to have to just take their word for it. Sometimes I think they'd be holding back on us. I think they'd only say they fell twice when they really fell 4 or 5 times because they were embarrassed. And now you can't hide from us, as our job, or our crew does a great job, like our Stoke Media live drone right now, watching them pick their way through the woods. Our FPV drone, our camera crew does a great job, where now we really get a full picture as far as what a lap looks like and what an entire race looks like here at JDay. It's going to be a ton of fun. I think you talked about riders that maybe don't race full time getting excited about it. I'm putting them on the spot. I'm pretty sure my own father is going to try to race that Lake Sugar Tree JDay. I don't think he's ever done an off-road racing event. So bad news for him. I'm going to make sure the FPV drone is locked onto him the whole time. Pressure's on Pops. But at the end of the day, it's going to be a ton of fun. Ethan keeps telling me I need to throw a helmet on. I don't think a microphone in my helmet's going to do anybody any favors. You're just going to be listening to me breathing very heavily. But I saw a little bobble right there from Brett Becker. Did you catch that, Jay? He was able to keep it on 2 wheels, but had to put the foot down and kind of shuffle the weight around to get going once again. That's going to play into the favor of Drew Glenzel, who seems like he has shaken off those problems from earlier and is now focused ahead. The Yamaha rider continues to put the power down and try to stretch things out front.
Yeah, Becker had to press the button on that one. He's thanking God that he's got an electric start Triumph. He didn't fall, but he definitely stalled the engine. And that is a game changer, I'll tell you. For forever we had to kick them. And you'd kick yourself to death on some of these bikes, especially the 4-strokes of the early times when the 4-strokes came back into the popularity scene. And some bikes, were just so bad you couldn't get them started. You'd kick, and you'd be all tuckered out. And now most of these bikes have electric start, and they can just push the button and keep going. But it's not easy out there, and you see the difference between the two. Glenzel definitely has some experience racing motocross, I would say, and Becker is an off-road guy. No numbers on his bike, which is indicative of that. Still has some good style right there. We can see him on camera now, and the Kawasaki rider picking it up behind him. But it's really cool to see how they're adapting to this territory. Some of these riders have never probably even seen this Florida stuff, and here's our leader guy coming through the FMF Extreme section. That's Drew Glenzel. 921 is his number on the bike. 3014 is his number here at JDay Off-Road. And he's still looking at a couple laps more to go.
Yeah, he's still looking at the back fender of the Suzuki rider as well, man. He was obviously, I don't think he's aware that he's battling with the overall leader at the moment, but had a nice little line through that FMF Extreme section. Actually ended up going around that final log, which put him back in front of the Yamaha rider. But like we said, that's what it's all about, finding these lines, adapting throughout the race. And if I'm not mistaken, Jay, that looked like it might have been Evan Kelly on the Kawasaki starting to put pressure. And look at that, he might have made a pass on Brett Becker. So we were talking about Becker putting pressure on Glenzel. Now that might be the Kawasaki of Evan Kelly moving into that number 2 spot. We'll wait for timing and scoring to adjust, but that could be a shakeup inside the top 3.
Yes, indeed, and I believe it is the 222, and they've just stated that on the board. Evan Kelly is now in second spot on the green Kawasaki, and on the black Triumph, that's Brett Becker in third now after running second most of this moto. So there we are right now on camera with Evan Kelly, the 222.
Well, and that's another thing that I love about the race duration, 30 minutes. It's got time where maybe you don't get the start that you need, or you have some problems on lap number 1. That means all hope is not lost. You've got some time to be able to work your way through the pack, and if you've got the intensity and got the fitness to do it for the full 30 minutes, you can start to work your way towards the front. Didn't quite see where Kelly was. I believe he was in the top 5 from that first lap moving forward, but how about it? Moves into that number 2 spot.
I'd like to see how much time is between those two riders, because now Kelly has a clean track ahead of him, saving a couple of lap riders in the mix, and he may even be able to put a push on here in the last couple of laps to get up to that blue Yamaha of Drew Glenzel and make it a race here at round 1.
So continuing to watch, hanging out here at the Dunlop split lane, another great section where you've got some multiple different lines, and that's definitely going to be advantageous for our leaders, especially as we get into some of those faster races. There you see Evan Kelly in the number 2 spot right there, and a different line choice for Brett Becker. So a beautiful example of how both those lines play out, and got to think about it as the lap traffic starts to get thicker. And you talk about some of those pro races, the speed and intensity that our top pros carry compared to the rest of the field, sometimes even in the same class. It's night and day difference, Jay. And so to have something like that Dunlop split lane where they can find a unique way around it, which this whole course has got plenty of different race lines. We've seen that all morning long, but a great opportunity. And once again, the intelligence that our top riders need to be able to figure out and anticipate, hey, this rider's going to go this way or that way. I need to figure out a different way around them, and a great opportunity there in that split lane.
Yeah, and the speed will continue to increase as the day goes on. As a matter of fact, the next class up will be the 125 Pro class, and we will have Carson Brown in that one. We'll get a chance to speak with him before his moto. I'll head on over there in a little while and get that. But yeah, the rest of the day is going to go faster and faster. And of course, at 12:20, we have that first Open Pro race that's going to have a slew of great riders. Zach Osborne included with last year's JDay champion Justin
Hang on,
Coquinos.
sorry to cut you off there, Jay. Did you see the Triumph rider of Becker? I don't know what he hit, but he went flying over the handlebars there.
Yep.
That was quite the impact. It immediately was trying to get back on the machine and get it set forward. Now starting to get back going again. Wasn't sure if he lost any positions, but whew, that was one of those immediate stop situations where the body just goes flying up over the front.
It's probably not a rock, because there's not a rock in sight around here, but it was probably maybe a stump or something like that. Some of these trees get cut and they leave a stump, and that might have been what Brett Becker encountered at that point. But he is back going, and I don't think he missed a beat.
Well, we're watching the 222 of Evan Kelly. That's going to give him a little bit of breathing room as far as trying to chase down your leader, Drew Glenzel, not having to worry about Becker being as far behind. We've seen a couple of these riders taking little glances over, kind of counterintuitive to a lot of the moto community. You know, you hear a lot of don't look back, right in front of you, don't pay attention to who's behind you. The off-road guys may be a little bit of a different approach, if you will. Obviously, there's a right time and a wrong time to do it as we eat a mouthful of roost off the back of the Yamaha, but we see these guys taking little notes, little opportunities to gauge whether or not they're getting caught, whether or not they're stretching things out. And if Evan Kelly takes a glance back, he's going to be like, wait a second, where'd that Triumph go? As Brett Becker, he is still, I believe, in that number 3 spot, but certainly has lost some time. Meanwhile, watching and ripping alongside your leader, Drew Glenzel, we'll see whether or not, looks like Kelly's still got quite a bit of distance to make up. So Glenzel holding a strong pace right now, where it looks like if he's able to keep it on 2 wheels, he might be able to bring this thing all the way to the checkered.
Yeah, and it looks like there's at least 30 or 40 seconds between the first and second place riders, Zach. I just noted that we have Kelly come on screen there, and he's definitely 30 or 40 seconds back. That's going to be tough to make up in another lap and a half. And did you notice that Brett Becker got back going on his black Triumph there, and he was up on the pegs and cruising. He definitely wasn't as aggressive as he once was after that sudden stop. And sometimes you just have to take a little bit and regroup. We might see the white flag come out right now for Glenzel as he heads through FMF Extreme and toward the finish. And yes, there it is, the white flag lap ready to go. One more to go, and I'll head on down to the finish line and get a chance to speak with Drew Glenzel.
Sounds good. So Jay going to head down and wait on that checkered flag to grab a word with our winner, who we believe, if he's able to keep riding like he is right now, is going to be the Yamaha you see on your screen, the FPV Live drone, taking you right alongside, making you feel like you're in a very own battle right in your living room. And Glenzel doing a great job so far from the moto. Executed that start to perfection and pretty much hasn't looked back since. Had a little bobble there. Had one section where he thought he might have lost the lead for, maybe 20 feet or so. But after that, flicked the gear of that Yamaha machine and retook that number 1 spot. Evan Kelly and Brett Becker 2 and 3. Want to give some shout outs to the rest of our classes. It looks like the 352 of Cameron Ward leading the way in C200. Dakota Koshia on the 211 out of our C Vet class leads the way. You see the rest of the individual classes kind of scrolling to the bottom of the pylon on your screen as we continue to watch on that Stoke Media Live drone. Obviously, C250, your first row, that is Drew Glinzel, the leader on the Yamaha. And I believe that's Zachary Buffalo leading the way in our other class. So got some individual classes. Obviously, a lot to race out here in off-road. You've got your individual classes, and you've got your overall as well. So you see Buffalo, who, for example, we saw leading his class, and he is currently sitting 5th overall. So we've got a lot of our leaders inside that top 5, top 6, and then 1, 2, and 3 out of 250C, which we believe should still be Glenzel, Kelly, and Becker, are running 1, 2, and 3 on the overall as well. Beautiful overhead shot showing you all the trees kind of in formation there, making plenty of options as far as the way our trails are going to be formed. Ethan and crew doing a great job of giving us a very racy course. We've already had some battles. We're going to check in here at the Dunlop split lane one more time for this moto and watch our leader pick his way through. Looks like so far today Glenzel's been kind of favoring that line. There is Kelly, so that's our second place rider out of 250C. He's using the right-hand line, left-hand side of your screen. But we have seen riders like Brett Becker taking that other line as well. Obviously, a lot of our top riders making sure not to follow the guy in front of them in case a mistake is made. Gives them an opportunity to make a pass. There was your leader, Drew Glenzel, pushing his way through. He's made his way around some lap traffic as well, and is on his way to one more trip through the FMF Extreme section. Then he's going to try to snag that Kurt Caselli checkered flag from our Yamaha finish line. So many great people involved here with the kickoff round of the 2026 season. We could not be more grateful for all of them. Couldn't be more grateful for each and every one of you as well, whether you're here on site at the Bostwick Creek GP or whether you're just watching online here on racertv.com. Excited to continue to bring live racing action from the JDay Off-Road Series. Nice little dab of the foot there. I believe that was where our Triumph rider had some problems earlier. It's one of the slower sections, so important to try to carry the momentum if you can. Tight little squeeze through those trees, and so doing a great job of keeping the momentum up. Maybe a little glance back. He's got nothing to worry about. Plenty of space between first and second, as we'll follow along here with our Stoke Media Live drone, picking his way through that Florida sugar sand. And there you kind of get a great example. All those trees almost in like a grid formation. Makes it so much fun. Got to think, Ethan and the crew, I call them like the Picassos of off-road racing, especially here for JDay, where they kind of take a look, they get some ideas figured out, and then they go to work. They go out there and they're chopping stuff by hand. They're adjusting on the fly, and man, they really do a great job of making some very racy courses out there. As look at this guy, a couple different lines in that corner, buries the blue crew, grabs a handful of throttle. He knows he is on his way towards a checkered flag. A solid ride from Drew Glenzel, the 921 on the jersey and on the bike. And we're already starting to see those kind of whooped out rollers forming. That was a straightaway earlier today. And we've only had a couple of motos, and it is already starting to get just like a pounding whooped out nature. And we're calling that the snake pit. We'll see whether it's going to reach up and bite you later this day or later this afternoon. Looking good right now. He's the snake tamer, if you will. Drew Glenzel looking good through that at the moment. Or snake charmer, I believe is what they call it. And it's a lot of wildlife here in the area, we're being told. There are literally signs saying that is the snake pit area. So some bear crossing areas as well. But the bear right now, Drew, we'll call him the grizzly Glenzel going to bring out the checkered flag. There it is. The Yamaha going to get the job done and grab the win. Glenny on the back of the jersey. And he is hanging out with our man, Jay McGrath, going to grab a word with Drew Glenzel, your winner here from the C250 class.
Yes, and we're on, Zach. Here we are in winner's circle, the Yamaha winner's circle, I might add, with Drew Glenzel. Drew, where are you from?
Massachusetts, Westfield, Mass, kind of by Southwick area.
Now, do you have experience at motocross, or are you JDay off-roader regularly?
More motocross and woods, but I've done plenty of JDay when they were back up there in New England, so I have my experience with that too.
Being from Westfield, that's right near Southwick, Massachusetts, you used to a sand track. But how about that sugar sand out there? Tell me about that.
A lot different for sure. It's a lot deeper. The back end just likes to swing around, but just as long as you can stay up, it's all right.
You did a great job out there, buddy. You had a little mishap. What's going through your mind when that happens?
Just to get back up as fast as possible and just keep going.
Good job, man. Anybody helping you out up there?
Yeah, Freedom Diesel, ECC Captures, A. Clark Construction, and a big shout out to Boss Suspension. He was here this weekend, helped me out dialing the bike. So,
your winner on a Yamaha, Drew Glenzel. Good job, Drew.
Fantastic ride out there. That makes sense. The guy definitely had some sand experience, but just like you said, that sugar sand's a whole different ball game. We take a look at our Pro Taper top 10 overall. It is Drew Glenzel grabbing the win. Evan Kelly in that number 2 spot. Brett Becker in 3rd. Zachary Buffalo and Alan Anderson going to round out your top 5. Justin Hoyce, Dakota Koshia, David Frois, Paul Bigford, and Cameron Ward going to round out your top 10 as we get ready for your race recap here for C250, C Open, C200, C-Vet, and BC Open Electric, our MX Trophies race recap. And this was kind of the critical moment. It was a drag race headed into turn 1 and 2. Becker was putting the pressure on early. He wanted that lead by the second turn, but Glenzel fought it off hard. Oh, big get off for one of our riders. I hope he was able to get back out and get out there. That was a tough one. Came up short on that table and, man, just spit him off on the ground. But a couple of riders having some issues. We see one of our Honda riders there. That is probably one of the slowest sections on the entire track. There you see the 222 machine making a move around on the Kawasaki. He would later go on to finish second, but I believe we even saw Glenzel having some issues there as well. Here is some of that sugar sand. Oh, grabs it. Just reaches up, and all of a sudden you can literally see it looks like a whole sandcastle falling off the bottom of the Yamaha. That was going to hand the lead over to the Triumph, but Glenzel said, "I think not, my friend." Shifted a couple of gears, grabbed a handful of throttle, and had regained the lead by the end of the straightaway. And that was pretty much all she wrote. It was a wake-up call for the 921, and he was not interested in looking back at all. Zoned in a couple of spots there, charging when he needed to. We also saw a lot of patience out of your leader as well in some of those slower sections and making his way around lap traffic. He's peeking to those insides. Little slideways action there. Like we said, still some frost on the ground. Yeah, that's right, frost in Florida. It happens. The track crew doing a great job of keeping the moisture in, but no doubt about it, when it came down to it, it was all Glenzel getting the job done. Glenny, as it says on the back, doing a great job and grabbing the win. We're going to be a ton of fun coming up next. We've got race 4, moto number 1, our women's pro, a vet, a senior, schoolboy, and sportsman class. But before we go back to that Fox starting line, we're going to grab a quick commercial break. This is the 2026 JDay Off-Road Racing Series presented by Fox. We'll be right back.
We've been there since the very beginning.
20 laps, the main event, the mud, the blood, the beer.
Organizing the industry and building champions. "100 years of defending your rights to ride into the future."
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
JDay Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by Pro Taper. Upgrade with confidence. Explore Pro Taper today. Motion Pro. High-quality cables, tools, and controls. And IMS. Premium aftermarket fuel tanks and other off-road accessories. Well, there you see the Fountain of Youth not far from right here in Bostwick Creek. And that might be the fountain of youth, but the secret to youth, I think, is to keep things fun, right? Keep doing stuff that you love, and that's what racing is all about. We've got some of our vet classes coming up a little later in the program as well. We had C-Vet out there just a few minutes ago, and then A-Vet and A-Senior sitting on the line, as well as our sportsman class. So some of our vets, they're staying young out there. They keep that inner child alive, as we like to say. Race 4 sitting on the gate. Women's Pro going to be that first row. Lot of big names in that one. A-Vet and A-Senior on the second row. Schoolboy 12 to 17, another fan favorite to watch. And then, of course, our sportsman class going to be the final row. We talked about it. Things going to start to pick up as far as intensity over the next couple of hours. We're going to have our Pro-Am 125 and some of our B riders coming up at 11 o'clock. Some more of our B riders and super seniors at 11:40, and then the pro class is going to be at 12:20. But how about it? There is the big number 1 machine out of your women's pro class. Kayla O'Neill looking good. She's fired up. Oh, I always love when they do the normal number inside the number 1. So 310 as we normally know her, but man, she has earned it, so she better be rocking that number 1, looking good and feeling good. Look at that. She's not only number 1, but she's wearing One Industries. They must have lined that up. Makes too good a sense. Good job for Kayla. Looking good, feeling good, and getting those forearms stretched out. Like we said, a lot of people kind of got their own opening or their own pre-race rituals, right? Some people, bow the head and maybe say a word of prayer. Some people talk to mom and dad. There we see Shelby Turner, another fan favorite. And I believe that is the owner of EE right there as well. Enduro Engineering, big backer there for several of our off-road racers, not only just in JDay, but in GNCC as well. And she's locked in right now. Staring contest here at Racer TV. She's probably going to win that too. But no, it's all serious there on the line. This women's pro class is really intense, and the ladies mean business, and they're fast. They are intense. It is so impressive to watch the way they handle all of these race situations. We've seen some battles. We've seen some crashes. These ladies are tough as nails. So those are just a couple of the names we are excited to see go to work here in 2026 and potentially battle for that title. Of course, Kayla O'Neill would love to back it up once again and win that women's pro title once again in 2026. But if you're everybody else, you want to snatch that number 1 away. So going to be a ton of fun to watch. And like we said, got plenty of other classes out there as well. A-Vet and A-Senior going to be the second row, starting off just about a minute behind. And then Schoolboy going to be row number 3. Always a fun class. That Schoolboy class gives a great opportunity to kind of see, I call it the upper level of some of our youth riders, right? Really impressive to see the lap times that they run on a regular basis. And then, of course, our sportsman class going to be that final row. As you see the exhausts getting fired up, a little bit of smoke here on a chilly morning. You can just take a big whiff there on your screen. You can almost smell the premix as they're going to get those bikes warmed up one more time before things get serious. Dead engine start here at JDay Off-Road. I know we've got a lot of folks on Racer TV watching, maybe their first time watching a JDay Off-Road event here on Racer TV. We had our season finale last year from Southwick. There we see another very well-known name. That's Taylor Jones on the Phoenix Racing Honda. All the way to the inside. Former WXC champ in GNCC. Looking to dice things up out at JDay here. Like we said, GNCC going to be not too far away this weekend, the Wild Boar GNCC out in Palatka, Florida. So a lot of our GNCC crew getting some experience. You know, they're putting in motos in the week. You might as well put in a real moto right here at JDay. We're racing Tuesdays here. This will be the only Tuesday race for the season. Had some questions about that popping up. But excited to get things kicked off, and Ethan doing a great job of coordinating things to where we've got a lot of locals, a lot of national riders that are all in the area, so you might as well make the most of it. And look at the turnout here. Those are some full rows. Going to be a ton of fun. And a lot of preparation coming into this, as it is going to be a fun one to watch. Anything possible here for this one. Be on the lookout for Jones. She's on the inside. I believe she grabbed the whole shot for our WXC class at Big Buck GNCC. Not sure what happened, but definitely may have had a get off or something. So she's looking to shake that off and go to work here this morning. Going to take a trip under the Dunlop Arch. And there it is. Starting rows. Woo, some big classes there. And that's both good if you're in the class, right? It means you got a lot of people to battle with, but you got to think about it as well for some of these top pro athletes. Lap traffic, a big talking point here in off-road racing. That's when line selection is going to be key, as the ladies getting fired up, getting those machines top dead center. 1 minute up in the air. It is just about race time. Going to stay locked and loaded.
Hey, Zach, it's Jay. Let me cut in on you, buddy.
Cut in, Jay. What's up?
That sportsman class is stacked down there. I was just down there. I didn't get a chance to do an interview with any of them, but Tyler Medaglia is on the line. Ricky Russell's on the line. Zach Osborne's on the line, all on row 3 in the sportsman class. They're all going for a preview, and I think we're ready to go here.
I don't know any of those names, Jay. I'm joking. Those are some of the biggest names that we have in the sport. Man, bringing out the stars here. We've been talking about it. A lot of people getting excited for JDay in 2026. A lot of people, even if they haven't done it before, saying, you know what? This is the time. This is the year to try this thing out. So going to be a ton of fun to watch. Green flags down. We're off and rolling. It's a drag race into turn 1, and it looks like that might be Shelby Turner leading them in. And looks like Turner going to grab the early race lead. Taylor Jones just behind. I couldn't quite tell. Looked like our reigning champ might have had some issues getting that bike fired up. So Kayla O'Neill got her work cut out for her, as Turner leads the way with Taylor Jones in chase on that Phoenix Racing Honda. Both of these ladies more than capable of grabbing wins and going to work out here right now. Bostwick Creek getting a little taste of the moto action to kick off the lap before they duck into the woods. That is going to be a fun one for sure. Some big names and some heavy hitters. Look at the lineup for this next class. A vet and a senior, row number 2. Like we said, about a minute separates our rows.
Zach, does that make the women's pro class a truly international field? I think we've got a Canadian leading. And if I'm not mistaken, Jones is an Aussie. And then we got somebody from America in third.
Absolutely. We're worldwide here at JDay Off-Road. We've got fans watching from all over the country, all over the world, and racers from all over the globe coming to do battle with us as well. Look at the field here in A vet and A senior. They were bar to bar as they headed through turn number 1. Looking like a full moto race right now as they're side by side in the air. Looks like a Husqvarna trying to take over that number 1 spot. And we see this a lot. Riders really making emphasis to try to drop the hammer early, want to pick up as many spots as you can. It sounds cliche to say, Jay, but this is your opportunity to essentially pass the entire field. Going into turn number 1 is the only chance.
It is your only chance for sure, and you got to take advantage of it. Talking with Crew Hopkins after that last one, and he said that's the secret to it, is getting a good start the next time out. And we've got Talon Medaglia right up the inside of this class, in the schoolboy class.
How about
looking
it?
Real strong.
Man, I'm telling you what, if the kid was that fast on a super mini machine, I can't wait to see him on this YZ125, the schoolboy class, going to work right now. That is row number 3.
Did you hear Talon say to me at the interview at the finish line that he listens to his mom? He's a smart kid.
Yeah, he says he listens to them both, but at the end of the day, we know who's really calling the shots out there. And so it's no, I mean, you'd be foolish not to, right? When you have people like that in your corner, if you really want to be successful, you make the most of it and you listen to them. Here we go, final row, sportsman class.
On the
some
inside,
heavy
look
hitters.
at those guys, man.
Ooh,
wait till you see this. You're going to love
lining
it.
up wheel to wheel. Yeah, we're going to stay locked in on this start. The flag's up. Ricky Russell, Tal Medaglia, Zach Osborne on the big 16 machine. Here we go. Gates down. Ooh, good drive from, I believe that was Medaglia. On the Yamaha. Russell funneling in just about the number 2 spot.
Zach, I'm sitting right next to the first turn in the bottom of the tower, and it's like the biggest train roar or the biggest plane roar you've ever heard. It's like the sound is amazing as they come through and they're on the power on these big 4-stroke bikes.
So look at this.
Yep.
Intensity up early.
Natalia,
there is
Russell, and Osborne in 4th. Not sure who's in 3rd.
Let's see. Looks like it's a Husky in that number 3 spot.
He's in fast company.
Looking good, feeling good. He is some fast company. He's in some fast company right now. Take a look at multi-time GNCC winner Ricky Russell. You take a look at multi-time Canadian champ Tal Medaglia, and then of course Zach Osborne, a multi-time Supercross and 450 Pro motocross champ that has GNCC racing experience. Zacho jumping on board with the factory beta crew as an ambassador for them, been working hard to help them kind of build that program up and doing a great job. Man, they're going so fast I couldn't even get a read on that Huskies number plate. They are absolutely rolling, and that's going to be interesting to watch as well, Jay. We talk about the riders not only battling the people in their class, but they're battling the rest of the field as well when you're dealing with essentially top of the level pro caliber riders that you have in GNCC and motocross racing. Wouldn't be surprised to start to see them work their way through the vet classes and some of the schoolboy classes as they try to chase down these ladies up front. We've got a change for the lead. The Phoenix Racing Honda of Taylor Jones has overtaken Shelby Turner for the race lead here in the Sugar Sand. You see the bikes bouncing all over, using every inch of the trail.
It is amazing, and I think you may have heard Drew Glenzel, the winner of the C class, talk to me about the Sugar Sand and how much of a different animal it is from Southwick Sand and sand tracks in general. You know, it's just a thing of its own, and you've got to deal with it, you know, and that was the best way for Turner to go through that, is just hang that outside, keep your momentum, keep the front end light, because it seems like it's almost like quicksand where it sucks that front tire right in, and it's going to put you over the bars or at least get you into the flying W position that we all so hate.
Well, and, you know, Shelby Turner and Taylor Jones, both veterans of the field here. They've spent many of years racing with us. They've got things dialed in, and we were actually able to talk with Shelby Turner a little earlier this weekend about the JDay Off-Road Series as she leaps back into the lead.
I'm a 7-time AMA Endurocross Women's Champion, so just seeing the logs and the tires, I know that's going to be really good for me. And I come from more of a more technical background. I'm from Canada, Western Canada actually, so from the big mountains, so I like it when it gets a little rocky and a little more tough. So it's a little opposite of the sand, but I'm always up for a good challenge, and I'm excited to be here down in Florida.
So how about that? We couldn't have had that interview any better time. She said she was excited about the logs, and she doubled the logs into the lead around Taylor Jones, an Endurocross champion. Like we said, everybody seems to have their strong suit. If you're Taylor Jones, former WXC GNCC champ, got to think the Woods probably going to be her top spot where she's going to really try to make up the most time. Obviously, Shelby a WXC winner, I believe, last year or the year before in GNCC as well. So she knows how to get the job done, but man, that FMF Extreme section is going to be her spot to shine. Meanwhile, we've got moto people that are looking for that opportunity. I mean, this is what you love about JDay. Everybody feels like they've got a chance, they've got a spot to show, and I believe that is Zach Hayes on that either Husky or KTM that was up there earlier. We were trying to get a name on it. That is definitely a name I am familiar with as well, but we are locked in onto this battle at the top of our women's pro class. How about it? The Stoke Media Live drone showing a wheel-to-wheel battle right now with Shelby Turner and Taylor Jones. And it looks like Shelby has regained command of that lead. Jones going to take a second, regather, try to find an opportunity to strike. Looks like they might have taken two different lines in that Dunlop split lane, and they did. So it was Turner going off to the right, and it looked like Jones going to try the left. Once again, we love the options that we've got out here at JDay. Can't make a pass if you're following.
Zach, the guy that was on the Husqvarna that was in the top 3 in the sportsman class off the line, that was battling with Osborne and Russell, that is Nate Smith. He is no stranger to JDay Offroad and one of the finest riders that JDay has ever produced. He's the parts manager at Manchester Honda Racing, and he's down here on a Husqvarna because they have KTM Husqvarna there as well. And he's riding well. He is in the lead of that class now, and to be leading Medallia, Osborne, and Russell, not too many people can say that.
Well, how about this? We've got another change for the lead as Taylor Jones regains the number 1 spot. A couple of other names to point out here in the overall tally. Medaglia jumping up top. Zach Hayes, a name we're familiar with. Max Freese, you might know his brother Vince Freese out on the Moto Supercross circuit. Max, a longtime off-road racer and a mechanic for some of our top GNCC racers over the past couple of years as well. So the list just goes on and on, Jay. We have got a star-studded field as far as each and every one of these classes. You take a look, A senior Will Hopkins looks like he's leading the way on that first lap, and already look at this, Jay. Oh, Jones gets caught up behind a lap rider. This lap traffic is going to play a role in how this overall shapes up and how this women's pro class ends up here today.
Well, it goes to show you the diversity of the riders out there as well, Zach. When you mix all these classes together, you have different speed levels, and after only a lap and a half, we've got some lap traffic out there. But it's also the intervals in which they start them. So it's I believe it's a minute apart. So you've got only a 6-minute track, 7-minute track, something like that. So that's what happened there. But Taylor Jones, of course, coming through there looking really good, and Shelby trying to make the move there to take advantage of that, and it's going to be tooth and nail as they come through the trees, about 3 bike lengths between the two.
Man, and this is so impressive. You take a look at our Yamaha Racing pylon on the side of the screen, as now we're going to lock into a battle for the lead in our sportsman class. Tyler Medaglia and Ricky Russell going at it. Our leaders in women's pro. These ladies are some of the fastest ladies in the world as far as off-road racing goes, and they are on the back end of the top 10 overall. It just shows how impressive the field is all across the board. Our schoolboy classes, some of our Vet A riders, we kind of counted out, or I kind of counted out that Vet A and Vet Senior class, but some of those riders know exactly how to get things done as well, and they're running an incredibly impressive pace. As here we go, back down that sugar sand we go, and Taylor Jones has clicked the afterburners, Jay. She's put a couple of bike lanes between herself and Turner. She wants some space as they head into that FMF Extreme section.
Well, that line that she just ran through that sugar sand section was very good. It was unique to this point where nobody's really done it. They either go outside and stay outside, or they go inside and let it drift a little, maybe to the outside of the inside line. What Taylor did there is she came into that turn and used it as a slingshot. And she used that outside line till the half distance of that straightaway, and then she cut directly over to the inside so that she could protect that lead, because she knows that Shelby's sitting right there. And here they go through FMF Extreme, right next to each other, right behind each other.
Man, this is off-road racing at its finest, wheel-to-wheel. Turner closed in about 3 bike lengths headed into the FMF Extreme section, and then maybe another bike length or so she gained through the section itself. But one thing about the FMF Extreme section, it's one of the smallest sections on the course that we have. So Turner going to have to find a little bit more speed in the moto and the wood section if she wants to keep close enough. Beautiful thing, though, is, Jay, it's the last section before that Yamaha finish line. So if she's able to lock in on the rear wheel of this Phoenix Racing Honda of Taylor Jones, keep the pace up, keep the intensity and the pressure put on, as we see Jones with a little glance back. The last section of this course that she'll have before the checkered flag is her strongest section. We could have a photo finish headed to that Yamaha finish line.
Yeah, and you know that Turner's already thinking about it. She's thinking, I've got to keep myself close. I know that I'm strong in that FMF, and there's several different lines that she can use. and she may choose to go up the inside so that she could choose a block pass at the end of that section, which is just a little kink, and then you're at the finish flag. So that's something that we're going to have to watch right here down to the end, because it's going to be a battle for sure. You know that Shelby Turner's not going to give up.
Well, and that's what we talked about with the experience of both of these ladies. It's not just racecraft, but the fitness. We know they have what it takes to basically be wide open in a battle as fast as they can go for this 30-minute long race. Both of these ladies experienced in GNCC, where the WXC class does 2 hours of racing. So with that, it's a little bit of a balancing act. How hard do I push early versus how hard do I sprint? I don't want to gas myself out with too much to go. Meanwhile, you could argue that Taylor Jones is in a unique position where she is the one immediately coming into contact with lap traffic. We talk about it, you hear it a lot in motocross and supercross as well. It's sometimes harder to be the leader as you're moving your way through lap traffic, because they don't realize the person coming up is the leader putting them a lap down. So that also could play into the hands of Shelby Turner. Hey, Taylor Jones, I'm going to let you fight with all these lap riders. I'm going to use that to my advantage to close in the gap. And then we get to that extreme section. It's every lady for himself, or every lady for herself. And like you said, she lines up on that inside, headed into the Yamaha finish line. She could put a block pass for the ages on and could potentially steal the win away.
And Turner also has to be careful about those lap riders getting out of the way for Jones, because they could move directly into her line. So she's got to be ultra aware of her surroundings in that way and be ready to change her line at any time.
Well, and I'm not 100% sure, but I believe I might have seen Mike Wachowski, who is one of our GNCC XC1 riders, another Phoenix Racing Honda athlete. It looked like Jones was maybe putting a lap down, so not 100% sure that the colors matched up. They were both running Moose Racing gear, but that could be another thing where maybe helping Taylor just a little bit. Wachowski getting out of the way, if that was who we saw. And I believe, no, that's Gus Reardon, if I'm not mistaken, who has just jumped to the Phoenix Racing Honda crew in our XC2 class for GNCC. So we talked about how close GNCC is going to be this weekend for Wild Boar. A lot of the crew saying, hey, let's make the most of the week here in Florida. Let's get some race pace experience here at JDay. Man, so some big names here in this race, not just in our women's pro class, but all the way through the field.
Did you notice in that turn, it was Taylor Jones come in and Reardon behind her, but no Shelby Turner?
It looked like Turner had fallen off the pace just a little bit. I thought I saw in one of our drone shots earlier, maybe coming together with a lap rider. Didn't see her go down, but I think it cost her pretty significantly as far as time goes.
Yeah, I don't see her in the screen either, and it's pretty wide screen at this point. Of course, Reardon did get by Jones. As you said, he's a regular on the big scene, and he's looking real strong as he comes through. These guys are all in the sportsman class at this point. They'll be back at 12:20 for the pro race as well, but I talked to a few of them down on the line, and it's just a preview to see what's out there. And as we can see now, Talon Medallia is leading that schoolboy class, and his dad is leading the sportsman class. So maybe we'll get a camera angle of Tyler Medallia. I saw him on the line, and he was ready to go.
So there you see, well, look at that, one rider. The camera tried to catch it. I saw it. They were on the rear wheel, wheeling their way. That's one way to get through the sugar sand for sure. But Jones, she is locked in right now. Taylor been recovering. One rider in the FMF Extreme section getting claimed there as another rider getting a little sideways at I believe that was the 921 or the 521. But we talk about it all the time, Jay. Just when you think you've got it figured out, you can't count out this extreme section. There you see Reardon making his way through on the number 6. It is a technical skill all its own, and one that maybe a lot of riders don't have as much experience with. Is there is your leader out of the women's pro class, Taylor Jones, fighting not only the section itself, but the people that are down in it. As once again, a little glance over the shoulder, this time not going to see Shelby Turner on the rear wheel. Great opportunity to make a big 180 after the finish line, gets an opportunity to glance into the extreme section once again. And it looks like Taylor Jones starting to gain a commanding lead out of your women's pro class.
Yes, she looks really good. And she's had her trouble the last few years. You know, she was very strong for quite some time. I don't know if she was hampered with injuries or something of that nature, or just the fact that that WXC class has grown so much and has so many talented riders. I'll tell you, the women's movement in racing the last few years has just been tremendous, and I applaud it. I think it's great. I think there's some great women's riders out there, and we don't even have the best out here today. That'll be at your next event at that GNCC race. There's some amazing riders at that level. They're just so fast, so prominent and confident. You know, it's really a cool thing to see. I'm glad to see it.
Well, and we've talked about it, the competitiveness going well beyond just the women's exclusive classes. We've got so many of them that'll go and duke it out with the boys and beat them on a regular basis, whether it's the youth ranks or right up here in the top level of the sport. So a lot of good things going on right now as far as ladies in the sports. There is the number 50 of Turner. So we found her here on the Stoke Media Live drone. She's battling it out in the sugar sand with, I believe that was Talon Medaglia that just got around her.
Yes, sir.
Out of that schoolboy class. So Talon showing that it was not just the super mini machine. He knew how to go fast on jumping up. And Jay, you got to think the sand, and especially as the track's starting to get rougher, that 125 probably going to be able to handle the conditions a bit better than even the super mini.
Yeah, for sure. He's got the bigger wheels on that bike, Zach, and that's all the difference right there to get over these obstacles. And the obstacles being whoops just as much as they are rocks, roots, or anything like that that we experience in the New England area. But yeah, he looks really good out there. And with the extra power, that helps to keep the momentum, because you do need momentum through this sand stuff. And of course, the harder packed sand that is out in the trees that we're experiencing right now on camera. But it's just an overall better package. Once you get your bearings about you and you got this racing thing in order, moving up is a quick thing and a good thing, because it's a much easier ride out there, and Talon is looking really good out there. He's just a little guy like his dad, but he's got a big heart, man, and he's a heck of a racer. You see on camera right now the number 1, that's the reigning champion at JDay Offroad in the women's class, Kayla McNeil.
Yeah, Kayla O'Neill doing a great job. She's running the number 1 on the front plate, 310 on the side plates, and we talked about it. She had to fight hard for that championship, and we were able to catch up with your reigning women's pro champ, Kayla O'Neill, a little earlier this weekend.
It was a lot of consistency, being very consistent every round, which I tried my best to do, and it paid off. It feels great. I've never had a number 1 plate. I honestly keep looking at it because I've never seen a number 1 on my bike before. I feel so honored in myself to have it.
I always love the emotion that Kayla shows about her racing. She talks about how hard she works. We've seen it last year, fighting for that number 1 plate, and you can even see she's very humble as well, Jay. And I think that's another big thing is these athletes, they are some of the best in the world, but they're still, at the end of the day, they're kind of giddy with themselves when they get these results. And Kayla, obviously, always very smiley, a very personable athlete. We're always fun to talk to, get interviews with, and she's brutally honest as well. If she makes a mistake, she acknowledges it, but man, no doubt about it, she earned that number 1 plate in 2025. A lot of consistent results, stacking those blocks throughout the year. And that's something else that we haven't talked about, Jay. This is round number 1. Everybody wanting to start the season off on a strong note, but at the same time, if you are an athlete that is looking to chase number 1 plates as far as the entire series goes, this is not the round to leave it all out on the line. They say it all the time, you can't win a championship at round 1, but you can certainly lose it. So Kayla O'Neill maybe having a little bit of a slow start, didn't quite get the bike to fire up like she wanted on the line. She's sitting 3rd in your women's pro class right now, but as far as the big picture goes, Jay, that is a perfect spot to be in. Start stacking some podium finishes, and she could be repeating that number 1 plate.
Yeah, Kayla O'Neill is a person that I met last year for the first time at Southwick at the JDay there, and she is a pleasure to know, as you said. Just a really nice person, and as you said, definitely brutally honest. The thing about Kayla in this championship is she has to know that it's going to be different competition every round, because you're going to have some really good riders coming in each one. They may not be following the whole series. So as you said, that you cannot win the championship at round 1, but you can certainly lose it. With her making the right decisions as she is right now to finish in that 3rd place points position, that's going to set her up for a good year for sure. And she's going to have to pick and choose her battles when it comes to that. And she's going to have to think about the points ahead of time.
Well, I tell you what I just saw was Shelby Turner hard on the throttle, and then behind her, absolutely flying like a missile, was Ricky Russell on the Kawasaki machine. Believe that was the white flag that I just saw come out. So,
It is.
Jay, you might want to start making your way to the finish line. We've got some intense racing here on this last lap. I don't even know who you're going to be chatting it up with because there is so much going on right now. Taylor Jones bringing out the white flag out of your women's pro class. But, man, the sportsman riders on the charge forward, as it is Taylor Jones, Shelby Turner, and Kayla O'Neill, 1, 2, and 3 out of women's pro. A-Vet, it's Zach Hayes, Max Freese, and Matt Polenteller, if I'm not mistaken, in the number 3 spot. We've got our A senior class. And in schoolboy, it is Medaglia leading the way. Gage Strong and I believe Ryder Bateman in the number 3 spot. Medaglia, Russell, and Rivers Norris, another name I'm familiar with GNCC. I know Rivers out there. I didn't know he was making his way down to Florida. Running solid in that sportsman class as well. So really impressive performance from these riders, as Taylor Jones right now trying to solidly close out this moto and get a first moto win. Now, for all of our GNCC racers, yes, we're off-road racing, but this is a 2-moto format, so 30-minute motos, 2 of them. Next time we will see our ladies out on course will be about 2:20 this afternoon, so they've got some time to shake things off. I'm sure they're going to go back, talk with the team, maybe make some bike adjustments, as the track is surely going to change between now and then. But, man, look at that. There she goes, Taylor Jones, pushing the pace and trying to bring out a checkered flag here for our women's pro class. Once again, got several classes out there at one time. Women's pro, Taylor Jones leading the way. It was, another familiar name, Jamal Porter in that number 3 spot of our Class A senior, and then Talon Medaglia, Gage Strong, and Riker Seitman, out of that number 3 ride in schoolboy. And then our sportsman class going to be Tyler Medaglia, Ricky Russell, and Rivers Morris, Zach Osborne, and Kenneth Held, your top 5. So some big names up towards the front end of the field. Jamal Porter, a multi-time pro motocross racer. Bocraft and Leo Candidus chasing after Will Hopkins in one of those other classes. So individual battles per class, overall battles. I mean, that overall top 10 has been flip-flopping around all day long. It's everybody really pushing the pace, and a lot of those riders maybe sprinting out early, tapering back a little bit. Some riders, you got to think, maybe saved a little bit and have been pushing these final 2 laps. That 30-minute mark, once again, makes it so exciting because of the intensity that you're able to carry. I mean, when you're a top pro athlete like this, you are really able to push as far as the pace goes. There goes Turner, still making her way through lap traffic. We talked about it. If she wants a chance to steal this women's pro class win away, she's going to have to reel in Taylor Jones in. I'll be honest, I don't know if she's going to have enough time. It won't be long before we see Taylor Jones in that FMF Extreme section once again, and at that point, all she's waiting on is a checkered flag to fly in front of her. As we're watching the Stoke Media live drone, continuing to follow our riders, picking their way through the trees. Basically full grid out there of the beautiful Florida foliage. Things probably starting to warm up just a little bit down there. The sun is shining. The sand is flying. Look at this, side by side, headed into the turn. So frustrating sometimes if you're one of these lead riders fighting through the rest of the field. There goes the Yamaha machine carrying a lot of speed right there. We will continue to watch and wait, as it should be Taylor Jones bringing out the checkered flag. And here is your leader physically. There is Talon Medaglia on the number 5. So watching here, and it sounds like Talon may physically be the one bringing out the checkered flag. Like you said, individual classes separated by just about a minute each. And so there is the overall timing, but looks like Talon maybe running a strong enough pace to have physically overtaken the lead from that women's pro class. And here we go. We're going to follow along. Whoa, the FMF Extreme section. There's Ricky Russell right there. Russell going to make the pass, or is he? It's a drag race into the Yamaha. That was the white flag still being waved. I am curious to see. So they got the white flag. Curious to see here. We'll wait and see what happens. No doubt about it. There is the checkered flag coming out for Taylor Jones. So Taylor going to grab the win out of your women's pro class. Got to wonder whether or not Medaglia and Russell had physically passed her already.
All right, Zach, we're down here with Taylor Jones. Taylor, tell us about your experience here at JDay Off-Road First Moto.
Dude, I had so much fun. I got off to a good start, second behind Shelby, but I don't know, the track is just so sweet out there. So many lines to pick from. I had a great time battling. And once I got in the lead, I just tried to ride my own race, but it was gnarly for sure. The next one's going to be wild.
Yeah, it'll be a lot rougher then for sure, and that's going to make some suspension modifications maybe for you between motos.
Yeah, I reckon so. It's pretty rough already, but yeah, maybe stiffen things up, make it more like a supercross out there.
Have you ever raced a JDay before?
It's been like 8 or 9 years since I've done one. It was back up in the MA, so I'm pumped that they're going East Coast now, the whole region, and we can hit them all up.
Do we expect to see more rounds this year?
Yeah, for sure. I plan to hit as many as I can.
We are excited for that, and welcome back. Some people helping you this year you want to tell us about?
I just want to thank all my sponsors, the Phoenix Honda team. They're really great. They're sticking behind me, letting me come out here, having some fun, but my wife coming out here supporting me as well. She's been awesome, and hopefully we can just have a fun time and enjoy it.
It's great to see you back here at JDay. It's great to see you back in form, Taylor. Good luck in that second moto.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, great stuff there from Taylor Jones. Getting the job done, hard-fought battle with Shelby Turner. Man, those opening few laps were a dogfight as the checkered flag flies once again. What a great race, that Kirk Caselli Foundation checkered flag. Thing you've been waiting on. As we take a look at our MX Trophies race recap, the battle right from the green flag. Turner and Jones going at it. Halo O'Neill, who would finish third in the class, having some issues right off the line. And then, man, that last row, it was action-packed. We got Canadian champions, Pro Moto champions, GNCC race winners. I mean, the list goes on and on. It was an absolute dogfight. And they were not only fighting with each other, they're fighting with the rest of the field in front of them as well. We saw the FMF Extreme section. We knew that was going to be Shelby Turner's strong suit, and she made it happen, made it pass back for the lead, but Jones not giving up at all, spraying some sand on that Fox FPV drone, and was able to make the pass back. And that time, she made it stick. She knew she needed to not only get in front, but she needed to get some distance between herself and the number 50, and she did just that as she continued to march away on that Phoenix Racing Honda. The rest of the field, whether it be the schoolboy class or our Vet A or even our sportsman classes, were trying to track them down, trying to chase overall times as well. Taylor Jones holding strong, a little bit of moto style out there as well, already talking about making some bike changes before moto number 2, and headed down to the line. Little Medaglia and Ricky Russell going at it as well. Two different classes, like we said, but there's also that it's just pride, we'll put it like that. You want to beat somebody physically out on the course, but at the end of the day, Jones, a little shake of the head, the FMF Extreme section going for a ride, but the Phoenix Racing Honda of Taylor Jones going to bring out the checkered flag and get the job done. As it is Taylor Jones, Shelby Turner, Kayla O'Neill, Taylor Bonecutter out there as well as Aura Schmelian out there rounding out the field. Our Pro Taper Women's Pro breakdown. Well, folks, if that didn't get you excited, I don't know what will, but maybe, just maybe, it'll be our next moto sitting on the line. Pro Am 125 and 250B, as well as Open B&B 200, going to be a ton of fun. We're going to take a quick commercial break, try to catch our breath, and when we get back, we'll have more JDay Off-Road Racing right here from Bostwick Creek. JDay Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by Dirt Care USA. Eco-friendly products ensure your ride stays clean. Slacker, optimize your bike's suspension. And W, create your very own custom handcrafted wheel set. Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to the kickoff round of the 2026 JDay Off-Road Racing Series here from Bostwick Creek, the Bostwick Creek GP, brought to you by Fox. And speaking of Fox, we're sitting on the Fox starting line for our next moto, getting ready to take off. Sitting on the line, we've got our Pro-Am 125 class, our B250, as well as our B Open and B200 class. Going to be a ton of fun. Taking a look, it's the Moto Tassinari Pro A 125 class, if I'm not mistaken. Big shout out to those guys. Final bit of preparation here from the Fox starting line. Seeing a couple of familiar names already, if I'm not mistaken. That's the 213 of Toby Cleveland. And then of course Ryan Amancio, a name we're familiar with here in GNCC, as well as JDay. Amancio really putting in a lot of work, and he's one of those riders always a lot of fun to talk to as well. Does a great job of breaking things down. And we're going to toss it down to Jay at the starting line. So it sounds like maybe some technical difficulties down there on the line.
There we go, here we go. We're all set now. Zach, we're down here with Brandon Gregoire, the reigning champion in this 125 Pro class. Tell us about how the day's going to go for you today.
You know, Jay, I'm just looking to have a really good day out there. We're in beautiful Florida. We're on an Ampro Yamaha YZ125, and we're just going to go try to have some fun and make some people proud.
Right on, man. You always do. How about the people that are helping you other than the Ampro team?
You know, my beautiful girlfriend at home, she's everything. She's doing great. And appreciate Jamie at Motorsport Coaching for everything he does, Grubsy, and just everyone else. I appreciate everyone in my corner. Thank you so much.
Good luck today, buddy. Brandon Gregoire, your reigning champ.
So Brandon, like we said, the man with kind of the target on the back. We saw him grab the championship out at Southwick to close out the 2025 season. And Brandon, a rider that he does a great job of breaking down the sacrifices and just what goes into grabbing these wins. Not just one win at a time, but especially to be able to bring home a title. Really a ton of fun to watch. And a ton of fun to listen to as well. Got to think he's wanting to kick the year off strong. But you even heard he was pretty frank with Jay. Like, look, you know, I think this is another one of those riders that is aware, hey, I cannot win a title here today. So I'm going to go out. I'm going to do what I can. Obviously going to give my best effort. But I'm not going to put myself into situations to potentially go down, potentially get hurt, and risk throwing away my championship. So going to be a ton of fun to watch as Pro 125 sitting on the starting line. I see the 444 way over on the far side. That might be Quiquinos in this class as well, if I'm not mistaken. So there you see the eyes in the sky making their way through. And that big, beautiful #1 machine. Got the bright green backgrounds. The matching loose racing gear. He's ready to rock out here. Final bit of preparations. See everybody kind of twitching around. Everybody's got their thing, right? You know, Ryan Amancio is looking strong. He's fired up, try to put in a good result. 30-second card up in the air. riders know, last opportunity to get things figured out. Adjust those goggles one more time. Find top dead center and get ready. As here we go. Locked in on turn one. You see the flag at the top of your screen. It's down, and we are 125 Racing rocketing into turn number one. That's your reigning champ. Brandon Gregoire going to start things off. The sweet sounds of two strokes headed in and out of turn number one. Pro-Am 125 off and rolling.
Zach, we were down there at the start line and hoping to get an interview with Carson Brown, who's in attendance today. But it looks like he's not going to ride this class and instead going to ride that Open Pro, which comes up at 12:20 today. But we were able to get a chance to speak with Brandon Gregoire. Brandon, of course, the reigning champ in this class, and he lost a hard battle in that Open Pro class last year to Justin Coquinos, who we'll see in this race on the 444 and in that big pro race. He is undecided this year as to his plans in racing. When I was talking to him earlier today, before that interview, he is undecided whether he will continue to follow this series, maybe do some GNCC stuff, or maybe even some motocross. And then there's also the possibility that he may not race all that much at all. So I hope that he wins this one, and it'll give him the incentive to stay with it. Sometimes, you get into that mid-20s where Brandon is, and you've got to have a job, and you got to work hard, and sometimes racing is not your priority as it once was as a young man, and it's sad to see, but it is the reality of life. And I was glad to see that he's old enough and mature enough to understand that, and it's going to be a hard decision, no doubt about it, but he'll make the right one.
Well, no doubt about it. Just like you said, Jay, you go and grab a win here at round one. It makes it a lot harder to want to walk away. So he's running that number one plate that he earned, worked so hard for last year, and he led them in and out of turn number one. So we'll see whether or not Brandon Gregoire maybe can be swayed to stick around a little bit longer here at JDay if he snags a win. Saw Justin Coquinos just about in that number 2 or 3 spot. And looked like Amancio was up inside that top 3 or 4 as well, and then got shuffled back a bit on the moto side of things. Next group off and rolling. So there's going to be some shuffling around. Oh, one rider going down, and it looked like he was trying to get out of the way and get off track. That was a tough hit.
Yeah, that's one thing on the first lap. You never want to stay near the bike because it seems to attract the other riders, and when you go down, it's like everybody comes at you, everybody hits you, and they're not trying to. It's just, it's one of those focal point things where you're trying to look away, but you can't, and then it just draws you in. So that rider did the smartest thing for his health to get out of the way, but a lot of guys will just stay right next to the bike and get on as quickly as possible because that's our nature. As a rider, we crash, we get back on. I always watch a lot of Moto GP stuff, which is the road racing end of motorcycle racing, and I'm always like, get up, but usually when those guys crash at 140, 50 miles an hour, their bike is broken so that they can't get back up, but the motocrosser in me says, get back up. I noticed that there's a rider out there now sitting 8th overall, Bobby Betancourt of the Betancourt Racing family. Dick Betancourt is his granddad, David Betancourt his dad, and that is quite a tradition up there in West Bridgewater, Massachusetts. Bobby keeping it alive, running that number 17 that his grandfather ran, and also one of the most famous racers from New England, Jojo Keller, ran the number 17 on a Betancourt Honda for many, many years as well.
Yeah, taking a look at our sign-up sheets, we got some big names here. Yeah, Zach Blanco, Braden Nolette, Taylor Beckwith, obviously Ryan Amancio, who we've talked about as well. Evan Smith out there on the 347. So some big names. We talked about the excitement round one brings, and clearly it's bringing a lot more than just exciting. It's bringing some big names to come battle things out here this weekend with us as well. So this is going to be a ton of fun to watch, as right now it's showing Matt Tavani leading the way over Brandon Gregoire. We'll wait and see. But right now I believe this is the leader that we're looking at.
There's Tavani
getting a little
screen there.
Did you see that shake right there, Jay?
Yeah,
Man, that sugar sand about took him for a ride.
Yeah, Matt Tavani is a New England guy. He's from Massachusetts, I believe. He's been running JDay many years. and really seems to be picking up the speed this year. Then, of course, we've got Gregoire, who's the champ. Boca Rasa, I'm not sure. He may be a local guy. Blanco, you know. Braden Nolette, another New England guy. Beckwith, another New England guy. Amancio, a New England guy. Connecticut, as a matter of fact. And Amancio was one of the bright future guys, but he's had a couple years of toughness as he gets adjusted to that pro class. And I'll tell you, when you get to the pro class, everybody's good. It's not just a few riders.
Well, and that's the name of the game, is we did see it looked like the number one losing more than just one spot, maybe 2 or 3 now as he falls to the backside of the podium. Inside that top 5 still, it looks like it is Evan Smith who is leading the way on the 347 as time and scoring updates here. Evan Smith, a familiar name out of the GNCC series, a long-time racer, and clearly knows how to get the job done still. Another rider was not 100% hanging out here at JDay, not 100% sure, but I definitely think grabbing a win might help the decision. Looks like it's showing Amancio, but that is Justin Coquinos on your screen right now in that spot. Believe is the number 2 spot if that's we're watching the front of the field. But Coquinos, like we saw, your pro champ from last year, did come up just short of the 125 championship. As we see our FPV drone expertly dodging those trees right there. But here we go. Smith, it looks like Coquinos right there in the number 2 spot. Beckwith and believe Amancio as well should be up inside that top 5. But look at that gap right, Jay. The intensity from Smith and Coquinos early could separate them from the rest of the field, make it hard for anybody to chase them down.
Evan Smith, a second-generation rider as well, out of New Jersey. Both his dad and his uncle, very fast company, no doubt about it. And Evan looking real strong out here on the small bike today.
So back to the Stoke Media Live drone we go, up over top the trees, catching just glimpses of your leader peeking his way through as we continue to bring you live coverage of the kickoff round of the 2026 Fox JDay Off-Road Racing Series. So excited to be able to bring the action of JDay right to your living room. It is Tuesday, so maybe it's your office. Kids, pay attention to those teachers, but, you know, if you're at lunch, maybe they'll let you watch some JDay Racing.
Well, you would think that the teachers would let them watch, especially if there was a classmate in the race. You know, that would be support for that rider for sure. You know, maybe it'll come to the point where they just give kids the week off during Daytona Bike Week, which we are part of it right now. That would be.
It makes sense to me. I mean, you know, a full week off of school for Daytona Bike Week. It makes sense to me. You know, my mom, who's a teacher, might disagree, but you know, nonetheless.
I think she would. I think she would.
There are many lessons being learned right now, though, Jay. You can agree. There's a lot of lessons, hard life lessons that get learned in a weekend of racing.
There are, and you know, there's been pretty smart people that have come through the off-road world as well. It's funny because a lot of people don't know this, but Roger DeCoster, who was a 5-time world champion back in my day, is and was an engineer, a mechanical engineer, before he won his first title even. So, you know, there's a lot to be said for education. I'm a firm believer in it. I don't think you go anywhere without it. And you definitely have to pay attention in school because there's so many racing careers that get cut short by injuries, such as mine. By the time I was 21 years old, it was all over for me. So, and the injuries to my knees were what afforded that. And it can happen to anyone. You know, no one is saved from that. So to pay attention in school is not a bad idea. Most of our parents will agree and drive us that way, and I know my dad did. I'm thankful for that. I spent my life work in the motorcycle industry, so I had a lot of fun with it. And education is a big thing for sure, and it's nice to see some of these guys out here that you speak to, especially in these interviews that I'm able to do, and some of them are very, very intelligent. They just happen to like to go fast, and that's not a bad thing at all.
Not a bad thing at all as we hang here in the snake pit, man. Whew. Trying to reach up and fight him right now. Yeah, Coquino's looking really good, and he's on the charge right now. You could see how steady that Yamaha looked underneath him.
He's a long-time motocrosser. He's out of Massachusetts.
Well, and that's what we love. I mean, I remember seeing him, I believe it was 2 years ago, up at MX 207, the main event, and I wasn't familiar with the name, and man, his skills on a moto track were so impressive. And then I see him not long after that at the JDay, and I'm like, this guy knows how to do it in the woods too. His one rider down right in the tires of that FMF Extreme section. Evan Smith picking his way through up on the pegs. Evan, relatively tall, I would feel like, in the field on the 125. You know, kind of a taller, lanky type build, which I think plays pretty well into the racing style of JDay. If he needs to put those legs down, he can. But man, how about it? Evan Smith, Briar Stasic, Justin Kokinos, and Robbie Goger, top 4 with Amancio, rounding out the top 5. We'll give it a little bit of time for time and scoring to adjust, let them put one more lap in the books, and then we'll start to break things down based off of each individual class. But we're hanging on for dear life. The Fox FPV drone just trying to keep up with the sand spraying Evan Smith. Man, Jay, there is nothing quite as nice as watching these guys grab a handful in one of these sand corners and just poof, the whole background just turns to straight sand.
I love it. It's like you're on the bike behind him almost, you know. And you said earlier, you know, to bring JDay off-road to the masses is something that is a feather in the cap of Ethan Broach, but also goes back to the beginning with John Day. And to think 16 years ago when we started, or John started this series and I started with him, to think that we'd be on television, on YouTube, and RacerTV.com was just, it really wasn't in the plan. And it's a true testament to what Ethan Broach has done with this series, to be able to, you know, get us in this deep, you know, and to be able to bring it to you. It's been some of my favorite racing for the last few years, and, you know, it's just amazing to have it here in front of all you people. I know that people are watching back in Costa Rica, where I live now, and, you know, a bunch of people all over the world as well, across the United States and Canada, and it's just great to be able to bring it to them. But my point being about Evan Smith, you know, from the background that he's got, which, you know, dad and uncle are gold medalists at the ISDE. It's a family of off-roaders. Evan Smith has some tremendous skills on a motocross track. That jump section that we just saw him go through a few moments ago, you know, he's definitely acquainted with the world of motocross, and he has no trouble airing it out.
Well, and on top of that, this is a brand new machine for Evan Smith. If I'm not mistaken, he was on a Yamaha all last year. I saw him at Big Buck GNCC. If you guys didn't tune in on Racer TV for Bike Day of GNCC at Big Buck, it was muddy. It was raining. It was muddy. And I think Evan had this machine, but I think he decided not to race. And so I was hearing that this is only a few days into riding this bike for Evan Smith. And, man, if he is this comfortable less than a week on the machine, that could be dangerous for the rest of the series if Evan decides to commit, because he is looking, just like you said, Jay, absolutely equally dangerous on the moto track as he is in the woods. Is now, this is what's going to be interesting. You see him almost have to check up and take a breath, really starting to get held up by some lap riders. Going to have to get creative and maybe even a little aggressive if he wants to be able to maintain that pace and chase down our top riders. Still looking like it's Kokinos. There he is right on cue
there
in that number 2 spot. And what else is crazy is, Jay, I remember earlier in, I believe it was our C class, we saw our leader have trouble in that section. But look at how much things have broken down, starting to get a little bit of a rut, and those roots really starting to show as well. You talked about it, not a lot of rocks on this property, but as the sand continues to get pushed away, it's going to start to make things rough, and then those roots are going to start to come to life as well, and they can definitely wreak havoc on a race result as well.
Yeah, and we're lucky that it's pine roots out here mostly, because a lot of the Florida locales, especially where they had the alligator enduro for many years, there's the palmetto roots. And you want to talk about slippery, it's just as bad as ice. So I don't see a lot of palm trees in this part of northern Florida, but I do see a lot of pine trees, and those roots are getting big, and they stick out, and, you know, they're immovable, and it just deflects the front end. And Evan Smith, rather, out there looking really good as he moves around that lap rider, and he's headed down this long row of sugar sand, and he makes that transition from the outside to the inside, and he just looks so strong on his legs as he goes through those whoops as they continue to get larger. And Evan Smith is really acquitting himself on this KTM. And as you say, you know, switching from Yamaha to KTM, that's a difference, but I love that KTM format with Husqvarna and Gas and the frame that they have and the way they can feel the motorcycle through the terrain. but Justin Coquinos has just upped the notch, and I was hoping that we might be able to get a time on him. He looks like the fastest guy on the track, and he is definitely catching Evan Smith at this moment.
Well, and I can't help but wonder whether Coquinos maybe had some problems in that first quarter of lap number 1, because he was in the number 2 spot headed out of the first turn, but it looked like he got shuffled back, and now he's kind of chasing. Evan Smith putting a really good sprint pace down early, but is it enough to be able to keep off Coquinos if he is a bit quicker? It's one of those things where we talk about how important the start is. 30-minute motos a whole lot shorter than a 3-hour-long XC1 GNCC race. So the time to be able to chase somebody down is significantly less. So if you're Coquinos, got to think, hey, you got to drop the hammer now. I'm sure he's probably getting pit board saying exactly how far behind he is. Whether he's quicker on the lap times, I agree. I think he looks like he's a bit more intense, but what is the gap and how long does he have to try to close things up to Evan Smith? And then on top of that, Jay, you know as well as I do, it's one thing to catch up to a rider. It's a whole nother ballgame trying to actually make the pass happen.
Yes, it is, my friend. That is always the hardest part, because you got, you know, this guy, well, look at that. We're seeing the lap times as we asked for, and Evan Smith is faster. So that's amazing to me. I thought that Coquinos was catching him with a faster lap time, but that is not true. But yeah, trying to pass a rider, once he has that position, whether it be the lead position or any position, as a racer, I know I'm not giving it up. And if you get by me, I'm coming back after you as soon as I can, because it's the time to strike while the iron is hot. You know, this is something that a lot of people don't understand about racers. We have that intensity, and, you know, it's like, no, man, you're not getting me. And if you do, I'm getting you back. I mean, even if I've got to break my leg or arm to do it, I'm just going to do it, you know. And this is what carries us a lot through life, too, is that determination to never say die, never quit, you know. And motorcycle races are a different breed. There's no doubt about it. Evan Smith, he definitely knows what's going on. Coquinos, Ryan Amancio having a great ride, Taylor Beckwith, and then Braden Nolette, another New England guy, up in 5th spot, and Gregoire playing it safe in 6th. I would say his time has come. You know, he's going to be a big boy, and we might not see him at the races all that much this year, but when we do, it'll be a treat, because he's a heck of a competitor, but he's a very intelligent young man, and I know that he's got some goals that he wants to accomplish, and I'd say he will, for sure.
Well, and I tell you what was interesting to me about that Luxon last lap time chart that we showed. We talked about the intensity, and if anything, it just proves that look at how deep these ruts are. He cut me off mid-sentence here. Look at he's having
That's Bobby Betancourt right there on the 17 on a Betancourt's, I believe it's a beta, it says. And he was leading that B250 class, and now back to 5th because of that deepness. And, you know, like, there's no bottom to any hole in Florida. You know, it seems like it goes through to China. You know, there's no bottom for sure. There's no rocks, so you don't get that hard bottom, you know. And poor Bobby Betancourt having his trouble out there, but like anything, he'll be back at it, and he'll be back up to the front for sure. He's in 5th now and getting going, and keep an eye on him for that 250B class.
Well, and what I was saying about Justin Coquinos, who you see on screen, we talked about the intensity. He looked more aggressive on the bike, kind of slamming into some of these berms. Looked like he was, you know, really fighting not fighting with the Yamaha, but using that Yamaha and forcing it to go where he wants. Whereas Evan Smith, he almost looks a bit more methodical. He's smooth, and in the sand, you know that smooth is fast. So it's kind of hard to predict sometimes what looks to be faster. It's difference in riding style. You know, there's something about a guy just manhandling the machine, throwing the bike around, really forcing it to go where he wants. Whereas Evan Smith, you see on your screen, kind of just flowing with this bike. He's standing late into the corners. He's flowing in and out, using these bumps to his advantage instead of actually slamming into them and costing his momentum. So Smith, smooth is fast, and fast is keeping him out front right now as he continues to lead the way here in Pro 125. As we'll start to give you an update on some of our classes here as they shuffle through. Briar Stesic leading the way out of 250B class. Joseph Warner leading the way out of our B Open class as well. And it looks like that's Kaysen Borebaum leading the way out of B200. So some big names, but no doubt about it, Evan Smith, the name to beat at the top of Pro 125 with Coquinos. So shout out Ryan Amancio holding on to that number 3 spot as well.
To your point on Evan Smith, Zach, it's like he's floating. over the bumps. It's like he's hovering above that. And when you get in that zone, that's what gives him that better lap time. And to see that 3-second better per lap, that's amazing, because as you say, the aggressiveness and the stance of Kokinos on that Yamaha, you know, he looked like he was the man. He looked like he was the fast guy, and that fools you, you know, and it fooled me as well. Evan Smith is just floating, as you say, flowing through that turn, and, you know, really dialed in that FFF Extreme section as well. He is in the zone, as we say, at this point. Evan Smith on the KTM, your leader.
Well, and on top of that, just like you said with Yar, let's say Justin Kokinos, he's got to keep that intensity. He's got to find a way to continue to try to chase down Evan Smith in case a mistake is made. But when you're pushing the limits and you're pushing that intensity, it also opens up the doors for mistakes. So you got to think about the balance. We keep mentioning it is round 1 of 8. There is a lot of racing left to go in 2026. Even somebody like the number 1 you're seeing on your screen, Brandon Gregoire, still running in, I believe, the 4th or 5th place spot in class. Take a look here. He's dropped down to the number 6 spot, but still in a solid position. He's still got some laps to go here in this moto. He can make some moves late in the race, pick up on maybe some people whose fitness isn't quite as good as the reigning champs is. But at the end of the day, even if he crosses the line in the number 6 spot, the biggest thing is to stay healthy and stay in the fight in case he does decide to try to chase his title once again.
Yeah, and the same holds true with Kokinos and Gregoire. If they're going to stay with the 8-race series and continue with it, whether Evan Smith is or not, or he has some commitments elsewhere, this is something that's going to be, you know, at the end of the year at Unadilla pertinent, because if you stick with it, you might, you know, get your just desserts, as they say. But when guys are popping in and out and they're only able to make it to 2 or 3 rounds, then this is, you know, they come in and win and they take all those points. But if you know that they're going to, and you get 2nd or you get 3rd and you maximize your points, and you know that that guy's not following the whole series, that's what's going to come into play at that last 2 rounds at Unadilla in August.
We were talking about the way we, as announcers, get to watch kind of athletes grow up. I remember my first year at GNCC, one of the riders battling for the Super Mini Championship was Ryan Amancio, who we see in our 125 Pro class. He doesn't just race a 125, he races some bigger bikes as well. But we were able to talk with Ryan a little bit earlier this weekend about which bike he prefers and the riding style and racing he faces here at JDay.
I might have to go Pro 125. I think the battles it's always close. No matter what, it's always close, and you're on the rever for 30 minutes. So really fun, really intense, and you're always battling with people. Like, you're always surrounded with people, you know. I think pro class, it really splits up a bit, but 125, I mean, it's I don't know, different thing.
Very right, he is. Those 125s, we talk about it, one of my favorite sounding and smelling machines, of course, the premix. Always a nice thing to take a big whiff of sitting on there in the starting line. But man, you talk about a 125, the rev limiter like he's talking about, you got to kind of make these things scream if you really want them to go hard on the throttle. A lot of times pulling those clutches in, revving things up, got to keep the power to the ground, Jay. And for certain riders, it may not work for them. We hear a lot of riders in today's world saying, you know, the 4-stroke suits my style a little bit, that low end torque, more smooth on the throttle, bottom end, whereas the 125, just like Ryan was talking about, you got to hold that thing wide open and make it work.
Sir himself, and definitely coaches Ryan and does a great job at it. Positive influence in his life. Ryan is one of those special kids, and it's amazing to see him now as almost a man. I believe he's 16 now, possibly 17 at this point. And just a pleasure to watch ride a motorcycle, and also to be involved with in a conversation. He's very intelligent. As you can see, he's very well spoken as well. A part of the team Brazil. There's a lot of Brazilian riders in New England that look up to him, and you know, he's their guy. So Evan Smith has 1 lap left to go. I'm going to head down there and have a talk with him, unless Justin Kokinos gets a fire lit on this last lap. We might even be speaking to him as well.
It's going to be a ton of fun, Jay. Yep, going to head that way for a checker flag conversation coming up in just about 1 lap as we hang out our Fox FPV drone. Big look back from Evan Smith right there as that shows you the gap. Smith has already made his way about halfway through the moto section of the final lap, as we're just now seeing Coquinos make his way to the white flag. So a big gap opened up from Smith, and like we said, the intensity as far as manhandling the bike, I'm going to give it to Justin Coquinos, but clearly feeling smooth and feeling fast is Evan Smith on that KTM. Relatively brand new to the KTM machine, and he's looking mighty comfortable. Have not heard what the plan is for Smith throughout the year, whether or not he plans to do the full GNCC series. Maybe he's going to chase JDay, but man, got to think the confidence is going to be at an all-time high after this, and excited to hear what he has to say to Jay McGrath at that finish line if he's able to hang on for it, because man, this has not just been a good ride, this has been a dominant performance. Got out front and has just continued to stretch things out, as Amancio still looking like he's in that number 3 spot. We'll continue to watch and wait. We'll give you a nice little update here for some of our classes. Scrolling through on the bottom, Breyer Stesic leading the way in that B class. B open going to be Joseph Werner still on the 522 machine, and Kaysen Borbound on the 57 out of B200. It is all Evan Smith out of your Pro A 125 class. Going to be leading the way and trying to bring out that checkered flag here from round 1, the Fox Bostwick Creek Grand Prix. Little Tuesday racing action to kick off the week. Got a lot of names out of the GNCC series, and a lot of the off-road racers in general like hanging out down here and getting some training in while it's still pretty chilly up north. So excited to see them with us. As we continue to watch them pick their way through the Florida forest, if you will. Going to be heading into that snake pit. Snake charmer right now is Evan Smith. There's some bear crossings going on around here. A lot of wildlife. And, they're getting a front row view right now. Some wild racing taking place, and plenty more wild racing to go. As we have racing continue. Don't forget, folks, I keep wanting to bring this up for all of our GNCC Racing Nation out there. This is a 2 moto format, so 2 30-minute motos for all of these races. So once again, Evan Smith looking to grab the win, but still only going to be halfway home out of your Pro 125 class. But man, what a good ride. I believe that's Coquinos that we're watching on your screen, the Stoke Media Live drone. It won't be too much longer before we expect to see the 347 of Evan Smith headed into the FMF Extreme section for the final time. Been working his way through lap traffic, and there he is right on cue. The sugar sand spraying up on our drone. Smith, man, he's not letting up at all. I was curious. We saw him take a big look back after he took the white flag, and was curious if he was going to step it down at all, but I really don't think he has. And I think in conditions like this, just like Jay was talking about with this sugar sand especially, this is not the time to try to slow down. This is one of those sections that you have to attack when you get into it, because the slower you go, the more you start to sink into the sand, the more it's able to throw the bike around, and the better a chance it can throw you right onto the ground. So Smith, like we said, he's a vet, long-time racer, both in the moto and off-road world. The guy knows how to get the job done, and he is doing just that. As we are watching and waiting, should be getting ready to pop out into that FMF Extreme section for the final time. We'll be waiting on the Kirk Selly Foundation checkered flag at the Yamaha finish line. And here it is. One more time through. Ryder says, you know what, go ahead. I'll take the checkered flag right after you, buddy. Doubles out. One little chicane, and there it is. Evan Smith going to get the job done. The 347 with a dominant performance. Look, it reaches over, grabs the heart rate. Watch. That's going to be posted on Strava later. Be sure to check that out. Look at that. He pulls up to Jay. Jay doesn't even have to come up to him. He says, I know who I got to talk to. How about it? We're going to get him over there to the Fox JDay podium. Evan Smith, big smile on the face there. That's what you like to see, and how could you not have a smile after a race like that? We're going to have our Luxon post-race interview with Jay McGrath, and this man right here, Evan Smith, going to get the job done and going to take the win. Jay, whenever you're ready, feel free to jump in. There is Justin Coquinos taking that number 2 spot, but the man, Evan Smith.
Yeah, and Justin Coquinos gives him the thumbs up. That was a great race. Evan, they tell me that you're on a KTM for the first time in a while, or maybe ever. Tell us about that.
Yeah, it's been a long break from KTM. I grew up on them. I haven't ridden them since 2017, and that kind of dates me. But yeah, this is my first race on a 125 ever. It was pretty fun.
How did you find the track out there?
The track's wicked. It's going to be nasty later. It's going to be deep, but it should be a blast all day.
It looked like you were floating over the bumps out there. Is that the way it felt to you as well?
Yeah, for the first couple of laps, but it starts to weigh on you towards the end of the moto. I started saving some energy and rolling some bumps.
Nice job out there, buddy. It was a great race to see you do it, and we're happy for you. Can you tell us about who's helping you this year?
Yeah, thank you very much to Dirt South Racing, Callus Gear, tear-off gaskets, Shoei helmets, G2, FMF, everybody else, my mom and dad, and everybody else I'm forgetting. Thanks.
It is a 2-moto format. We'll see you back here again, most likely.
I can't wait.
I can't wait either, buddy. Great job. Congratulations. Evan Smith, your winner.
There it is. Evan Smith getting the job. Okay, so he did save just a little bit there on that last lap. Took the glance back, and just like he said, it's going to be intense coming up for these second motos. As we take a look, our MX Trophies race recap. It was the number 1 of Brandon Gregoire starting things off just like he was hoping, grabbing that early race lead. Ryan Amancio and Justin Coquinos sitting 2 and 3 behind him. The rest of the field is going to start chasing shortly after, but man, and trying to see, Evan Smith was way back off of the start. I don't even think he's in the top 5. So some quick moves being made from Evan Smith as he worked into that number 1 ride. But once he did, bad news for everybody else. Smith was feeling dangerous. And man, I mean, what can you say at this point? We literally called him out thinking that he was running a slower lap time than Justin Coquinos. The numbers don't lie. He was just that smooth, as Coquinos was manhandling that Yamaha machine underneath him, spraying the drone, spraying anybody that was around him, and doing everything he could to try to chase down the KTM, but just wasn't quite able to match the pace. But guess what? He's got a whole nother moto to try to chase him down, and just like Evan said, it's going to be a next level brutal second moto. As the sand keeps getting broken down, the bumps get bigger, the ruts get deeper, and the racing just might get that much closer. As Evan Smith, no problems on the moto side of the course. Picture perfect pretty much all the way around, managed this race well. And this is what we're talking about. Things are getting deep. Track is breaking down. Lines are going to have to start to be moved around. And we still got a couple more first motos to go, so plenty of racing action left right here at Bostwick Creek GP. First motos still not quite wrapped up, and guess what? We get to see each and every one of these people later this afternoon for those second and final motos. Let's take a look at your Pro Taper Top 10. It is Evan Smith that grabs the win, showing Ryan Amancio in that number 2 spot. I'm not seeing Coquinos at all. Braden Nolette, Brandon Gregoire, Matt Tavani, Taylor Beckwith, Landon Lynn. There is Coquinos in the 8th overall spot. So how about that? Briar Stesic and Caden Borbaum. So some shakeups there in the overall. But man, what a great moto. And like we said, we've got plenty more racing to go. But before we get to it, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with the kickoff round of JDay Offroad presented by Fox. We'll be right back.
I'm Billy White with Luxon MX, the ultimate destination for high-performance motocross parts. From our state-of-the-art triple clamps to our lightweight, vibration-absorbing handlebar mounts, every Luxon MX product is meticulously engineered with cutting-edge technology, thorough testing, and always crafted from high-end materials. It's our passion to create components that provide unparalleled comfort, control, and confidence on the track. Luxon MX, engineered for performance, proven by professionals, and available to you.
JDay Off-Road is proud to have the following advocacy partners: the Kirk Caselli Foundation. The focus is the safety of riders and racers in off-road motorcycling. And GNCC, the Progressive Grand National Cross Country Series and AMA National Championship. Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Fox Bostwick Creek Grand Prix, the kickoff round of the 2026 JDay Off-Road Racing Series. It's a bit of a chilly morning here in beautiful Florida, just about afternoon now. Only 15 minutes left till high noon as we have race number 6. Take a look at our Stoke Media Moto overview. Race 6, Moto 1, our Vet B class sitting on the line first row. Super Senior and Master is going to be row number 2. B Senior, Women's B, and Women's C going to be row number 3. And then our C Senior, and Vintage class going to be our final row here for race number 6. And then after that, coming up next at 12:20, that is going to be our Pro, A250, A200, and A Open, as well as Pro-Am Electric classes. So if you're just joining us, you might as well get company because we have got some great racing coming up in just about the next hour or so. And that doesn't quite give you everything you want. Well, guess what, my friends? 2 moto format here at JDay Off-Road. The racing's so nice, they got to do it twice. 30 minutes motos, and see our racers there getting a little bit of encouragement, last bit of information from mom, dad, or the mechanic, whatever you're doing. See that guy enjoying a sandwich. It's about lunchtime down there. Got to be well fueled for your moto. As we are going to be watching B Vet, your starting line for this race. Take a look here. Nick Turner, Jason Stout, Matt Landerer. So a couple of names we're familiar with here in this one. Mike Jones. As the 30-second card goes up. Last second preparations.
Yes.
And flags down. Let's see. Drag race into turn number 1. Ooh, it was a drag race. Looked like it was the 202 of Mike Jones grabbing the early lead. But did he go down in the first turn? Had that fluorescent gear on, and I'm not seeing it. Wondering if that is the Mad Mike Jones. I know Mike does some training with some riders, and heard he might be down in that area, so could be the legend, but I don't know. Look at this, though. Berm blasting around the outside, in the air at the same time, over jumping that tabletop. But he takes over the lead when he does it. We'll check back into our Fox starting line for the Super Senior and Masters class. Once again, so cool to see the racing family continue to enjoy doing what they do. We've got the Fountain of Youth just about an hour away, and this is the secret to staying young, if you will, the secret to youth. You may not feel quite as young. I don't know. You start to get beat up a little bit doing this, but oh, look at this! A pile up in turn number 1. The 911 machine going down, and a couple other riders getting collected as well. They're still picking that thing up. I think you guys might have been having a conversation right there. Hopefully, positive reinforcement. But that is one thing about it. You got to love it. Whether we're talking moto, off-road racing, I mean, we have riders as young as 3 or 4 years old in some of our Pee-wee classes, and then we have riders that are 60, 70 plus years old, still lining up week in and week out, still doing it, still got a family that supports them, and still do it for one thing and one thing only, because they love it. And so we love it too, and we love that we're able to bring the action and the passion of JDay Off-Road Racing right here live on racertv.com. Hope you guys are all enjoying the coverage, and man, going to be a fun year, just like Jay McGrath was talking about earlier. It is so cool, the work and the preparation that's gone into this. I know Ethan Broach and the whole crew have really put in a ton of time and effort, getting everything coordinated, hooking up with our man AG, OPAG, is he ODAG? I don't know what his role is. He does a little bit of everything out here now. And the AG Video and Stoke Media crew helping make this thing come to life, and helping to bring this series right to your living room or wherever you may be watching from the office. Don't worry, the boss will understand. The kids, it is probably about lunchtime now, so maybe they'll let them throw Racer TV on in the cafeteria and enjoy your lunch and enjoy some racing. As one more row to go, C Senior and our vintage class as well. So might be some older machines out there. There you see our women's pro reigning champ, Kayla O'Neill. She's hanging out watching some racing. And there you see one of those vintage bikes way up on the inside. Don't ask me what year it is. I'm not megawatt, okay? We'll have vintage racing from Daytona Speedway coming up next Tuesday. So we'll have more midweek racing action coming up right here on Racer TV. And if you want to know every possible thing about old motorcycles, tune in. Megawatt can pretty much... Oh, okay. There we go. So we're hearing it's a 93 CR. He puts the hand up, waving at the crowd. How about that? Yep. So the Honda machine still able to keep it ripping even after a couple of decades. Pretty cool to see, and it's going to be a ton of fun. Yeah, lots of big stuff coming up. We've got our Wild Boar GNCC going to be taking place this weekend. The Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross on Monday. Vintage on Tuesday. Look at this. That was one of those ones you could almost hear it through your screen. Just throwing up some roost right there. Deep in the sands of Florida. So a lot of racing action. I mean, it's Racer TV. It's racing all the time, baby. That's what we're all about. And excited to be able to add the JDay Off-Road Series to the collection of racing coverage here in 2026. Lots of line choices out there as well. That is one thing that I love about these vet and kind of senior classes, is the creativity is really impressive to watch. And I'm not saying that as a joke. There are some lines that you'll literally find vet riders taking that pro riders are like, whoa, I never even thought of that. It's so smooth. It's pretty fast. And so there's a, like we said, the pro race, arguably the fastest race of the day, going to be coming up next. And I would be betting that there's probably some pro riders looking around in some of those wood sections, seeing what's what, seeing if there's some smooth lines left. Or at this point, I think we just say smoothest. I don't really think there's anything super smooth, so it's just trying to find the lesser of the rough lines. But this thing definitely is not smooth anymore. The snake pit, and it is hissing right now. Doesn't seem to matter where you go, all the way to the left, all the way to the right. It is getting whooped out, and those kind of zigzaggy lines from the back end dancing around almost give it a snake path look as you're coming down the straight. You guys still hard on the throttle though, putting that weight over the back end, trying to keep the front end light. And just like Jay and I were talking about earlier, you grab a little bit of brake and you might be going for a trip right over the front, because you will get stopped in a hurry. But no stopping right now as our lead group making their way through. See this rider trying to go way to the outside. Oh, hang on to it. He might have found some secret real estate right there. Ends up having to pop back into the main line, but there for a split second he had some smooth real estate. Oh, hang on to it now. One rider going down our FMF Extreme section. Getting that bike fired up. There's that electric start we were talking about, the saving grace of oh so many of us. Back in my day, we had to kick it. Well, I understand, but oh, look at this, more problems. I always, I mean, I don't like to see anybody go down, but it is always nice to show that, like, hey, this section is challenging. So many of our top riders make it look so easy. You almost feel silly saying that it is truly an extremely difficult section, but that definitely just goes to show it. And you look at those tire sections as well. Those tires bounce and move around as well. So little tiny changes through those sections from lap to lap as well. That rider doing a great job, feet on the pegs the whole way through. Man, that was just about as good as you could do it. There's some side-by-side racing action going on as well. Through the extreme section, we'll give it just a minute or two before we give you a rundown based off of our classes. Got a couple different classes out there right now. But man, turning out to be a great day of racing. Course looking fantastic. Ethan Broach and the whole JDay crew spending a lot of time down there working this thing out, getting a great idea as to what's going to work, what's going to race well as well. You know, it's one thing to make a nice trail just for your casual trail ride, but when you're talking about multiple different lines, talking about an opportunity for riders to really battle with one another, there's a certain artistry to that. And so this guy is the Picasso of the JDay Off-Road Series, painting these beautiful courses on the properties, and man, it is certainly fun to watch. We will, let's see if we can take a look here at some of our classes until it makes its way through. Starting with B Senior, Joe Hines, Scott Edwards, and John Corallo. 1, 2, and 3. Mallory Pickard leads Women's B over Gabriella Missy and Marina Hallman. Women's C, it's Sadie Pekin, Allison Fusco, and Isla Castell back out there once again. C Senior, Frank Paolantonio leads the way over Derek Luska, and it looks like Alex Feruf on the Yamaha in the vintage class. So how about that? 48, looking good, feeling good, riding good. Extreme section, gonna hang here, keep watching. Looks like that's one of our women's races there. Got the, whoa, big kick, kept it on 2 wheels. Going to turn around and try that one again. Ooh, what a save right there. There you see the 48. That's the vintage machine, no problem. How about that? The 48, the vintage rider. Man, that couldn't have told me that thing wasn't a brand new machine. He was doubling through the FMF Extreme section. Momentum, a big name of the game. Yeah, we talked about the vintage machine. I do believe that's a Yamaha, vintage Yamaha out there. There are some more vintage bikes out and about. Like we said, a lot of people trying to make a trip out of it. You want to talk about a nice little moto getaway. You spend just about a week or so here in Florida. You got all of the racing your heart could desire. We've got JDay here on Tuesday. We'll have GNCC coming up this weekend. RCSX and Vintage Monday and Tuesday of next week. Not to mention there's this thing called Daytona Bike Week going on down there. You might have heard of it. Pretty cool opportunity to come and experience the moto community. So number 4, going to take a deep breath, try to get this thing moving forward again. Always so tough when they fall with one tire over the log and one stuck. You don't have enough momentum to truly roll up over it. You've seen it time and time again. They grab a handful and basically do a burnout on the log, but that rider able to get going with relative ease. And, man, we talked about earlier today, Isla Castell, if you remember in one of our early motos, she was waiting on a machine up until just about the last second. And she is back out once again, and she is sitting 7th overall at the moment. So big shout out to Isla and the Castell family. That's, what, second or third race out on the track. And once again, still first motos. Got to do all this over again. So big commitment there. And Isla looking strong here in that number 7 overall spot. And if I'm not mistaken, take a look here in our vintage class. So at the moment, it is showing our vintage rider as your overall leader. So how about that, Alex Manuth? Old school, showing he can still keep it hot new school, leading the way on the overall timing and scoring. Ooh, seeing some kicks through that snake pit. Hang on to it now. It will reach up and bite you, that's for sure. Way to the inside, and you can still see the shadows still playing a bit of a role in this extreme section, way over on the right-hand side of your screen, left-hand side for the riders. Those shadows, got to think, especially going in and out of like the tires and stuff, that could definitely play a role. As there goes the 911 machine. Leo going to put another lap in the books, and if I'm not mistaken, I believe Leo is your physical leader out on track. So Leo doing a great job of keeping the pressure on. On the Honda machine, Leo Candidus doing a great job. 1, 2, and 3 overall at the moment. Alex Hanuth, Leo Candidus, and Jonathan Bottomy, 1, 2, and 3. There is Shotgun Sean Remington in the number 4 overall spot. Jason Stout in the 5 spot. Saw Sean Remington Jr. Take a look at our Luxon lap times from our last lap. Some fast lap times. Candidus, a 5:26. Looking like the only rider at the moment inside that 5-minute range. Sean Remington, a 6:04, so he's close. And Remington, if I'm not mistaken, sitting in that number 4 overall spot. Manufa 6:39, so not as strong of a lap for your vintage rider that last time around. We see this time and time again as the laps continue. The cream starts to rise to the top, as they like to say. So Leo looking like he is the man to beat here at the moment. Sean Remington in that number 2 spot. And Bottomy, Stout, and Lanier, 3, 4, and 5. I believe that might be Castell that we're watching right there. There it is, yeah, Isla Castell making her way through. Mallory Pickard leading the way out of that women's B class. Oof, hang on to it. I mean, they got through the section. Feet might not touch the pegs once, but I mean, you make it, you make it. I certainly can't judge. If you want to see how not to go through the FMF Extreme section, you can go to my Instagram, scroll back from a couple of years ago. It's the one where I'm upside down over the motorcycle. We don't need to talk about it, okay? We don't need to talk about it. That's why I'm an announcer. It's all about the approach, though. You see so many of these top riders. Great example right here. Everything was great when those feet were on the pegs. Get thrown off balance just a little bit. It's so important to try to get back steady, centered on the bike. Those top pros just really squeezing, trying to keep the bike straight through that section. There is your leader once again. going through that slower section, and looked like having to work his way through some lap traffic already as well. Looks like that 255 on the machine, the bike, but try to let you know who we can see as we're making our way through. But Leo Canada's doing a great job on the Honda.
Hey, Zach, I'm back with you, buddy. Sorry to leave you for so long. Just
No,
had
you're
to
good.
Talk to the boys. And, there's some exciting news that I'll bring to you now. However, I will preempt that with a retraction of sorts. You know, as announcers stuff about these racers, and then sometimes we assume stuff. And I assumed wrong as far as Evan Smith is concerned. After interviewing him down at the podium, I asked him, hey, that accent doesn't sound like New Jersey. He goes, no, I'm a Georgia boy. I said, so you're not related to Chris or Drew Smith? He goes, no, not even distant relatives. So for all those Evan Smith fans out there, I apologize for drawing the conclusion that he was one of the Jersey boys and part of that family, which is a great racing family and definitely some favorite people of mine. But Evan Smith is a Georgia boy through and through, and he is not affiliated with Chris or Drew Smith. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Well, Chris or Drew might claim him, though. After a ride like that, they might welcome him to the family reunion just in case, because there was definitely some impressive riding.
No doubt about it, buddy. Yeah, they'd be proud of that for sure. And the exciting news that I have for everybody out there is that Ryan Sipes, who is one of my favorite riders of all time, just because of his versatility. He probably would be out here if he was in shape. He's going to join me for the pro race in that broadcast part of it, and we're going to have Ryan Sipes in here in the booth with me. So I'm excited about that, and so is he.
Man, so how about that? That's awesome. The general, as we like to call him, Ryan Sipes, doing some big stuff, and man, he's had some big stuff of his own going on over the last couple of years, so we'll definitely try to pick his brain on it. But man, if you haven't, our intelligence, moto.intelligence, we were talking about it at the GNCC a couple of weeks ago. Ryan moving over into the training zone. I mean, Jay, we were even talking about this earlier. You want to have a quality trainer when you try to find somebody to help you elevate your game. And when you talk about a guy that's raced Supercross, Pro Motocross, raced flat track, has raced GNCC, I mean, this guy has done a little bit of everything and at the highest level you can do it at. So, yeah, that Moto Intelligence training really going to be a lot of fun. And I know he was talking about putting in a lot of work leading up to both this JDay event as well as GNCC this weekend. So it's going to be so nice to have him being able to break things down. And it's so much fun to watch the way they look at a race compared to somebody like you or IJ, because it's just the most finite details that they stick out. And those are the little differences that separate first and second and championships and runner-ups.
No doubt about it. And as a matter of fact, you didn't mention, but I will, because it's something that really sticks with me is Ryan Sipes is also a veteran of the ISDE, the International 6-Day Enduro, which is probably the toughest race there ever was. And that right there is going to make you proud. He's just such a versatile rider. He's such a nice gentleman as well. You know, pleasure to talk with, and just knows the world about this sport. He's been a student of it forever, and one of the fastest guys I've ever seen at one time on a motocross bike, and as you say, supercross as well. But just really cool that we've got Ryan Sipes going to be in the mix with us here in just a few moments. So we got a few laps, maybe a couple laps left to go here. Leo Candidas. Leo is a twin brother, and both of them was super fast in motocross in New England. And a few years ago, Leo decided to try JDay, and he's done well. Now, I don't know if you saw it or not, but I did, because I was outside the building here and saw the first turn. But Leo had a crash in the first turn, and he was the last one away in his class because he had to pick his bike up, and then he had to get it started. That big 450 Honda gave him a little bit of trouble. But Leo Candidas now leading the whole deal overall, and that means he has swept through the entire field. An amazing rider, and just great to see him down here from Massachusetts supporting the JDay sport. And yeah, just love to see it, and it's a heck of a ride already. Probably a couple laps left to go for him now.
Yeah, just like you said, we saw a similar thing with Evan Smith in that moto just a little bit ago, not getting the best of starts. I don't even think in the top 5. Wound up working his way through the pack and well, we saw how that worked out. But, man, the FMF Extreme section certainly not getting any easier as the day goes on. Saw the 888 machine on the number plate. I believe that was Ryan Anderson out of our women's B class. Ryan, a familiar name there at the GNCC racing circuit. So a lot of new faces, maybe having some JDay experience, but I definitely know there's a lot of people that are getting their heads turned right now saying, whoa, this looks like a lot of fun. I've had some people texting me all day long. Being a Carolina boy, so excited to have them come to Chesterfield, South Carolina for Club MX. I mean, the location enough is pretty exciting, but man, you see the racing style, and just like we've been saying all day long, Jay, everybody feels like they've got a strong section, maybe some stuff they need to work on, maybe some local boys I'm friends with are going to be doing some woods work here in the next couple weeks, but it is certainly going to make for some great racing. Whoa, ho, ho, got some action going on at the extreme section. One rider going left, one rider going right.
I thought they were going to come together and it was going to be even worse, so thank goodness for that. It's tough. Those logs are getting really slippery down there, Zach. It's, you know, the temperatures have warmed up. You know, I'm down to about 3 layers now. But, you know, things are not really heating up there except for the tire spinning on those trees, and that's not a lot of heat, and it's very minimal. But, yeah, it's dangerous down there, and you get sideways, and that's the biggest mistake you can make is to get on the gas hard over those logs. What you need to do is if you think you're in second, then you should be in third, and you should have a little less resistance on that rear wheel, and then roll the throttle on. Don't hit it hard, because that is a very precarious situation to be in on those slippery logs. And as we watch, you know, maybe we'll get a chance to see Leo Candidas do it, but he is an experienced rider for many years, and you know, he knows the way to do it, and there's definitely a certain way to do it. There's no doubt about it. See, even our sweep riders are good. You see that guy on the outside line? Yeah. He's got the vest on. He's one of our sweep guys, and some of the best riders from New England have been sweep riders for JDay over the years.
Well, just like we talked about, this section in particular, Jay, it's not one you just want to cruise through, right? This is when you want to attack, whether you're a sweep rider or not, because even if you are a sweep rider, you can get swept up real quick here in the snake pit, no doubt about it. Want to give a shout out. We talked about it a bit earlier while you were away, Jay. Isla Castell, if you remember from one of our girls' classes earlier, she is back out in our women's C class and is sitting in the 5th overall spot now as the white flag comes out for your leader. Candida's got one more lap around, but how about that? Isla Castell continuing to climb up in the overall ranks.
Yes, indeed. She's an amazing young rider, and I think she's only like 12 or 13. But I'm going to get down there to the finish line, talk to Leo Candidas. I'm going to get over to the start line after that and talk to a few guys there as well. And then I'm going to meet Ryan Sipes back here, and we're going to join you for that pro class, the big race of the day.
How about that? The party just getting started. Pro racing coming up next, and then we get our second motos kicked off. Going to be a ton of fun. But right now, all eyes on the 911 machine of Leo Candidas, looking to bring home a win, not just in class, but still maintaining that overall lead as well. Doing some sand surfing. And once again, big shout out to the AG Video and Stoke Media crew. Fantastic camera angles. I mean, look at this, just from one camera shot to the next. So much fun to be able to watch the way these riders maneuver their way around lap to lap, section to section, and so many different sections indeed between the extreme section. Perfect example, we've got our Dunlop split lane right now. Candidas, he's separated himself from the rest of the field, so he can take whatever line he wants. But when it comes to this next race, our pro race, got to think it is going to come into play, and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. So if you're just joining us, now is not the time to walk away. We've got the fastest race of the day sitting on the line, going to be coming up next. Leo Candidas trying to bring things home and grab a win here in the first moto. They're a perfect example of the entrance to that split lane section. So 2 different lines, relatively close in speed. Obviously they develop in different ways depending on what gets used the most, or just even how they break down. So one may be advantageous in the first moto, and then as things get rougher and rougher, you never know, you may be completely switching lines by the time that second moto lines up. hanging out right here. You see all the trees almost in a perfect line. It's always so much fun to watch the way these lines shape up, and the media does a great job of getting photos through the trees and stuff like that. It really does make it cool to watch, as there is Candidas once again popping onto your screen. The Honda rider, just like Jay said, not getting the start that he wanted, going down, but nothing else that fired him up, because he started carving his way through the pack, and man, you see where it's gotten him. Here we go, hanging out at the FMF Extreme section, watching and waiting for the 911 machine of Leo Candidas. This rider picking and choosing his way through the extreme section and keep one of those lines, one of those feet on the ground. You see, as the laps wear on, even the logs are starting to get beat up a bit. There's that really tight section. Through the trees they go. Once again, does a great job keeping the momentum up, doesn't even come to a complete stop. And there is the yellow handguards. That is Isla Castell out of your women's C class. She keeps bobbing back and forth between about the 5th to 7th overall position. So shout out to Isla, doing a great job. And not just younger as far as age goes, but a smaller machine as well. So Isla, you could argue, has some things working against her, but man, nonetheless, this girl unfazed and keeping that throttle going. One more lap to go. We'll see what she can do in the overall. Look at that, now jumps up to the 4th place spot overall. How about it? Girl means business. As there you see, picking his way through the trees. Still really racy as well. You see him up on the pegs, kind of sitting in that apex of the corner, then boom, right back to the pegs he goes. So closing in on what will be a checkered flag, waiting for Leo Candidas, the Honda rider. Alex Vanoof out of our vintage class, currently sitting in that 2nd overall spot. Shotgun Sean Remington holds on to the overall podium position. The snake pit watching on screen. There he is, Ryan Anderson. Trying not to get bit, hanging on. Ryan, strong racer, got a lot of GNCC experience, but a little bit smaller in stature. We saw her in that FMF Extreme section a little bit earlier, and it definitely, there's pros and cons to the long legs versus the shorter riders, but nonetheless, she's not giving up. Ryan just about a quarter of a lap or so away from taking a checkered flag. As here we go, hanging out in the extreme section, waiting on, is that him? This man right here, there he is. Doubles out, and it is done and dusted. Leo Candidas going to bring out the checkered flag and get the job done. He's going to pull up and get ready to chat with Jay McGrath at the Yamaha finish line, standing by with Candidas. Oh, look at this. One rider having problems. Even the simple sections can be difficult here at JDay. The FMF Extreme section feeds into that Yamaha finish line. One rider having some troubles. And I don't think they have technically.
How about now? There we go.
Line.
We're back
there
on. We're back live here, Zach. We're down here with Leo Candidas from Massachusetts. He's the winner. Tell us about that first turn episode.
Just a little hang up. Somebody went straight a little bit. I tried to cut in and we went down, but at least we got up quick.
Was it a quick cruise through the crew?
Yeah, it was pretty good. I had an unbelievably terrible 30-40 combined moto. Didn't know where I was. Tipped over in the first lap. Hit my thumb on the last lap and got to do something in the next 30-40 combined moto.
We wish you the best, buddy. Great ride out there. We'll see you in the second one.
Thanks. I'd like to thank Factory Connection and 110 Racing for getting me going out here. I appreciate the help.
All right, Leo Candidas. Great job, buddy.
So Candidas can get it done here in the first moto. See whether he can back it up here in moto number 2. As we take a look, the Pro Taper top 10 looking like this. Leo Candidas, Alex Vanoof, and Sean Remington 1, 2, and 3. Shout out Isla Castell in that number 4 spot. Jonathan Bottomy in 5. Jason Stout, Jimmy Lanier, Mallory Pickard, Ryan Finn, and Matt Landerer, your top 10. So how about that? And we'll take a look now at our MX Trophies race replay. The battle was on, headed into turn number 1. Everybody hanging on to it. Looks like that might have been Candidas, we later found out, that went down. But no worries, no stress. Got it picked back up and seemed like almost immediately was able to make some quick passes and get out front, hopping and skipping his way through the snake pit. Having some fun out on the moto track. Throwing some style up and over those tabletops. And doing a great job of not only riding strong on the moto, but man, picking his way around lap riders. There was more than a few times where some guys got squirrely, started to move over into his line, but man, no problems. No problems for this young lady either. Isla Castell continued to be a talking point all race long, maintaining a top 10 overall position and finishing inside that top 5 overall. Big shout out to her. I believe grabbing the win out of your women's C class, but it's not always as easy as Isla makes it look. You see that FMF Extreme section certainly not getting any easier as the day goes on. Woo! And it just goes to show, no matter which side you try, some taking the low line, some taking the high, some dead up the middle. It's tough, and it's tough by design. They don't call it the extreme section for nothing. But how about it? This is going to be fun to watch. The MX Trophies race recap. Leo Candidas, look at that little power wheelie headed into that jump. Castell continuing to charge forward. Went from about 7th to, I believe, 4th overall. But when it was all said and done, hop, skipping, and jumping his way through the extreme section one more time, Leo Candidas is going to be your overall winner out of that B vet class. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a fun one. Coming up next, Pro class sitting on the line, 250A and Pro-Am Electric. You guys don't want to go anywhere. We're going to take a very quick commercial break, and when we come back, we'll get ready to drop the flag on our first moto of pro racing. Coming up right after this.
I think everyone wants to win, right?
I'm here to win. Why show up to race if you're not going to try and win?
My motivation is that I have a home court advantage a little bit. I think I got this place pretty dialed in.
What a year to run a number 1 and then all these guys show up.
We're going to go for the number 1.
I'm excited to start racing.
I'm pretty pumped to get out there.
This is the moment we have all been waiting for, to go pro racing here at JDay.
There's been some heavy hitters that won the JDay championship. We'll see if we can throw it in there in the mix with all those big dogs. Bringing me out, and Motorsport, Ryder Co., All Balls, Backyard Designs, BBR Motorsport.
All right, hello everybody, and welcome back to the JDay Offroad Series.
Like this on a Super Mini.
The Pro class sitting on the line, man. Some big names in this one. Jay McGrath was just down on the line catching up with Carson Brown, a name that we're familiar with. Ricky Russell, a name we're very familiar with. Some big names sitting on the gate. Going to be a ton of fun. So we'll take a look here in your pro class. Couple of names to mention: Ben Kelly and Josh Toth, some of the legends of GNCC racing. Brandon Gregoire, Zach Osborne, Kyle Murdoch, Justin Coquinos, Ricky Russell, Tyler Medaglia, Fanoof, Carson Brown, Gus Reardon, Thad Duvall. The list goes on and on. I'm telling you guys, this is absolutely stacked. This is the moto we've been waiting on, the first moto of our pro class, getting ready to get started.
Zach, we're down here with Ricky Russell. Ricky? No, I don't know. Oh, we got the drone coming in. All right, the drone is in. Ricky, this is not your first JDay. You've been coming around a long time. Tell me about that.
Yeah, no doubt. I usually try to hit a couple every year, and throughout my whole racing career, when we go up north, they've always been a blast. So really enjoy them, and Ethan kind of invited me out here, and I decided, because I kind of was done racing a little bit, and decided to come back out and get a Cowie and come race it. So looks like a good time.
Will you be committed to this series for the most of the year?
Yeah, for most of the year. They're like I said, they're a blast, and just a little easier to train for me. I'm working now, and so 30-minute moto is a lot easier than 3 hours, but still the intensity out here is insane. So I'm just looking to have a good time.
We wish you the best. Good luck, buddy. And we're back here with Carson. Carson, we weren't able to get that interview. I guess we were still at commercial. Sorry for that. But tell us a little bit about your day, and as I had asked you, your decision to come here to JDay Offroad.
Yeah, you know, we saw that JDay was coming to Bostwick, and that's not too far for me to come down here. And, man, it's a blast. We were like, what's going to be the most fun bike I can possibly show up on? So we brought the YZ125 Super Mini. And, yeah, I know I'm going to be battling with the boys right in the midst of it and freaking – getting gnarly, so it's going to be a good suffer for me, and, man, I'm ready to throw down and have the most fun out of everybody here, I can tell you that.
You still have the smaller wheel packages than the guys that are next to you on this bike?
Yeah, I mean, these wheels are a lot smaller, and the track I'm hearing is very deep sand and rooted, so I definitely didn't make the best choice as far as raceability-wise, but fun-wise, I think it's going to be up there.
You're still smiling, you're still having fun, buddy, and that's what everybody loves about you. Thanks for coming down. Who's helping you?
Hey, big thanks to Red Bull for bringing me out, and of course you guys, JDay and Motorsport, All Balls, RDR Co., Backyard Design, BBR Motorsports, everybody that gets me out here to have all this fun. I mean, thank you guys so much.
Carson Brown, everybody's fun guy. Wish him luck.
So how about that? Just a few of the big names we've been looking forward to seeing here in this pro class, having some race announcements down there on the line. So grateful to have everybody hanging out with us, not only here in person, but folks watching live on racertv.com as well, as everybody lining the fence for this one. This is an exciting race right here, and I'd be lying if I said that I thought there was going to be a favorite coming into this, because if there is, I can't tell who it is. There's so many big names, so many people more than capable of stealing a win away. The start going to be absolutely crucial, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. 30 minutes. I mean, you don't hear very many pro motocross racers saying that the 30 minutes is somewhat easy, but, man, did I just hear Ricky Russell say 30 minutes isn't too bad? But I guess when you're used to doing 3 full hours of GNCC racing, makes a bit of sense. So there you saw the number 1. I believe that was Greg Wire. We've got Coquinos out there. There was Ben Kelly on the KTM. Ben Kelly, your reigning XC1 champ in the GNCC world. Zach Osborne on the Beta. Number 16, glad to have him back out. I believe that's Jigs Fustini. Evan Smith back on the line as well. And it looks like all the way to the inside is the 718. Must have a different number on the helmet. Not seeing them on my list, but, man, it's definitely going to be fun. Gavin Simon, he's another familiar name there on the GNCC side of things. I saw Gavin make the announcement he was going to be out here. Braden Nolette, we see on the 432. You getting what I'm saying here, folks? You see what I'm talking about? It's going to be action-packed. T-Dags on the line as well. Medaglia lined up on the Yamaha. Wyatt Kerr, of course, Bad Thad Duvall. Gus Reardon on that Phoenix Racing Honda. Man, I'm excited. I don't know what else to say. I am on the edge of my seat, as you guys should be as well. If you're there on site and you're not on the fence, what are you doing? Find a place to watch. I don't know. I bet there's even some people there on site that's got Racer TV pulled up on the phones, because you basically get full lap coverage here on Racer TV.
And we're ready to go racing here at Bostwick Creek, Zach. Momentarily, I think Ryan Sipes will join me here in the booth, and that's going to be a pleasure. He's done a little announcing over the years, some stuff on TV, I believe, with GNCC and whatnot. But that was a great interview with Carson Brown. We did it beforehand, and we were in the middle of the commercial, so we were asked to do it again. And he's a great sport. He's got no problem to do it. He's definitely put himself at a disadvantage, but he's out there having fun, and that's what it's all about for sure for him. And, of course, Ricky Russell here, and it looks like he may ride the whole series except for one race. So it'll be great to have Ricky here with us at JDay for the duration.
Yeah, this is going to be a ton of fun to watch. Like I said earlier in the day, Carson Brown could show up on a Yamaha Zuma moped, and I still would think he would be competitive. There you see him giving some props to Ricky Russell. But, yeah, it is truly, I don't know that you can pick a favorite. There's so many big names. Obviously, we've got our champs from last year, our defending champion Jessica Quinos, Brandon Gregoire on the line. We've got our defending XC1 champ from GNCC, Ben Kelly, on the line. Evan Smith, who's already shown what he's capable of doing on the KTM machine. Josh Toth, you see all the way on the outside on that Kawasaki. He's never one you can count out. He's got some JDay experience. Ryan Amancio right next to him. I mean, at this point, you could pick somebody that you think is the favorite, but you would be a fool. And take a look at this. Now, Jay, you'll find this funny. We've got our Red Bull Wings team member down on the starting line. I actually was a Red Bull Wings member when I was in college. I had the backpack, I drove the Mini Cooper and everything, and so cool to have Red Bull involved with JDay Off-Road. And looks like the Wings team member, they're going to be slinging some Red Bulls, some complimentary Red Bulls, as well as holding our 30-second card.
Maybe one day she'll have a bigger position with us here at JDay Off-Road. Maybe she'll replace us in the tower or something like that, buddy. Anything is possible.
Absolutely. So there it is. 30-second card up and across, which means all eyes on the Fox green flag. Here we go, pro racing.
The Fox flag drop, Andrew Acton. Great job. Great guy. Great job.
Ooh, let's see, into turn one.
Braden Nolette
had a great line. Yeah, looks like Nolette might have been right there battling with him. We'll try to follow along and see.
One
rider down hard.
Oh.
An intense section. This is more of almost like a pro moto start, dead engine start, but after that it is a full-on battle. That's Kyle Murdoch, I believe, on the Kawasaki we're seeing on our drone.
Mm-hmm. He's a Massachusetts rider. He's been JDaying for a while.
Yep, and so we'll see.
Oh, look at Evan Smith right here on the right-hand side, about 7th spot right now, but coming up through. And I'm surprised to hear you say that Ben Kelly is here. He's always my favorite.
He's hard to argue against. The guy is the #1 in XC1 GNCC, and looks like he's in about that 3rd or 4th place spot. You see him on the KTM. Back to the start we go. 250A going to be the next one taking off the line. Drag race up the inside.
Zach, it's a special moment for us here at JDay Off-Road to welcome in our friend Ryan Sipes. Ryan's with me now. He's got the headset on and the boom microphone. Ryan, welcome to JDay Off-Road. Thanks for coming to see us. And tell us a little bit about what's going on with you these days.
Yeah, I'm here just hanging out, watching, and yeah, enjoying it.
Right on. Now, how far from here do you live? How many hour drive for you? Is it Kentucky you're from?
I'm actually living in South Carolina right now, so about 5.5 hours, so not too bad.
No.
Yeah, but down here doing some coaching. That's kind of what I'm doing full time now, is coaching, trying to help riders get faster. But it's good to be here hanging out.
What's the name of that website that people can go to for your training?
It's motointelligence.com.
Motointelligence.com. Remember that, because it's a good program. Ryan, a hell of a rider, not only motocross, but also you did some great off-road things as well. Tell us a little bit about your career.
Yeah, did Supercross motocross for about 10 years, switched and did GNCC full-time for 4 years, had a blast with that, and then I started doing a little bit of everything. I did some hard enduro, some flat track, some hill climb. I did a lot of different things, so enjoyed all of it, and thankful that I was able to be pretty successful at all of it too.
Had some success at the ISDE, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, so it's first American to win that one, which was really cool. And that's an off-road race that really suits a moto rider because it's fast. It's a lot like JDay, honestly. This is woodsy, but it's very fast as well. So that's why I think moto guys do really well at JDay.
Yeah, it's for sure. We have that basis already, there's no doubt. But just so you know, in the realm of things, you know that people are proud of you for your ISDE accomplishments. But I know you don't understand and you don't get the drift of how far it goes, and how much we all cheer for you. I've met you personally a couple of times before, just, on the outside type of deal. But I'll tell you, it meant so much for us to have you represent us at that time. And I want to thank you for that, because it gives us the hope that we can finally do it, and it was great for, of course, me being a moto guy and you being a moto guy to go out there and do that. So thank you from my end for sure.
Yeah, thanks. No, it was very special. One of my favorite races ever that I've done, and still love it. As a matter of fact, I just put on an ISD training camp because I love it that much. I want to see us, Team USA go win it. I'd love to see another American overall it. So yeah, cool race, and definitely mix the two, the moto and the off-road. It mixes it pretty well.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we're going to let Zach get back into calling the race a little bit. We'll get back with Ryan Sipes a little bit. And Ryan, if you have any points that you'd like to make that you see on that screen, please jump in. We would like to hear your insight.
Absolutely.
Well, there it is. Great stuff from Jay McGrath and the general himself, Ryan Sipes, an absolute legend in multiple disciplines. As we flip to the Fox FPV drone, and it looks like it might have been Ricky Russell out front leading the way. And if I'm not mistaken, that was Zacho on the Beta in the number 2 spot. We continue to watch as the field moves forward. There is Brandon Gregoire, Ben Kelly with Gus Reardon just behind him. A couple of the GNCC boys coming to duke it out. Kyle Murdoch's flip-flopping to the side, but the throttle never cracked. How about that? The snake pit. And you can see the fans are out and about. This is the one they've been waiting to watch. Woo, look at that. That might have been Gavin Simon dancing around on the back end there.
It was.
How about that?
Did you see Braden Nolet, your early leader, come through with the handlebars all bent up? He's probably about 20th spot now. Must have had a mishap out in the woods.
Well, we talk about the intensity here on lap number 1, the mix of almost a moto-style start, and then the duration, the intensity that we even heard from Ricky Russell when you interviewed him on the line, Jay. These 30-minute, it's what our pro motocross riders are accustomed to. Our GNCC riders, 30 minutes is about the time they get good and warmed up. So it's going to be a lot of intensity needed very early on from our GNCC riders. And a great opportunity to bring Ryan Sipes in, a man who's had success in both opportunities. What do you think is more difficult? Coming from the GNCC background, Ryan, is it a little bit harder to just immediately fire off the green flag and just be at a sprint pace almost immediately?
Yeah, I think, and that's what gave me the advantage when I, especially at ISDE and the sprint enduro type stuff, which is a lot like JDay. Now in GNCC, I was a little bit overzealous. I would really go out there and attack like I was in a motocross race. I'd end up on my head more often than not. But at this race here, there is a lot of woods. What I'm seeing on screen here, what I've been walking around checking out, there's a lot of woods, but it's not like they have 3 hours, you know, to make up that time. It's a 30-minute race. They're going to have to go from start to finish and be at 10/10 from the get-go.
When Ben Kelly won his one title here at JDay Off-Road, he's been a buddy of mine for a long time. He used to tell me that that was the hardest thing for him to do the 30-minute moto, because the 3 hours, you know, you pace yourself and you get into that groove. But he said right away you got to pull the trigger and you got to ride it like it's stolen for the whole 30 minutes. So it is difficult, no doubt, to do the switch up from that GNCC format.
So how about this? Ricky Russell leads the way. Zach Osborne and Evan Smith 1, 2, and 3. And these guys had some time out on the course before, so now we're seeing, you know, maybe some line changes around. Evan Smith obviously grabbing a win in his class earlier. Zach Osborne clearly has made some things, made some adjustments, but you talk about just how important that start is. Very similar to what we talk about in motocross. It is so difficult, especially with, I mean, you just look at the top 10 on the side of your screen. These are some of the biggest and baddest names in either moto or off-road racing. If you get a 11th or 12th place start, it is not going to be easy to move your way forward. So the work is cut out. Looks like Thad Duval up inside that top 5 as well. Ricky Russell, Zach Osborne, Evan Smith, Taylor Beckwith, and Thad Duval, your top 5 early.
I was talking to some of the pro riders after their little sportsman race this morning, and I asked them how the track was. They said it's already getting pretty gnarly, and I said, you know, from what I can see from the side, there's a lot of lines. There's options. You can go inside or outside in a lot of the corners, and but a lot of the guys said they're about the same, which is going to make it, you know, even more tough to pass. Even though there's an opposite or, you know, alternate line that you can try, if you can't really make up time, you're really going to have to push it, which is going to see these guys, you know, possibly making mistakes out there.
Watching Thad Duval, but it really looked like Evan Smith was starting to apply the pressure to Zach Osborne. And to your point there, Ryan, we said it earlier, it's one thing to catch up to a rider, but then you got to actually get around them. We know how impressive you top riders are at playing defense as well as offense. So watching on your Stoke Media live drone, look at this, Smith up the inside, and I believe that was the pass. So that's one of those few sections where it just pays off not to follow. He had the inside line, and it looks like he might have made the pass stick, or did Zacho get him back?
No, he didn't get him back, but, you know, it was funny. It looked like Osborne didn't know which way to go. He was in that point of confusion, and he just wasn't sure which line to take, and Evan Smith took advantage of it. The Georgia boy looking real strong out there. You know what's funny is we see this, and you and I did the last JDay that was a New England-based series last year for the championship, and look at the difference now with all these great riders in there in the mix. Jigs Festini, who was one of the top 3 guys on that day, sits in 10th spot. He's an up-and-comer, so we'll keep an eye on him for sure, but it just goes to show how stacked this field is today.
Yeah, we saw Jigs Fustini just a few weeks ago at Big Buck GNCC, so another rider kind of dipping into both of these off-road racing seasons. But, man, look at that. Thad Duval, another name that we know has an incredible resume in GNCC, and I think we can even say maybe later in the moto, Thad having some trouble running that pace the entire time. But what an opportunity here at JDay. If he's able to have the intensity that he's clearly showing right now, 30 minutes for these guys doesn't even faze them. So impressed with a good start. Very curious to see what Thad's able to do with this good start, as now it is Ricky Russell, Evan Smith, Zach Osborne, and Thad Duval not far behind at all. He can see the rear fender. And look at this. I think that's Gus Reardon making his way forward. Now jump over to the Phoenix Racing Honda crew, and he's bringing the reigning XC1 champ Ben Kelly along with him.
It's amazing to see that Thad Duval's doing a great job, but he's really having a tough time with a New Englander named Taylor Beckwith. Beckwith still 4th, and we're on the 3rd lap here. It's amazing. He's a motocrosser. He comes from the motocross background like you, me, and Ryan, and adapting to this JDay really quickly. He's only done a few before this, and he's looking strong out there. To hold off Thad Duval, you got to be doing something right.
Well, and look at this, more problems for Duval as now Gus Reardon makes the move forward. So the Phoenix Honda rider going to put himself in front of Thad Duval. He now tries to chase down Beckwith and Osborne as well. So, no, it looks like Beckwith may have fallen back.
Yeah.
I think it is, yeah. Osborne 3, and now Gus Reardon in the number 4 spot as the FPV Fox drone continues to funnel in. Zacho got that awesome painted helmet. He was posting on social media early, joining that Liquid Moly Factory beta team as a brand ambassador. And, man, what a great ambassador he is, showing he can't just talk the talk, he can walk the walk still as well. Looking good on that 16 machine.
Justin Coquinos up to 8th spot now. He's the reigning champion on this JDay Tour. a Plastow Power Sport rider, factory connection suspension guy. Looks like he's coming through the field too, because he was not in the top 10 before this.
It looks like I think a lot of guys had trouble on that first lap, maybe some crashes, because, yeah, we're seeing guys now moving up. Even Gus Reardon, I didn't see him in the top 10 on that first lap. So he's definitely moving up, and he's one of those guys, he's got like a lot of sprint speed. He can go, you know, really fast right from the get-go, and him catching up through these guys, it looks like maybe Thad made the pass back, possibly. But no, he's going to be strong at the end of this thing.
And Zach Hayes up to 9th spot now out of the 250A class.
Well, and Ryan, you bring up a great point. I know you were involved with the GNCC series last year. That was kind of the story of the year. It was the XC2 riders, Grant Davis, Gus Reardon, as well as Cody Barnes. They were creating such an intense pace early on. They were almost midway through the XC1 field, if not out front physically leading by the end of the first lap, as we're seeing the split lane action happening right here. So you got to believe that intensity going to be brought right here to JDay, and trying to bring the fight to this guy right here, Ricky Russell, leading the way, who said he thought he was going to be done racing this year. Ethan Broach calls him, says, why don't you come out and hang out with us? Ricky Russell says, you know what, I'll give it a shot. Glad he's out here. I think he would be as well.
It looks like Thad Duval just made a move by Osborne. We were just seeing that on the screen. Evan Smith up to 2nd. It looks like Duval is now 3rd.
So a lot of shaking up here at the front end of the field. You see a little mishap there for Russell, or maybe trying out a different line. We've seen already things starting to deteriorate quickly. The sugar sand quickly moving away. Some roots starting to become exposed. So having to adapt on the fly here. But Ricky Russell keeping the Kawasaki power to the ground and continues to lead the way.
And Ricky's in a interesting spot. He's out front. They just showed a while ago he had the fastest lap by far by I think 6 or 7 seconds on that last one. But he's in an interesting spot. He's out front and he's leading, but he's trying to find the smoothest line and go fast, obviously, but use, you know, save his energy as well. Like, it's rough out there, and it's only 2 30-minute motos, but with the intensity as high as it is, these guys are probably going to be as tired as they would be at the end of a 3-hour GNCC. So he's trying to find the fast lines and the smooth lines, but he's got to be careful too that he doesn't take too many bad ones or make mistakes trying to find it and let these other guys catch up.
Ryan, I've got to ask you about a situation with Ben Kelly and see what your point of view would be. Now, Ben is, of course, wrapped up in that GNCC title fight, had a terrible first round. Is he sitting in 6th spot right now so that he's able to get some track time but not get injured and not jeopardize that position that he's in?
Yeah, Ben's definitely not. Oh, Ricky goes down. That was a big one. Yeah,
the extreme section claims another one.
And that makes it tough too. There's a lapper in the main line, so he tries to change it up, and he hit that log at just the wrong angle. And yeah, it's quick to take you down if you don't do it right. But as far as Ben, yeah, he's definitely way more invested in the GNCC title. He won it last year. He wants to repeat, which would be his 3rd title. So out here, he's definitely not taking the chances he would if he were doing this series full time or if he was focused on this. But at the same time, like, he wouldn't be out here racing if he didn't want to practice. So he can't go out there and just putt around. You know, he's still trying to go fast. He's trying to be smart. He's actually, if I were him, if I were in his shoes, I'm trying to figure out how to go as fast as I can, but still be smart and be smooth. You know what I mean? Like, find those better lines, outsmart the guys, not really outride them, but outsmart them.
Well, and I tell you what, Ryan, I think he's taking your advice to heart. He's already picked up 1 spot as Zach Osborne has fallen back to the number 6 spot, but he is definitely not following, trying to find some smooth lines and taking notes from Thad Duval, a vet in the GNCC world as well. And yeah, Ben Kelly looking solid right now. And you can touch on this, Ryan. These guys already down in Florida doing a lot of training in the sand, but to be able to have an opportunity for real race pace and race scenario type practice, definitely an advantage for some of these riders, even if their focus really is on the GNCC this weekend.
For sure. This place here, Bostwick, is going to be about the closest you can get to the GNCC that they'll race next weekend over in Palatka. So this is going to be great practice for them. And just talking about Ben, I actually had the pleasure of working with him last week. I had held an ISD training camp, and Ben was one of the pros that showed up. And you can tell he's really been working on his sprint speed, because Ben's not known for that. Ben's known as kind of the diesel, the guy that, you know, is there for the whole 3 hours. He's never going to wow you, but at the end, he's somehow out front. He's been working on that, and I saw it up close and personal. He was really aggressive and intense, and he was making mistakes, which I said is a good thing, because you don't ever see Ben Kelly make mistakes. But to go as fast as you need to go to do ISDE or do a race like this, you're going to have to push it to that limit. So I know he's working on it, and I think he's putting it to the test out here.
Looking now backside of the top 10, looks like Jix Fustini has started to move his way forward now in the 7th place overall spot. Kokinos in 8th. And it looked like Zach Hayes now taking over that number 9 ride. Meanwhile, Ricky Russell continuing to find new real estate. I've seen more than a few times he has found some new opportunities and some new lines out there. But, man, continuing to open up this gap is Evan Smith, Gus Reardon, Thad Duvall, and Ben Kelly on your screen right now. Try to track him down.
Yeah, you notice that he fell in the extreme section, but he didn't lose the lead. That's how much he had over Evan Smith. Now it's closed up a little bit, but still Smith not able to solve that Russell riddle. Russell is on it for sure. Ben Kelly definitely coming on strong. He's into a battle right now with Thad Duvall. We'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, they don't call him rough and rowdy for nothing, that's for sure. Go ahead, Ryan.
No, I was going to say, it looked like that Evan Smith was right behind Ricky on that last one, which I'm sure happened with the crash. But now what's good for Evan is he can see the lines that Ricky's doing. He can just follow Ricky. He don't even have to take any different lines. He don't have to wonder what's the fastest line. As long as he stays right with him, he's going to find that. And then with that, being behind him, if he follows Ricky and goes, that really wasn't a great line, but so maybe I can pass him there on the next lap. So he's sitting back, he's studying right now, just learning, trying to figure out where he can make a move.
Well, and how about that? It really is kind of a funny story with Russell and Smith both. Kind of still some questions in the air as far as their commitment to GNCC for the year. Russell making an announcement on social media he was stepping away from full-time racing, and then Evan Smith moving away from that Yamaha team he was riding before, just gets on the KTM, and man, both of them are leading the way right now as we are neck and neck. That's probably the closest I'll ever feel to racing Ricky Russell, is the 2-1-2 spraying our Fox FPV drone. Such a cool angle as they head through the snake pit. And Ryan, Jay and I were talking about this earlier, the sugar sand on these long straightaways. You can hang on, you can squeeze all you want, but there's also a bit of acceptance. You just need to understand that the bike's going to dance around underneath you.
Yeah, and you kind of have to let it dance to a point. I mean, you can definitely grip with the legs and be strong and all that stuff, but sometimes you need to let that thing step out, because if you try to hang on to it, it's going to take your body with it. And now you're off balance, you're away from the motorcycle, and it can bite you pretty quick. Sometimes I was just telling somebody this morning, they said, why aren't you racing? I said, well, number one, I'm old and I'm out of shape, and I'm screwed together with a bunch of hardware. But number two, this sand is not my specialty. And I would, they asked me if I was good in the mud. So yeah, I was really good in the mud. I grew up in Kentucky. We rode all winter up there. And a lot of these guys, like Ricky, really good in the mud. He grew up in Washington. But to me, the sand didn't resemble the mud at all. A lot of guys say it does, just because you're kind of loose and, kind of not worrying about the mistakes quite as much. But the difference to me is the sand, you can go way too fast, and it just scares me. I need to let off.
There is certainly a technique to it, and sand surfing right now is Ricky Russell, who it looks like Ben Kelly has now gotten around Thad Duvall. We saw that pass happen as they were headed down through the snake pit. So at the moment, it is Russell, Smith, Reardon, and Kelly 1, 2, 3, and 4 with it. Looks like Duvall still holding on to that top 5, but on board the FPV drone, following along with Ben Kelly. And just like you said, Ryan, kind of jokingly similar to Ryan Dungey, they called him the Diesel. He gets warmed up, he gets moving forward, and while 30 minutes is not comparable to 3 hours, it is still a fair amount of time to be able to make some moves forward. We take a look at our Luxon last lap times, and it is still Ricky Russell with a 4:45, but Evan Smith a 4:39. Gus Reardon, how about that? A 4:34, and Reardon on the 250 Phoenix Racing Honda. So be on the lookout for Reardon. We saw this all season last year. He was on a KTM last year in that XC2 class, and him and his teammate would just start marching their way through the XC1 field inside that first hour, and it made it really difficult for the XC1 riders to match that pace early. So this could be the perfect cup of tea. As look at that, Reardon still charging forward, and he's got somebody else in his sights.
He's closing in on Evan Smith really hard, Zach. I'll tell you, that's a great battle shaping up. Ryan, tell us about what's going through Gus Reardon's head at that moment. What's he going to do about Smith, and does he have any hope to catch Russell?
let's see, they're 4 laps in right now. I think it's around a 5-minute lap. So yeah, he's got roughly 10 minutes left. At this point, I think he knows where he's faster. At least the way I would be thinking is, where am I faster? I'm going to make sure that I'm close enough when I get to that point that I can try to pull off a pass. If I, a lot of people, and I've done it when I was younger, you just try to pass them as soon as you catch them. Well, that might not work because maybe you're not faster in that spot, or there's not really a good line right there. And now when you get to the spot where you could have passed him, you're not close enough because you already tried kind of in a bad spot. So I think Gus has been around long enough. He's done this. He knows that. He's gauging or biding his time right now. He knows where he's going to be faster and where he's going to be able to make the pass.
And it looks like the battle for the lead is shaping up. It looks like about 10 seconds between the 3 riders, and he does really have a chance.
Yeah, and you guys were talking about a while ago Ben Kelly and it being 30 minutes versus 3 hours. Still, the 30 minutes, even these guys, like I was saying, the intensity's so high, I know they're tired at the end of the 30 minutes. It's a different kind of tired than the GNCC, but these guys are still tired. But what was cool, when you were talking earlier, Zach, I saw Ben take a really cool line. After the 3 tables in a row there, he went out. I thought he missed the line. He went like a little bit far outside. Well, he spun it and cut across that really deep, chewed up rut and probably saved time, definitely saved energy. That's a veteran move right there. That's the lines I'm talking about that he's looking for out there, that maybe some of the younger guys or less experienced guys aren't finding.
Well, and it's also one of the things we're seeing riders adapt these lines throughout the race as well. We've seen Russell take some new real estate, even from lap to lap, as we see him on screen right now. But another unique factor for our GNCC racers like Gus Reardon that maybe is in the back of their head is, was that the pass? I think we just saw the pass on Evan Smith. No, that's still Smith just up ahead, but it's a 2-moto format, Ryan, so there is still hopes as far as the overall goes. You get in that number 2 spot, you still got a dogfight in an entire second moto, where if you could get another good start, maybe get out in front of somebody like Ricky Russell early, you could potentially steal the overall away.
Yeah, and even 3rd place, you still got a fighting chance, more than a fighting chance to get that overall, because right now we're not seeing a lot of speed difference. At first, Ricky was definitely going faster than everybody else. Now Gus is the fastest guy on the track, and Evan's matching or beating Ricky's times. So it'd be real easy for Gus to go 3-1 and Evan Smith go 2-2. Gus wins it at that point, I believe, if my math is right.
So we'll see one more time through the FMF Extreme section, and it just goes to show when Ricky's able to hit his marks, not really a problem section for him, as here is the battle for second. The Stoke Media live drone showing you no white flag yet either, so at least 2 more laps to go, and Gus Reardon is eating roost off the back of the KTM of Evan Smith. Into the moto section we go. Let's see how it plays out.
You were talking earlier, Zach, about the XC2 guys in the GNCC coming up and passing the XC1 guys, and everybody had their own opinion on it. Some people just didn't know why, because they've never really had that. But I have a feeling a lot of it has to do with the age. Gus right now is a young guy. He is not afraid to twist it and take that risk, where Ricky, even Evan, is not a young kid anymore. He's knowing that he don't want to end up hurt or even falling over. He don't want to do that. So he's definitely not taking the chances that maybe Gus is.
Well, Gus is certainly sending it right now. We take a look at those Luxon lap times, and it looked like Ricky Russell must have gotten the memo that the boys were charging as he dropped a couple of seconds on that last lap. But man, look at this. Reardon, I believe that was the pass, and it almost looked like Evan kind of gave it to him.
And Evan might know, hey, that guy caught me quick. He's going faster than me. Let me sit behind him. Let me learn his lines. I know what Ricky's lines were, but this guy's going even faster. Let me learn his lines, and now maybe I'll give him a run at the end of this thing.
Did you see that line right there, Ryan, where he's coming out and these guys are going in? That was so smooth out here, and the momentum that he keeps and the energy that he saves.
Yeah, sometimes it's just moving over like one row. A lot of these are planted pines out here. If everybody's in the one row, that thing is really rough by now. At a certain time, it gets so rough that it's smoother and faster even to move over one row, don't hit any of the bumps, and then cut back in at the end of it.
When it sounds so simple, we talk about sometimes it's a game of inches. Literally just moving over a tire length or 2 to the left or right can completely change the way a section feels. And we see Ricky, he basically splits a tree that's maybe 6 inches wide, and all of a sudden he's got a completely new line very few people have taken, and he's able to get through that section maybe just a bit quicker, but he is still catching some deep lap traffic, and as they get deeper and deeper into the field, it's going to be harder and harder to make those passes, not to mention those riders are going to be in a battle of their very own in their class. So we'll see whether or not that plays into things, as there we see your top three making their way through, and Ben Kelly still being brought right along with him. Yep.
Yeah, it looked
Did
like.
you see Evan Smith make that Dunlop split lane work for him? He made the move back up to second around Reardon because of that line. Smith went inside and Reardon went outside, and Smith got him back for second.
And Ben Kelly was only a few seconds behind. So he's making his push now. He's coming on strong. It'll be interesting to see. I think he's already caught the first, second and third, if he could catch Ricky, if he does get out, past those guys.
Right here. Yeah, we moved out of the screen, but he's right there.
And
such a tight section right there.
Jack Edmondson up in ninth there. He's a kid from Britain, Paul Edmondson's son. And he actually, this is a little different than what he does, but he does the what do you call it, Enduro GP over there, which is high intensity. It's a lot like ISDE, a lot like Sprint Enduro, which is going to serve him well out here. I don't know if he's in the pro class or if that's just the overall, he's in a different class. I'm not sure.
But up to ninth overall,
yeah,
and running
ripping.
good. There's your
All right,
leader.
back on board, Ricky Russell.
I think he's going to get the white flag on this one.
Yeah, definitely think we should see a white flag, and still think if he's able to maintain this pace, I don't quite know if they're going to be able to get back to the rear wheel of him. So you got to start to wonder what the rest of the field is going to look like. Are you going to leave a little in the gas tank, or are we just going to send it just like Ryan was talking about earlier? Gus, I don't think there's any kind of saving plan in his vocabulary quite yet. This guy is all in all the time. As look at this, wheel to wheel through the snake pit we go. Evan Smith has regained that number 2 spot, and Gus Reardon right off the back of him.
Did you see that when Ricky went down through that long straightaway, they hit every bump. Ricky rode 2 inches from the trees and missed almost all of them. That's a veteran line right there. He knows.
Smooth and easy, saving energy. And then the diesel came into the frame at the end there too, and he's making a push. With 1 lap left to go, I think once he comes through this extreme section, we're going to see that happen. Ben is making the time, and he's really coming on strong in the late.
Through the extreme section once again we go.
Nope, no white flag.
No.
All right, we got more fun. I love it. Oh, it is out. It is out. They missed who the leader was. I'm going to head down to the finish line, but let me say it's been a pleasure to work with you, Ryan Sipes. It's great to see you, buddy. If you're still around for the second Pro Moto, come and see us again. It's been a pleasure.
Will do. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
So Jay going to head down to the finish line, the white flag waving. Now, it's kind of crazy to think about, Ryan, but that is something to consider. Ricky Russell did not see that white flag, so the intensity, everybody, as far as Evan Smith and Gus Reardon know, this is my last chance, my last opportunity. Ricky might be saying, oh, man, I gotta stick it out for at least 2 more laps.
Be thinking he's got 2 more, but knowing Ricky, he's still in shape. He likes to train. He's not out of shape, so he's not. I don't think he's sweating it.
Look at the diesel. Ben Kelly, the fastest man on that last lap of 4:38. Identical lap times for Ricky Russell and Gus Reardon. Meanwhile, Evan Smith, 1 second, just a tick slower on the 4:45. But like we said, get this guy warmed up, and he is dangerous. Ben Kelly going to try to march his way forward, just like you said, Ryan. Potentially grabbing a third in this moto could keep him in the overall fight, as Gus has made the pass once again on Evan Smith, and this time looks like he's trying to make it stick as they make their way through that split lane.
And the intensity, you can just tell the intensity has cranked up. They know it's the last lap. They got 5 more minutes and it's over. So now they're pulling out all the stops. They're taking that line that they've been saving this entire time, because now it's all, it's time to go.
Here we go. The battle for second is on. Gus Reardon and Evan Smith. Smith was able to pass Reardon back a lap ago right here in the Dunlop split lane. How's it going to work out? Great job from Ethan and the whole JDay crew of keeping multiple lines raceable. Meanwhile, rough and rowdy, Ricky Russell up front leading the way. And look at this. They are right there, not far at all. That was Reardon, and there is Smith. So look at this. Ricky Russell losing some time. Yeah, this could be dangerous. He has no idea. It's the last lap maybe just trying to save a little bit of energy for what he thinks is going to be the final lap. Meanwhile, Gus Reardon knows it's time right now to give everything I got. There's a checker flag waiting here in just a few minutes.
Yeah, and Ricky, as soon as he feels Gus behind him, he's going to go for it, because the last thing you want to do, even if you know there's another lap left, you don't let a guy by, because it's too close to the end. You might never get the chance to pass him back. So once he feels that pressure, he's going to crank it up. I have a feeling, as long as he can stay mistake-free, that Ricky's going to pull this off.
Yeah, it's really going to take some impressive riding right now. Not to mention, Gus is still playing offense and defense. Evan Smith's still right behind him. But look at this. Gus is within a few bike lanes. Ricky, he better start turning it on right now, because the Phoenix Racing Honda of Gus Reardon is fired up, and he can see the rear fender of Ricky Russell coming down to the wire here for the first moto of our double A class. Ricky Russell trying to grab a first moto win. And another thing worth mentioning, Ryan, we talked about Russell not really planning on doing a lot of racing this season. Gotta wonder where the preparation's at fitness-wise. Gus Reardon, he's been training hard. He's arguably the man to beat in the XC2 class this season at GNCC. I know he's put in an impressive boot camp. He got a podium at our first GNCC of the season. He's fired up, he's fit, and he is chasing down Ricky Russell.
Watch the difference in the lines right here. Oh, Gus found it now. Ricky wasn't able to stay up there as a lapper, but yeah, it's getting, oh, he's right beside him. There's the pass.
Oh, look at this slingshot engaged, and there is the pass. Gus Reardon in the closing stages of the race, able to make the pass happen. As look at this, Ben Kelly trying to do the same thing. He's now on the rear wheel of Evan Smith.
I wonder if Ricky even knew he was there. With those lappers there, I bet he couldn't hear that little 250 coming up behind him. Probably didn't even know there was a guy that could pass him. I bet you that took him by surprise. Otherwise, I think he would have been pushing a lot harder right there.
And so let's see, coming into the final section, Gus has only got the extreme section left to go. There's a checker flag waiting, and it's going to be Gus Reardon getting the job done and grabbing the win for your double A class first moto. What a dogfight with Reardon and Russell, 1 and 2. And we'll wait and see. It looks like Ben Kelly did make the pass on Evan Smith.
Zach, we're down here with Gus Reardon. That was one heck of a battle, and Ricky Russell is not happy about not seeing the white flag. The white flag came for you and Evan, but not for him. Tell us what happened on that last lap. How did you make the deal, and how did you seal it?
That last long straightaway, I just had a better run at the start, and there's a few lappings that I would just split them and sort of had to sack up to make the pass. But yeah, Ricky and all the boys were moving.
You were moving out there, buddy. We were watching. You had a top lap time at one time. It was a great race for you. How did it start for you? Did you get a good start, or did you have to come all the way through that pack?
No, I didn't get a good start. I got on the throttle too early. I got too excited, so I think first lap I was 8th or 10th or something, so I had to come through the pack, but that was good to get the intensity up.
I see that you have an accent that's not from this area. Where are you from, Angus?
I'm from Australia, but I've been living in the States the last 10 years. 8 years.
It's great to have you here, buddy. We follow your GNCC stuff, but it's great to have you here at JDay Off-Road. We hope you come back one more time, or all the time. We'd love to have you anytime you're here. But tell us, who's helping you this year?
Massive thanks to Zacho Osborne. He's my trainer this year. Sort of been down here pre-season in Claremont, grinding down with him. Cooper and Lee, my training partners, and also my pitboard boys today, and the whole Phoenix Off-Road team and everyone involved with them.
Gus Reardon, a great first moto. You got to come back for one more, so you got to make it happen. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, great stuff there from Gus Reardon, and probably going to get some high fives from his trainer, Zach Osborne, just making his way off of the course as well. But let's take a look at our MX Trophies race recap. It was a battle. We knew it was going to be, and right from the get-go, so many big names up front early. Zach Osborne, just to name one, and man, immediately we started seeing some flip-flop. A couple of riders going down. We heard from Gus Reardon. He was about in the 8 to 10 position as they were coming around, but Ricky Russell making some quick moves early, moved into that #1 spot, and we kind of thought that was going to be all she wrote. He was putting the power down, and those first 2 laps from Russell seemed almost unmatchable. Zach Osborne tried to hang on for that first lap, but things just kept stretching out. Russell Looked like he was going to be out by himself, but slowly but surely the boys in about the 2 through 5 positions kept picking off seconds here and there. And it was almost one of those situations where the battles between them for the number 2 and 3 spot ended up bringing them right to the rear wheel of the number 1 spot. Evan Smith making a move on Zach Osborne. Wouldn't be long before we saw Gus Reardon do the same thing, and then quite the battle between Smith and Reardon, a back and forth over a couple of laps, all while Ricky Russell continued to explore some new lines, find new real estate, and keep that Kawasaki moving forward into the extreme section. A lap rider down ends up getting the best of Russell, and got to think that could have played a role in allowing Smith and Reardon to catch up to him. They might have been faster on the lap times, but that gap significantly shrank following the mistake from Russell. He was able to get picked right back up, didn't lose any position, but the clock never stops ticking. Meanwhile, the Diesel, as we've been calling him, Ben Kelly, your reigning XC1 GNCC champion, back out with us. Didn't quite get the start he was looking for, but as the laps went on, the lap times went down, and Kelly taking it all the way down to the wire. We see hopping and skipping his way through the extreme section, no problem at all. A little shake of the hand right there as well. So Kelly regrouping as he came into that finish line. And then it came down to the last lap. We knew Reardon and Smith were going to be close. Question was, playing offense and defense, was it going to affect Reardon's ability to charge forward? But he stayed focused, and it all came down to that sneaky snake pit. You see Smith had gotten him back over the Dunlop split lane. Reardon made the pass once again. Ben Kelly trying some new lines out as well. And moving forward, the Fox FPV drone giving us a great idea as to what it's like eating roost off the back of Ricky Russell as he is spraying those sand berms and trying to charge forward. Tough for Ricky as well, not knowing where everybody else was at. And then this is it, the snake pit. Splitting lap riders. Reardon saw an opportunity. He left the throttle on, and he took the lead away with it. Coming down to the wire, Gus Reardon on the Phoenix Racing Honda going to grab the win. Ricky Russell going to cross the line just a bike length behind him. And it looked like Ben Kelly was able to snatch away that third place spot. Let's take a look at your Pro Taper top 10, and it is Gus Reardon grabbing the win, Ricky Russell and Ben Kelly, your top 3. Evan Smith and Thad Duvall round out your top 5. Shout out Jigs Fustini moving up to that number 6 spot. Jack Edmondson, a solid ride as well in the 7th ride. Zach O, Zach Osborne, Justin Coquinos, and Gavin Simon, your top 10 here in Moto number 1. That's right, folks. Going to be doing it all over again here in just a few hours. It's just about time to get some second motos underway. Race 1, Moto 2 coming up next. But first, a quick commercial break. This is the 2026 JDay Off-Road Racing Series presented by Fox. We'll be right back.
Some of us have an unextinguishable fire burning inside us. It ignites us to compete. It inspires us. It drives us. We are a performance-driven manufacturer, built for racers, by racers. We are focused on racing fuel, plain and simple. We want to go fast. We want to win. And we want the same for you. We are Fuel Factory.
JDay Off-Road is proud to have the following media partners: Trans World Motocross, Cycle News, Dirt Bike Magazine, Stoke Media, and Racer TV. Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Fox Bostwick Creek Grand Prix, round number 1 of the 2026 JDay Off-Road Racing Series. Headed down to Florida to kick off the year and getting ready to kick off our second set of motos with Super Mini, Mini Senior 12 to 15, Mini Junior 6 to 11, and girls. We'll take a look here. The riders, the family sitting down on the line. Going to be a very, very different racetrack than they saw this morning. They had their first moto at 9 a.m. this morning, just about 1:15 or so on the dot right now. And man, is it going to be, I don't want to say a surprise. I'm sure they've been on the fence watching, maybe logged on to Racer TV and watched some of the racing as well. So they know it's going to be rough. They know it's going to be difficult. But nonetheless, certainly very different than what they saw at 9 this morning. As the 30-second car goes down, we get ready to see that green flag fly here from the Fox start. Here we go. Gates down. Good start from, looks like one of the gas riders. Talon Dagley was the man to beat in this Super Mini first moto. Looks like he's made a bit of a gear swap. Now in that the yellow gear, about third or so. At the moment, he's already putting the pressure on for that number 2 spot. Up and over the moto section to start things off. Next row off and rolling. About a minute separating these rows once again. So a minute between Super Mini and the Mini Senior class, and then a minute between that class and our girls class as well. So row 2 is going to be taken to the track next. Whoa, one rider almost loops it out, feet off the pegs, but he saves it. Good save right there. Oh, man, that was a tough hit for that rider. Man, we talked about the sand reaching up and grabbing you, and when it does, it spits you so quick off the bike. Hopefully that rider going to be okay. That was a tough hit. Seeing some different race lines develop here on the moto side of things. Insides and outsides being used now. Still getting good drive up and over those tables. And last but certainly not least, our girls class. There you see the yellow handguards. Isla Castell has had a busy day so far, and she's got to do it all over once again. Locked in on that Fox flag. Boom, first kick. Both of our girls in the class firing right up and headed into turn number 1. Second moto's officially off and rolling here from the Bostwick Creek GP. And I believe that was that rider that went down earlier, the 617. So shout out to that rider. Glad to see that they are okay. That was a tough hit. Let's watch our girls class make their way around the moto portion of the trail. Castell going to go wide there. And flashing to the front of the field, there is the number 5 of Talon Dagley, doing a great job leading the way. Quickly making some moves. I believe was about third the last time we saw. Once again, we could not be more excited to bring the action of JDay Off-Road right to you here on RacerTV.com. Make sure you guys are subscribing and following along so you know exactly when we're going to be going live. Lots of racing coming up here on Racer TV soon. Between GNCC this weekend, RCSX next week. All racing all the time right here on Racer TV. Big shout out to AG Video and Stoke Media for bringing you this race coverage here from Bostwick Creek. Watching right now the 546. Looking really solid. Did we miss Medaglia? We may have. The 461 in that number 2 or 3 spot. I'm going to make the assumption that we did miss the number 5 of Medaglia, who was out front. I believe that's who we're looking at on our live drone. And sand surfing right now. Little T-Dags looking good for the moment. Trying to make it an easy 1-1, keep the math simple. I mean, kind of like what Sipes was talking about earlier, understanding that you've got to let that bike dance around under you some, otherwise you fight it too much and it's going to win. So Medaglia doing a great job of flowing with the machine, with this race course, and like we said, very, very different conditions than what they saw earlier today, about 9 this morning. Watching her feel, ooh, foot gets ripped off the peg there through the snake pit. They are dancing their way around. Trying not to get bit here. That was a smooth straightaway this morning, believe it or not. And look at this, Medaglia, a little problem through the extreme section. And gonna go across that Yamaha finish line. And into the moto section once again. Look at that. I mean, this guy's got style for miles. He looks like a GNCC pro through the woods. He's throwing whips over the tabletops. That's how you get the job done. He is already clean and clear of the finish line and just about back into the woods by the time the rest of the field is getting into the extreme section. Really impressive to watch. Oh, problems for one of our riders there. You saw him went to stick the foot down and ended up right in the center of one of those tires. You sink down a whole lot, and at that point it was all but done. A lot of physicality going to be needed in the second motos. As up and over, looks like things getting extreme. A couple of the tires even flying out of their section. See how fast they're hitting them out here. The tires are even going flying. Headed to the Dunlop split lane. We saw just how important this section was. We talked about it this morning, but man, you really started to see it come into play towards those later pro motos, and you got to think it's going to be doing the same in these second motos as well. A couple of people off the start. It's a great opportunity to make some quick moves. Gus Reardon and Nevin Smith, nice little back and forth through this section earlier. Watch and wait for our lead group to make their way through. We talked about the 9 a.m. this morning. Think about that. What were you doing at 9 this morning? Do you even know? These guys were out here racing their first moto, and there's been more than a few spots. We saw the snake pit, as we said. It was basically like a big sandy highway this morning, and now it's just a rolling whoop section almost. Still a ton of speed being carried, but not only is it the big rolling whoops, but they've all got about 20 different lines carved into the faces of them as well. So when we talk about the difference here in Motos 1 and 2, it's not just, it's just a different time of day. It's not just, maybe the track's a little drier. This track has completely changed. Not to mention, the race lines have started to change as well. You think about our replay earlier. I think from this exact section, that main line was way further over to the left-hand side of your screen, but it is so deep now. I don't think these micro bikes could even get through it without getting stuck. So they're starting to move over. They're starting to adapt, and this is what we talk about with the race intelligence of these kids. It's so impressive to watch them change almost the entire line selection for a full lap between Motos 1 and Motos 2. Medaglia, it doesn't even seem like he's dropped off the pace at all, but really, really impressive. Isla Castell continues to lead the girls class. Reed Locker out front in Mini Junior in front of Crew Hopkins. And it looks like Destry Tucker going to lead the way for your Mini Senior class. So some familiar faces out on the front. The names in the top 3 or so may not be changing a lot, but I promise you the way they're having to ride this track is significantly different. It is so impressive to see how good these kids are at changing lines around, at making these, when I say split second, I'm talking split millisecond decisions. You think about how fast they're going, having to decide which way to go, how to get there. T-Dags did a great job in that first moto of really putting the track together or connecting the track. What I mean by that is you saw him, let's say it's a right-hand turn. He was kind of getting over towards the left-hand side of the track leading up to it and arcing that corner to where instead of making a really tight turn and having to slow down significantly, he's flowing with the track, taking a long kind of curved approach to it. That way he was able to stay. He didn't even have to stick his leg out. He kept the feet on the peg, kept the front end light, and kept the throttle on moving forward. So those are little technical details that these kids have got dialed in. Don't know exactly how young Talon is. I know he's got a lot of experience, and I know he's got some great advice as far as two parents that are former champions in their own right. Talk about, you know, being able to pass that information on to the next generation. And it's one thing to have, you know, a parent that knows how to tell you to do it, but it's another thing to be wise enough and be mature enough to be able to take that advice. And looks like Talon's able to do just that. Is watch out. A snake bit somebody there in the snake pit. That was my snake sound. And the Stoke Media Live drone. Got to think you'd be pretty stoked if you were Talon Medaglia right now. This dude is flying. He was all smiles in our first moto afterwards, talking to. Oh, look at this. Oh, a big get off for Talon Medaglia. He is right back to his feet, so he looks to be okay, but that's what we talk about, keeping the front end light. As these berms start to get deeper and deeper, the rollers headed into them, it can kind of pitch your body weight off one way or the other. Looked like Medaglia maybe just got the weight a little too far forward, and he basically went for a full somersault over the front end. We'll see whether or not we can get a replay on that, but man, not saying that was an announcer curse. I'm just saying it was a coincidental timing. I'm not going to take responsibility for that. But Talon, I'm glad he's back up. And, of course, he still is out front. He has put quite a gap on the rest of the field. But, man, it just goes to show, even if you're a Talon Medaglia, we take a look at this replay. Up the inside, kind of gets a bit of a kick forward. You see he was up towards the front end of the bike as he headed into that corner. And it was just a mixture of a G out with one of those braking bumps, the thick sand. He went for a ride. Honestly, really glad he didn't connect with that tree right there. So, Medaglia, okay. He's back up and rolling, but it just goes to show, even when you are the man, you're looking dominant, you're looking perfect, this track, equally as dangerous or equally as important of a thing to be battling as the rest of your competition as well. So, good job from Talon Medaglia getting picked right back up, right back to racing. I told you guys, these kids are tough as nails, and look at that. He's not slowing down at all. He is not worried about it. It happens. But, man, big get-off right there. It just goes to show. Even sometimes you can be out front. I mean, we saw it with Ricky Russell. The last thing I think a lot of people would have expected was the extreme section to really reach up and grab Ricky. And when he was able to go where he wanted to, it really wasn't that much of a problem. But that's not always the situation. You start to get into lap traffic. You start to have to anticipate what other riders are doing as well. He hit that curved log at a really, really bad angle. And, I mean, he probably knew as he was approaching that log he was going to wind up on the ground. So let's take a look. Your Luxon lap times from the last lap. Talon Medaglia, a 5:11. That is, I mean, over 20 seconds faster, basically, than a lot of the rest of the field. Trayson Landrum, though, I got to give him some credit. He's running a solid pace of 5:27 from Trayson. So really, you know, not too far back at all. Solid result. And Landrum, a name we're familiar with on the GNCC side of things as well. If it's the Landrum that I'm thinking of, but man, just a good pace all around and solid lap time if you think about it, as far as what the track conditions look like compared to some of our big bike classes as well. We even heard when Jay talked to Carson Brown, he's on that 125 super mini model, and the smaller wheelbase, the suspension, the way the bike handles these kinds of bumps, it can definitely make a big difference. So as if it wasn't challenging enough for the big bikes, I'll be honest, I think some of these younger riders on the smaller wheel-based machines have got their work cut out for them. Back on board with the Stoke Media Live drone. We'll see exactly what things look like. Probably going to look at that lap time chart again the next lap through, see how much things are changing. It looks like he's getting into some more lap traffic as well, so that could be a thing as well. See right there, it did a nice little pivot and change, peeked to the left-hand side of that lap rider and was able to get right around him, but that takes some patience as well. We see this time and time again in the youth riders at GNCC. They get so frustrated, so caught up in the moment, you know, and I get it. Sometimes when you're racing, tenths of seconds feel like 10 seconds entirely. You feel like everything is taking so long, and so Medaglia did a great job. You almost saw him kind of check up, posture up a little bit, take a breath, and then he saw an opportunity. Heck, and peeked to the left here, got right back into attack mode, made the pass happen as he dodges another lap rider. So it's a mixture of patience and intensity. You got to know when to push. You got to know when to just say, hey, let me take a second, especially in the condition or in the position that Talon's in right now. He is out front. He's leading the way. He's not under any immediate pressure, so no reason for him to stress out at the moment. Even after, we see it a lot of times, even after crashes, the kids, you know, they panic, their heart rate spikes, they get back up, and they think, you know, now I've got to go even faster than I was before. Not the case. Talon's got a nice lead built up, great run through the snake pit right there as he heads back off into the woods. But man, impressive riding right now for the young Medaglia. We'll try to take a look here, see what the rest of the classes are looking like, try to give you a breakdown as we continue our live race coverage here from the Fox Bostwick GP.
Hey, Zach, it's Jay. I'm back with you, buddy. It's some great racing in that pro class. Had a chance to speak with a bunch of the riders down there and be there for the finish when Gus Reardon came in, exuberant in his win. And just as he crossed the finish line, Ricky Russell came across and said, "Where was the white flag?" I never saw the white flag, and that made a difference to him because he thought that he had a little bit of time left, and he wasn't so worried about, you know, Reardon getting by him at that point. And it's a tough break for him, but as we saw on camera, you and I and Ryan, which was such a pleasure to have Ryan Sipes here, unbelievable, really. And it was just, it was one of those things where the people at the finish area just didn't know that Ricky Russell had come in so fast and that he was the guy that was in the lead. Therefore, they didn't issue him the white flag. So it was a tough break for Ricky Russell. But however, as you've said several times today, buddy, you know, it is an overall situation here. So if you go second in the first moto and first in the second moto, then you win the overall, and that's what it's all about. That's what the money is paid for. That's what everybody goes for, and that's where you get the most points. So at JDay, they are not awarded points or money per moto. It is for the overall only, and Ricky Russell still has a great chance for that. And you and I both know him, and you know that he is going to be on fire in that second one. He's just going to put a stamp of approval on it and really be ripping out there. And he's got some great competition, of course, and I know Reardon's going to be there. Smith's going to be there. Ben Kelly was really close at the end. So it's not going to be easy for him, but he'll definitely have the motivation of that no seeing the white flag thing. So it was a tough break for him, but a great ride by Gus Reardon, man. That was tremendous how he came through. And he had like an 8th or 10th place start. So it goes to show, hang in there, do your laps, get it done, man, and you could be Gus Reardon too.
Well, and it is an interesting point. You know, he's going to go from double R rough and rowdy to triple R rough rowdy and really fired up for this second moto. But at the end of the day, you know, the AMA rules state the white flag is a courtesy flag. They do everything they can to get it out to you when there's one lap left to go. But it gets said at a lot of the riders' meeting, it's in the AMA handbook. We hear it time and time again. It is not a required flag. So it is a tough break, especially in those top-level athletes where they are so capable of timing their effort and the intensity. Got to think maybe Ricky might have been saying, okay, I'm going to take half a lap or so, see what Gus is doing, stay on his back wheel and try to make a pass back. It's an unfortunate situation, and it is a mistake. Mistakes happen, but at the end of the day, got to think he's really going to be fired up, and I think he's going to be 100% from green all the way to checkered, no matter how long that second moto goes, because like you said, the overall hope's still alive, and yeah, I kind of was curious to hear whether or not there was some questions about that after he crossed the line. As we take a look at our Luxon last lap times, Medaglia has picked the pace up, or dropped the pace off, I should say, just a little bit, a 5:51 on that last lap. But if you think about it, he did go down, had a pretty solid get off, and has been caught with some lap riders. Trace and Landrum still super consistent, a 5:35 on that last lap. Shout out to Trace and Landrum, really looking solid, but definitely lost a bit of time on that last lap. Did little T-dags, but nonetheless, he's fired back up. Looks like the bike's functioning well. He seems to be okay, so focusing forward is going to try to take a look into some of our other classes here, see who we've got leading the way. As looks like the last time through it was Destry Tucker leading the way out of Mini Senior 12 to 15. Isla Castell continues to lead the way out of our girls class. And obviously Tyler Medaglia leading the way out of your Super Mini class. Trace and Landrum in that number 2 spot. Crew Hopkins leads the Mini Junior class over Crew Russell. That's Crew with a C out front, Crew with a K in the number 2 spot. So call it the Motley Crue class. See what I did there? Nonetheless, Landrum really looking good. I believe that was him we just saw on your screen. And he, not sure if he even realizes it, but he probably made up 20 seconds or so on that last lap between another solid lap time from him and a tough lap for Medaglia. So those are the kinds of things where mistakes start to add to each other. They start to stack up, and not to mention Medaglia catching up to some of those lap riders. Looks like he's picked through a good portion of them. He's got some clean track up ahead, but something like that happen again, as long as Landrum continues to push the pace, continues to charge forward, he could be the beneficiary and have an opportunity to capitalize on another rider's mistake.
Looks like Isla Castell has just moved into the top 10, Zach, overall, which is an amazing feat, but she was there in that first moto as well. She is a heck of a young girl, great rider.
Absolutely, yeah. We've seen Castell in the top 10 overall for a couple of classes. She was in that women's C class earlier on as well, and I believe got 4th overall in that race. So, Castell, you want to talk about your Iron boys. How about the Iron girl right now? Isla Castell really looking solid, and every time she's out on track, she's continuing consistent lap times. She's leading her class, and yeah, she's looking at picking up a couple of wins to kick off the 26th season.
I think in that screen we just saw was Trace and Landrum. And Landrum really picking up the pace here late in the moto. I don't know if he's going to have a chance, but with mistakes like that by Medaglia, he just might. White flag is out.
See white flag coming out. Yep, so white flag from the Yamaha finish line.
Medaglia, hopefully. And we'll get back with you for the next moto, which will be the C class.
Well, anything's possible. Tell the finish line to keep their eyes peeled, because it could be Medaglia, it could be Landrum, depending on how things go. We are starting to see some uncharacteristic mistakes from the number 5. That big get off earlier. I say big get off. It was spectacular, but it looked like he was okay. Landed, I'm not going to say that the sand was soft by any means, but he looked okay. Now trying to make his way around Isla Castell to put her a lap down. Funnels back to that inside. Leg out, power on. Castell doing a great job. She's going to try to latch onto the back of Medaglia, see if she can pick up on some lines as well. Don't forget, Talon will be back out in our schoolboy class here in just a little bit, and you see him. I mean, the leg was off. He was on the brakes. The bike is just dancing around underneath him, and he doesn't seem even concerned about it. So Medaglia doing a great job right now as we're going to follow him around. Like Jay was saying, Trace and Landrum doing a great job. Cole Locker, 3rd, 1, 2, and 3 in the overall. Dylan Bott, and I believe that's Sebastian Tucker in that number 5 overall spot just in front of Destry Tucker. So, and then you go back to Isla Castell in that 7th overall spot. So really impressive riding right now from all of our youth riders. I believe that was Crew Russell we just saw go by on the Yamaha machine. Here in the Dunlop split lane, there is little T-Dags moving his way through. Not having to worry. He can take whatever line he wants here. He can split left, split right. Looks like he's going to go with that right-hand line here on this one. Again, so nice to have multiple race line options. Let's see what Castell does. She's going to go. She goes to the left-hand side. Both of them winning their different classes, and choosing some different lines through that Dunlop split lane. So keeping things very racy out here, even as the track continues to deteriorate and get rougher and rougher. You even heard from some of our pro riders, the track is going to be brutal here in these second motos. Look at that. It was a 5:51 a lap ago after the crash. Meanwhile, now a 5:31 for Talon Medaglia, drops 20 seconds. Meanwhile, Trayson Landrum just a tick slower on that last lap of 5:35 compared to a 5:40. Meanwhile, the rest of the field, Sebastian Tucker, the only other rider maintaining a sub-6 minute lap time. Looks like Bott and Castell right around those mid 6:30s or so, as is Destry Tucker. So no question about it. I don't think you even need the numbers to see Medaglia. He's got the pace. The fitness looks fantastic. Just the technique as well, really impressive as far as the way he handles these sand motos. It doesn't look like the body's laboring at all. He has definitely been putting in the work, and it's paying off right now as he is just about half a lap or so away from taking an overall win here in your super mini class. Once again, want to welcome you all here to Racer TV, Tuesday's race day, and it is kicking off the JDay Off-Road season. Going to be covering each and every one of our JDay Off-Road races here in 2026 right here live on Racer TV and GPTV. We want to thank you all for tuning in. Make sure you've got the subscribe button clicked, turn those notifications on. We got a lot more racing in store here on Racer TV, even just over the next 7 to 10 days. You don't want to miss a single lap of the action. Excited to be covering it all from JDay to GNCC to the RCSX. It's going to be a ton of fun. But right now, everybody watching, and wait a second. Problems for Medaglia. This could be huge. Where is Trayson Landrum? He's struggling to get the bike fired up, and this could be a heartbreak for Talon Medaglia. So little Medaglia, he is stuck right now. Looks like he cannot get the Yamaha fired up. The question is, where is Trayson Landrum? He had made up some time, but then it looked like Medaglia had cut the time back up. Oh, and you start to see the heartbreak set in. That might have been Landrum that just passed him right now. This could be a huge shakeup, not only in the moto, but for the overall as well. There was just about a third of a lap left, and he is still trying to get that machine fired up. And he does. Wait a second, folks. We got a race on our hands. Talon Medaglia has finally gotten that Yamaha fired back up. Not sure exactly how close they are to the finish line, but there is your new leader, Trayson Landrum. And Trayson just got a whole new breath of life. We're going to hold this shot right here. We're zooming in and waiting. You'll see the yellow gear probably going to be coming through in a beat of fury. Oh, man. And this just goes to show, guys, this is why you never give up here in racing. 19 seconds, I'm being told from race control, the gap between Landrum and Medaglia. How fast is he going to be able to catch up? Landrum, not a slouch at all, been super consistent in the lap times. Here in the snake pit, he's made his way through a great drive as we zoom in on that far corner, and there he is. Talon Medaglia charging as hard as he can. The overall depends on it. A 1-1 is going to have to get the job done. A 1-2 won't cut it for the overall. Landrum got second in that first moto, if I'm not mistaken. So this is the battle for the second moto win for the overall. And here we go. This is the exit of the woods. It's getting ready to head into that FMF Extreme section, I believe. And not quite. There he is. Here we go. Got to have a flawless run through the FMF Extreme section. Can he hang on to it? Feet off the pegs. 2 more logs to go. 1 more log, and how about it? Checkered flag coming out. Trayson Landrum gets the job done. That is why you never give up here at JDay. What a dogfight for Trayson Landrum. He kept charging. Even if he couldn't see Talon Medaglia, he didn't give up. And that is what racing is all about. Absolute heartbreak for Talon Medaglia, who, as you can see, rides off. Definitely understand the frustration. But how about it? We got an overall winner. Jay, down to you.
Zach, we are here with Trayson Landrum, and he's got a smile on, but he still isn't really believing it. I mean, that went right down to the end there, buddy. Tell me what happened on the last lap.
I think his bike messed up or something, and I went around him, and I was like, man, I got this overall in the bag.
Nice job, buddy. I'll tell you, that's what it takes in this racing, is to persevere, never give up, and you did that, man. Good on you. Where are you from, bud? Ohio. Great racing out there, and of course the Hall of Fame with the AMA and all that, so a lot of heritage there. Who's helping you this year, buddy?
Mom, Dad, Osborne's Offroad, Kinda Tire, Gas Mob, Gas USA, and everybody else I forgot. Thank you.
Are you in for the JDay series now that you got your one win?
I don't think so.
We'll have you back anytime, buddy. It's great to have you here, so thank you again. Trayson Landrum, your winner today in that Super Mini class with a last lap pass.
Ooh-wee, how about that? What a way to kick off the second motos. That's what makes the two-moto format so entertaining. 2 30-minute battles, completely different conditions, and man, there it is. Your overall Trayson Landrum going to grab the win. Talon Medaglia, again, so many props, deserved such a great ride. Cole Locker, Dylan Bott, and Sebastian Tucker are going to round out your top 5. Destry Tucker, Little Sean Remington Jr. in that number 7 spot, Jay Locker, Crew Hopkins, and Isla Castella, another top 10 overall. Man, what a race. What can you say besides that? Things are certainly exciting, and look, guys, we've got a whole lot more second motos to go. Let's take a look at your MX Trophies race recap. Landrum, look at that. Landrum got the whole shot as well. His kid was fired up right from the green flag. Talon Medaglia made some quick moves. Landrum just stayed super consistent. We're looking at the lap times almost lap to lap. And we're honestly paying a lot of attention to this guy right here, Little Medaglia. Had that get off, maybe threw him off the game just a little bit, tweaked the bars or something, quickly jumped back up, got back on that machine. Looked like it was even still running and got back out to it. But that was a big opportunity for Landrum to make up some time, and he did. It went about 20 seconds faster, Talon Medaglia did on that following lap. It was like a 5:51 to like a 5:31. But Landrum running solid mid-530s lap after lap, avoiding the carnage, avoiding the lap traffic. Medaglia looked like he was on his way to a 1-1 finish here. Meanwhile, Isla Castell out of our girls class continuing to put in solid results, winning her class and another top 10 overall as well. The FMF Extreme section, believe it or not, yep, not gotten any easier. Kid did a one-hander right there. I didn't catch that to begin with. But little T-Dags continue to push the pace. And then heartbreak sets in. Wasn't sure what was happening. Saw him start slowing down and just could not get that Yamaha fired up. I mean, he kicked that thing probably 60 times. Landrum makes the pass, focuses forward, and there it is. Brings out the checkered flag and gets the job done. How about it? What a way to kick off the second motos. Well, I got to catch my breath. We need a commercial break. Race 2 Moto 2 C-Class is going to be coming up next. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more JDay Off-Road presented by Fox. JDay Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by Engine Ice, proven to deliver optimal performance and reliability. Luxem Consulting, Jacqueline Holmes is behind your business bookkeeping. And Sunshine Site Prep,
your one-stop shop for site prep needs.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to round one of the 2026 JDay Off-Road Racing Series. Saw the JDay merch shop opening up. Grab your t-shirt, grab your hoodie, grab whatever you can. Get it all. It's round one. They got to have all the sizes and the colors now. Now's the time to do it, as we are here at Bostwick Creek GP, Green Cove Springs, Florida, just about an hour off the coast. And once again, could not be more excited to bring you all of the live coverage of JDay Off-Road right here on RacerTV.com. Of course, a big shout out to our friends at AG Video and Stoke Media for bringing you guys all of that live coverage. And I couldn't be more stoked about it. See what I did there? Great times down here in Florida to kick off the year. Ba-doomts. Yeah, everybody likes my jokes. Dunlop Arch in the background there. We had a Dunlop split lane section that has played extremely crucial as far as the overall picture goes. As sitting on the line right now, Race 2, Moto 2. We've got our C classes coming up next, 250C, Open C, 200C, Vet C, and Open Electric BC sitting on the gate. Once again, I want to give a big shout out to all of the amazing sponsors that help put on the series. I say it all the time, you know, it takes a village to put on a race, but to let alone put on a series, it takes an absolute village. It takes so many people's support, including you guys watching at home right now as well. Big shout out to each and every one of our amazing manufacturers, whether it's, of course, Fox back with us here in 2026. FMF, you see him right there at the bottom of the end of the start straightaway, the House of Power in the house, Factory Connection. Probably getting a lot of visitors between Moto 1 and Moto 2. Need that suspension dialed in. Of course, Yamaha presenting that Yamaha finish line, and the Blue Crew back with us in 2026 as well. Moto Tassinari, the Kirk Caselli Foundation, Dunlop Tires. The list just goes on and on and on. Dirt Care, getting everybody cleaned up after the races. Redline Oil. Really just a ton of fun. So many great people. Guts, W, the list goes on. Make sure you guys are going on JDay Off-Road social media. They've got all of our event posters, all of the series posters, and don't just look at the logos, okay? I get it. You're a motorcycle racer. You've probably seen and heard of a lot of these companies, but make sure you're paying attention to it. I say this all the time. It really is a choice for the companies to support these series and support these events or not, and when they do, they are supporting you. Even if you are, you know, let's say you don't wear Fox gear, well, guess what? Fox is helping make this series happen. That means they're supporting you. They're supporting the community and the family that is off-road racing. So big shout out to each and every one of them that helped make it happen, and could not be more excited to see what 2026 and the future of JDay Off-Road has in store. Like we talked about it, the madman himself, the mad scientist, Ethan Brogeman, he's got this idea. He said he had this vision about moving JDay besides just the Northeast, because don't worry, they still got that Northeast series, the 8-round kind of local-esque series that resembles what JDay has been doing for a long time. It's still going on, but 8 rounds spanning across the eastern United States. So many incredible locations. Going to be going to the Club MX training facility next. I couldn't be more excited about that. I'll be able to come to the next 4 rounds in person, and I mean CGI facility, Lake Sugar Tree, Budds Creek. These are some of the biggest names on the East Coast as far as locations go, and most of them are unique moto locations as well. They're not just positions that were, hey, there's already a trail there. Look at that. That's what I'm talking about. The family comes out. It's a great time for everybody involved. That's the name of the game here at JDay, is embracing the family atmosphere. A lot of smiles under those helmets. I love to see it. Beautiful weather down in Florida. A little chilly this morning, but things are heating up just in time for second motos. And make sure you guys, if you haven't already, you go to JDay Off-Road social media or JDayOffroad.com and make sure you know exactly where the series is headed, and then circle it. Circle it on the calendar, write it down, tell the wife that's where you're going. We're going to make a trip out of it. It's going to be a good time, and that's a guarantee. Going to be a ton of fun. And it sounds like we got the other member of our broadcast team, Jay McGrath, standing by. Jay, what's up? Jay's playing tricks on me again. Told me he was ready and leaving me hanging. It's like when I tried to give him a high five last year. Put the hand up. Nothing. It's all right. Nothing hurt but my pride. No worries here. We're hanging out. The Fox starting line. Going to be getting the next race kicked off here in just a few minutes. So we see the families and crews standing by. See the man himself, Mike Nichols, down there on the line, rocking the Racer TV camera.
Zach,
Hey,
we're down
there
here
he
on
is.
the start line of the C class. We got a guy with a Ronnie Cycles of Bennington, Vermont sticker. What's your name, my friend?
Drew Glenzel.
Drew Glenzel. You were the winner of that first one, am I right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's great to see you out here, buddy. Have you traveled down to Florida before, or is this your first time?
I want to say I can definitely count on one hand, but I don't come here often, so yeah.
Well, it must be nice to be out of that snow.
Yeah, big time. I heard we just got over a foot, so.
And are more helping you than the Ronnie Cycle of Bennington?
Yeah, Freedom Diesel, ECC Captures, A. Clark Construction, Boss Suspension, ODI, 100%. Yeah, that's all I can think of right now.
What's going to be your focus in this last moto? You've got an overall to consider.
To stay on two wheels and just be consistent.
Do you have a favorite part of the track out there that's working for you better than anything else?
The moto track.
Are you a moto guy?
Yeah.
Right on, buddy. Drew Gonzel, we wish you the best.
Great stuff.
We'll move over here to a Triumph rider. Not too many of you guys out here. What's your name, my friend?
My name's Brett.
Brett, did you have a good moto that first moto? I think you were a second or third. Am I right?
Yeah, I was fighting for first for a little bit, and then we just started making some mistakes. And, got to get more time on the bike.
Yes. How are you liking that Triumph?
It's awesome. I love it. Power's great.
Where are you from, my friend?
I'm from Northern Rhode Island.
Oh, so following the JDay tour before this, or is this your first time?
Yeah, I've been following the JDay Tour for about a year now, and I'm loving it, so had to come out to Florida.
Who's helping you this year, Brent?
Huge shout out to Jeremy from JP Suspension. He got me out here to Florida, and he does all my suspension work, so big thanks to him and his family.
Brett Becker, number 813, looking for that overall. You think you got him?
I'm going to try for it.
Where are you going for the pass?
Ooh, he's going to have me on the moto track for sure, but probably in the deep woods. Not where the sand is, but, where it's a little bit more loomy. I'm loving it over there.
Sorry I had to give away your secret like that, buddy. Good luck.
All right, great stuff down there from the start line. Jay McGrath getting the scoop from our riders. Looks like the families and mechanics getting told to vacate the starting area, which means we are getting ready to get the race underway. One minute signal up in the air. And here it is, the 920, I think it's 921 or 927. But I know that was your first moto winner. And look at that, all the way to the inside. We've been seeing a lot of the hole shots coming from that inside. The Cali rider, though, the 222, a bit more towards the center of the start area. You see him just to the left of the screen. And they're locked in now. Watching that Fox green flag. It's up. Dirt Racing. Look at this, a KTM with a quick start. Drag race into turn 1, but I think it's going to be the Cowie. The 222 is going to grab the whole shot, but look at this. The Yamaha rider knows he needed to get out front quickly. Going to close the door and take the lead as they head off to the moto track here for moto number 2. 250C off and rolling. Skying it out over the tabletops here. Sprint pace. Watching our next row. I believe this should be our open C class. Looks like the Honda grabbing the whole shot. Second row off and rolling. So close racing there on the moto side of things. Look at this up into the bowl corner. Oh, I thought we were going to see a grown man move, as Mikey Wayne's like to say. He's skying that second tabletop out, though. I think that battle's going to keep on going as the 200C class sits on the line now. Like getting fired up. Kickstarting that thing. Still going to potentially lead him. Ah, not quite going to make it into turn 1 first. Nothing wrong with that, though. Right behind. 30 minutes of racing to go, so plenty of time to try to catch up and make the pass happen. Look at this. Up and over. Whoa, a little close for comfort there. One more row to go. Here it is. C Vet. And there it is, off and rolling. Oh, some style over the tabletops there. Fired up here for second motos. Race number 2, moto number 2, the C classes. 250 open, 200 vet, and open electric. As we flash forward to one of our earlier groups, can't quite tell which group that is. We're looking for was a Yamaha, the 921, leading the way. We'll see if he can stay out front. As we hang here, a little bit of space between them. Once again, just about a minute between start rows. As there is your leader. That should be the 921 machine, your first moto winner. Trying to repeat here in moto number 2. I'm not going to say he's going to do the 1-1, all right? I feel bad. Talmadaglia was so close. But that goes to show these second motos, what makes them so exciting. You never know. Whoop, see, look at this. Problems for the 921. Steps off the machine. Still leading the way, but those are the little mistakes that are going to add up. We see the Kawasaki flash by. Trying to see, we'll take a look at our class list here. The 921, definitely your winner from Moto number 1. And then the 222, Evan Kelly on the Kawasaki. So Evan Kelly in striking distance. Watching and waiting. And there is the triumph of Brett Becker. We saw he was competing for the lead early on in Moto number 1. Didn't quite get to start here in Moto 2. And through the extreme section they go. No problems there. Cowie rider up on the pegs. Doing a good job, and you gotta wonder whether or not he's going to have the pace to try to track down Drew Glenzel. So Glenzel looking good on this moto stuff. He's we talked about some riders having a strength. We talked about some riders having some weaknesses out here. That's the beauty of JDay, though. It's going to expose no matter what you got. If you're a moto guy that struggles in the woods, we'll see it. If you're a woods guy that maybe struggles on some of the moto stuff, we're going to see it. But no matter what, it's going to come out eventually. Look at this. The 222 swings wide there. He about went over the backside of the berm. Keeping that pressure on, though. Anything can happen. Got to think that's probably the takeaway that everybody's getting from that super mini class. A favorite was the number 5 after such a dominant performance to start the day. Anything possible.
Well, it looks like Drew Glenzel got off to a good start, but Brett Becker back in 3rd. He still got some time to ride that triumph up to 2nd past Evan Kelly and maybe even challenge Glenzel for that win. But I don't think his race is going according to plan just yet.
Yeah, it just goes to show, Jay, I mean, we talked about the 2-moto format, and quite honestly, I mean, it was a tough break for Talmadaglia, but it proves our point. You can't guarantee anything until you come across that checkered flag, because whether it be a bike issue, whether it be, and not to mention the last section they have to face is the FMF Extreme section, arguably the toughest section, the most unique section of the entire race, and it is mere meters away from the checkered flag.
Yeah, I think that Ethan does that intentionally. I think it really adds to the excitement of that last lap, especially to go through the toughest section of the course at the last moment there, and to give a couple of turns after that maybe. But still, that's the way we've done it for many, many years. Try to keep that extreme section close to the finish, and it really does add to the excitement. Of course, FMF came along a long time ago to support that. Donnie Emler and Donnie Emler Jr., great people, been at it since, I believe, 1973, and have been big supporters of our sport, and can't say enough to have them on board with us. I remember when John Day was the owner of the series and used to say how easy it was to deal with both those guys. Like basically whatever John wanted to do was okay with them. They knew that it was a good decision and it would lead to good things, and they were ready to support him whenever he wanted to do it. And Ethan has found the same, and he deals more with Junior than he does with the old man now, but both of them love the sport so much. And you see him involved in every aspect of our sport. It doesn't matter if it's moto, off-road, or whatever, FMF, if they make an exhaust for it, They're out at the event. They're part of the sport.
So wait a second, Jay. Are you saying that the mad scientist Ethan himself might be designing that FMF section to be right before the finish line?
I'd say it might be an idea that he's had and implemented. I mean, it's not a bad idea at all. I know that we've been excited by it for sure.
Makes for some great racing, that's for sure. But it does. It keeps things interesting, and it makes the riders stay on their toes all the way to the finish line. We were talking with Ryan Sipes earlier, not just about the physical fitness needed, but about the mental side of things. You got to stay mentally sharp all the way through these races, because it just one small second. I mean, you take a look at Ricky Russell. He's one of the best to ever do it. Something as simple as a rider being down, having to change your approach to that FMF Extreme section could be the difference between coming out on top, coming across on that second place spot.
Yeah, and you're right about that as far as a mental mistake. I know that Ricky is very upset with himself for it, because it doesn't matter if he didn't see the white flag like we were talking about. It's always helpful, but as you said, it is a courtesy, and a courtesy only. They had to get out of that some way, and they did it a long time ago, because, you know, it's so hard to follow these races, and especially with JDay, you've got 6 different classes in most of these motos. So to remember who's coming around every 6 minutes or whatever it is, it's difficult. And then when you have lead changes and you've got a surprise new leader, it's so difficult for that flagger. I've been in that position. I know how it is. You know, it's not easy. So that's why, you know, every governing body makes it a courtesy flag. But I know that Ricky's upset with himself because he didn't make the move right back quick. And as Ryan was saying, and he's right, sometimes that's right, sometimes it's wrong. But if it's your first instinct, go with it, especially as a racer. And Ricky could have gotten him back and got that win. But as we were talking about in JDay, it's the overall that matters. So if he goes second in the first moto and he wins that second moto, which we know he's going to have good motivation, he will be the overall winner. He will get the money. He will get the points. And from what I understand from his spoken words, he plans on following most of this series. He has one event that is out in his home state of Washington area that he's committed to, that won't allow him to come to this event. But other than that, he looks like he's in for the series, and he looks like a darn good choice for that championship, no doubt about it.
Well, and you got to think, I mean, not only is it, you know, maybe didn't see that white flag, but at the same time, it's also one of those things where he's got a lot of respect for Gus Reardon and the GNCC racers. Now, I have not heard whether or not Gus or any of the, oh, look at this, problems for the, I believe that was the Triumph rider, but have not heard whether or not any of the Phoenix riders are planning on doing the full series or not. But we do know that Gus is chasing an XC2 title that he's been working on for quite a long time. So I think Ricky's showing some respect. Like you said, maybe had the opportunity to make an aggressive move and potentially, you know, force the issue and get back around Gus. Had he have made that move happen, if he knew it was the last lap, well, I guess we'll never know. But at the same time, I think Ricky was trying to show some respect, settle in behind Gus Reardon, and then potentially make an opportunity happen later in what he thought was going to be the last lap. So it's frustrating. I definitely understand where Ricky's coming from, but, you know, these things do happen in racing, and that's the beauty of the two-moto format. He's got an opportunity to do it again. He's got an opportunity to not only grab a win for a moto, but steal the overall win away.
Yes, he does, and he will be extra motivated for sure. And you're right about that, my friend. As far as the respect level goes, these guys all have it for each other. That's what kind of sets, you know, moto and off-road apart. With motocross, you know, things happen so fast, and then you make this move and you're sorry for it. You go tell the guy sorry, and he tells you, well, you know, I don't think you are, and then your little rivalry starts. Whereas the off-road guys are more forgiving for sure, and they're more sportsmanlike in that way. And I think it's because, you know, like they always believe, you know, there always will be tomorrow, or there always will be another race, you know, and they're thinking about tomorrow and when it comes. And, you know, Ricky Russell knows that he's got the second moto. Ricky Russell knows that he's got 8 rounds ahead of him, you know, so he knows that if your goal is to win the championship, you can't think about just today, especially at round 1.
Still so much up for grabs, and yeah, so crazy to think that after all day today, we're still just talking round 1. We've got 8 rounds of this kind of racing going, and just goes to show the intensity is going to be at an all-time high here in 2026 as Drew Glenzel continues to lead the way. Evan Kelly in that number 2 spot. Brett Becker still holding on to that number 3 ride as there is your leader, the Yamaha 921 machine of Glenzel, doing a great job. And certainly, did I hear correct, Jay? Did he say he just got a foot of snow back home? I bet he's probably feeling pretty good down here in Florida.
Yeah, and I've been talking to a bunch of people in the pits on my way back and forth to the finish line, and Braden Nolet's dad said that they got like 20 inches where they're from, which is in the western part of the Massachusetts in the mountains there, and it's just crazy. It's, you know, some places got a foot, some places got more. They've been on record for the craziest winter in a long time, if not ever. And I'm, of course, from New Hampshire, where they're getting hit hard. And I'm awful happy that I'm a Costa Rican resident these days. And a shout out to all my friends back there in Costa Rica. I know you're listening. I'd like to say that in 5th spot right now, number 195. Oh, I guess he just moved back to 6th. But number 195 is Paul Bickford. And Paul is the guy that gets all the photographs for the New England off-road scene up there. He's a big guy. And it's nice to see Paul out there racing with the boys and enjoying himself, you know, because usually he's on the other end of the camera. But Paul Bickford acquitting himself very well in the top 6 right now.
Yeah, it is so funny. We have so many members of the motorcycle racing industry, you know, whether we're talking about people that work with somebody like Yamaha, somebody like FMF, or whether it be a photographer or even an announcer. I've always joked, you know, I love working in this industry, but the one thing I don't do as much as I used to is ride my motorcycle. So it is always nice when you get to see one of those industry members get out there and enjoy racing. As we take a look at our Luxon lap times from the last lap, looking like Glenzel still just dominating. 6 minutes and 2 seconds on that last lap, about 26 seconds faster than Evan Kelly. So if you're Glenzel, if I was given the pit boards, I would just say, you know, slow and steady, man. Just keep hitting your marks. It seems like he's not riding over his head. He's not taking any unnecessary chances. So that's a good spot to be in if you're the 921 Yamaha rider.
Yeah, and he is a smart guy. You can tell, you know, he's got that moto experience that we talked with him about, and he's just smooth through those whoops that he just went through in that sugar sand. And you know, a lot of the guys have realized that getting further back on the bike and trying to slimline yourself, you know, that way is the best way to go. I had a chance to speak with Jigs Fustini, who, by the way, finished 6th in that first pro moto, only 16 years old, out of Connecticut. And I'll tell you, he is really riding good. And that was one of the things we talked about, is that sugar sand and those whoops. And you gotta get back over that rear fender. You got to keep that front end light. You got to stay right into the power as hard as you possibly can, especially at the pro level. And the reason is you got to keep the front end light so that tire, that front tire, doesn't get into that sugar sand, which becomes quicksand, and it sucks that tire in. He said there was a couple of times that he felt like the bike was almost going to come to a sudden stop. And you know he's going fast out there, so that is what happens when these guys do get into the Flying W Club and the Over the Handlebars Club, and that never ends well. Most of the time they get up unscathed, but you know, there's still the time that they've lost in their race, and then of course there's the chance of injury as well. But Paul Bickford's moved up into 5th again, so he's having a little battle out there with the boys.
There we go, a little back and forth action. And yeah, to your point there, Jay, I mean, I think that's exactly what happened with the get off that Talamadaglia had. He was kind of really charging. There were some braking bumps that had formed into that inside, and I think he just maybe got a little bit off balance. He got a kick from one of those braking bumps, headed right into the apex of the corner, and when he went to kind of stick and pivot that machine, the front end just absolutely came to a stop, and like you said, took a trip OTB and quickly popped right back up. But you got to wonder whether or not the time that he lost from that event, if things had played out just as they did and he had those bike issues, would he have still had enough of a gap? You know, it's always fun to say woulda, coulda, shoulda, but at the end of the day, that's part of racing, and that's part of what makes these sand events like we've got here at Bostwick Creek so entertaining to watch.
And as young as Talon is, this is definitely a learning experience. And I'm sure that his dad and his mom would both tell him so. You know, and you got to keep your chin up. You know, it's not a big deal. You know, it's still early in the career phase as far as that goes. And these are the things that you learn from, and it's the only way to learn. just like a lot of these people are into cycling and running and weightlifting and everything like that when they're trying to race a motorcycle. And yes, they do help. And don't get me wrong, you know, they're good ways to go. But really, the only thing that you need to do is ride your motorcycle, because you need to learn it. And especially if you change a brand or a model, you know, stuff like that, getting used to it. That's why, like some of us older guys, like I ride a 2020 Husqvarna 300, and it's because I got it set up the way I like it. You know, I'll put a few parts into it here and there, and you got to maintain it, of course. But when you get comfortable on a motorcycle, that's the most important thing. And when you're comfortable, you can go fast, and that, of course, wins races. So Talon's going to learn from that. You know that he is. He's either going to like keep his head up a little bit more and look ahead, which is a big thing. You know, you got to see the obstacles coming to you. He's going to change his line maybe, or he might even change the stance on the motorcycle. You know, he might even change the speed of the entry to that section, something like that. But you know that his mom and dad are both going to be working with him on that, and he's just going to take it as a learning experience, and that's what he should do. Especially when you're young like that, you can't let it get you down. You just got to move forward, because you can't do anything about the past.
Well, and on top of that, just like you said, having to move forward is something that you've got to learn with time as well. Don't forget, Talon Medaglia is going to be out, I believe, in this next moto as well, but on a 125. So he's got to shake off those cobwebs, shake off the demons from that super mini moto. I know he's if anything, maybe a little more fired up, but just like you said, Jay, he needs to take a little bit of notes. I'm sure he's going to go back, talk with mom and dad what could have been done better. Another great advantage that we've heard over the last decade or so from GNCC that has been provided with Racer TV is now, we talk, how many times do you hear in football or basketball or soccer somebody go back and say, I'm going to go watch some film. I'm going to go study what could have been done differerently. And now with JDay Off-Road being shown right here on Racer TV, the riders are going to have an opportunity to do just that. And so if you were if you're Talon Medaglia, if you're the Medaglia family, yeah, maybe they're going to go back and watch this replay, see exactly what could have been done, maybe see some potentially different lines. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people going back and watching that first pro moto saying, hey, okay, what's Ben Kelly doing differently? What was this rider doing? What was that rider doing? And so it's a great learning tool with these live broadcasts as well, because not only are they live coverage for everybody around the world to watch, but they're also an opportunity to go back and look at from race to race, from year to year, and use this as a study tool as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Just like you said, you've got to become comfortable. I remember last year at the Loretta Lynn's Amateur National announcing with the legend Kevin Windham, and he's got a really great saying that he says to his riders that he trains and that he works with is, you got to put on your bike, right? You don't get on a pair of pants. You don't get on a pair of shirts. You put it on. It actually becomes a part of you, and you have to move at one with it. And he said it's the same level of comfort that you need to have on a motorcycle. You need to know how that thing works. You need to know how it's going to react. And when you get that level of comfort where you feel like you're just putting on your motorcycle, that's when you're really going to start to be able to predict what the machine's going to do and be able to efficiently ride better.
Yeah, and it's just you and your bike out there, and you have to become one with it, you know, and that's why riding it is so more important than anything else, you know, and it does all those muscle groups that you need to. And that, you know, if you can get out there and practice a couple times a week at the minimum, and maybe 3 times a week, you don't want to wear the bike out. I understand dads, you know, are paying the bills for the parts and stuff like that. But, you know, if you can ride at least twice a week, if not 3 times, and race on the weekend, that is so much more important. I know when I was a kid, my dad bought me this big CZ. It's a bike that was made in Czechoslovakia, and they used to be the best bikes in the world. Well, he bought me a 380cc motorcycle, and I was riding 100s and 125s, but I was wearing them out during the week because I rode every single day. And he said, now ride this, and it helped me because we didn't wear out the race bikes, but also riding a bike that big, and then when you get on the small bike, now you're able to, you know, really wring the neck, if you want to call it that, and you know, go fast as you can on a small bike. So riding there's no substitute for it at all. Here comes the 921 of Drew Glenzel, still the cream of the crop, and he might get the white flag, and he does. And Zach, I will talk to you soon because I'm going to go talk to him now.
There it is. That's the cue. Jay McGrath headed down to the finish line, and just like Jay was saying, you know, there is an advantage for a lot of these riders, especially, I mean, just to go back to Talon Medaglia, he's riding that 125. I'm sure he spent a fair amount of time on that machine, starting to get more comfortable with it. But when he drops back down to the Super Mini, I bet he feels like he is able to just throw that thing around because it's smaller, because it's lighter, and even because of the limited power as compared to the 125. So it's certainly, there's many ways to become successful here in racing, but at the end of the day, one non-negotiable is you've got to have time and comfort on the machine. And looking mighty comfortable right now is Drew Glenzel leading the way. Evan Kelly still hanging on to that number 2 spot. Looks like Dakota Kosia has maybe moved into the number 1, or excuse me, the number 3 overall ride, as we'll pull up live time and scoring, give you an update on all of those classes. Of course, Dakota out of that C Vet class leading the way. So some solid riding in there, as we've said. Drew Glenzel in that 250C class. Lots of competition out there. There's competition with your individual class, and then there's competition in the overall picture as well. So plenty to race for. Even if you're out front leading your class, you still want to be chasing that overall win as well. Looks like Dakota Kosia leading that C Vet class with Bickford and Froze 2 and 3. Good look right there for those guys. Another solid top 3 finish. And then Glenzel, Kelly, and Becker, your 250C top 3. Evan Hopper leads your C Open class in front of Ryan Brady and Justin Hope. 3 with Cameron Ward and Neil Prine. 1 and 2 out of your 200C class. As one more time to the Dunlop split lane for our C second moto to Moto 2. Lots of changes between Moto 1 to Moto 2. Still got some nice little battles going on out there. Obviously don't know if they're exactly in the same class or not, but like I said, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, if there's a bike in front of you, you want to beat it. If there's a bike behind you, you want to stay in front of them. So through the Dunlop split lane we go. I've been trying to figure out what seems to be the hot line in this split lane. We've seen leaders in all of our different motos take an alternate line, and I swear I've seen even the same rider bounce back and forth between the left and the right-hand line, which just goes to show how well that section was made, not really giving one side an advantage or the other, but just like Sipes was talking about in our pro moto, it's not just about the distance, but it's about the way the races, or the lines, excuse me, break down throughout the duration of the day as well. As there is the 222 machine. Taking a look at those lap times from the last lap. Looks like the pace has dropped down just a little bit. No surprise, really. Track's absolutely brutal, not to mention Glenzel. He's got a nice little lead built up. Last thing he wants to do is throw things away, taking an unnecessary risk. So a 6:14, still a solid lap time, about 16 seconds or so faster than Evan Kelly. Continuing to grow that lead as they come to the checkered flag.
I let it roll on random stuff, pass by, you know.
Watching one of the Suzuki riders out there. That's the 158. Making his way around. Man ain't scared to kick it. Looking good though right now. He's keeping that Suzuki looking solid. And you can see similar yet different to what we had this morning. Just about 2:30 as the sun's starting to move its way across the sky. Those shadows are going to start to come more and more into play, especially in the wooded sections like this as well. As we'll hang on to it. See, that's the patience that we're talking about right now. Glenzel doing a great job. Last thing he needed to do was rush into that section. He would have run right into the back of that lap rider. So good heads-up riding from Drew right there, paying attention, doing what he needs to do. Going to just have a nice steady pace through the snake pit. Nobody trying to get bit out here today.
Yeah, I know, right?
And you can see the sand just spraying every which way. I mean, take a look at that section right there. Do you see a single straight line? Absolutely not. It literally looks like a field of snake ruts almost, where they just slither their way through. But that's how you got to do it. So watching and waiting here at the FMF Extreme section for the final time. Drew Glenzel trying to grab a win for your 250C class. There he is, cruising his way around. One more trip through the tires, up and over the logs. And how about it? 1-1 makes it fun. There it is. The checker flag comes out. Drew Glenzel going to grab the win. Going to make his way over to the podium as he stands by with our very own Jay McGrath. Drew Glenzel, your 250C winner.
And we're here with Drew Glenzel. Drew, tell us about that moto. Is the track getting rough out there?
Yeah, big time. It's pretty tough out there.
Did you have any mishaps, or was it pretty much smooth sailing for you?
I had a couple, just like dug the front end, but and then one time dug the front end, bike stalled out, couldn't start it. But other than that, it was good.
This thing electric start?
Yeah.
That's helpful for sure. Is there any place out there that was way different than it was in the first moto?
No, it's just gnarly. That's
just rougher and rougher in every place. Fair enough, buddy. Who's helping you with this win?
Ronnie's of Bennington, ECC Captures, Freedom Diesel, A. Clark Construction, Boss Suspension, ODI, 100% FXR. They're all big help, so yeah.
A double moto win for you today, buddy. The overall goes to you in round one. Congratulations, Drew Glenzel.
Great stuff down there from the podium, and celebration's going to be getting kicked off for Glenzel as we'll get ready for our race replay. The MX Trophies race replay, and it was the 222. Give him some props. He tried to grab the early lead, but man, Glenzel would not be denied. Took no time to move into that number one spot, and that was just about all he needed to do. Much easier to defend from the front. There we saw that little I don't even want to call that a crash, okay? He came to a stop, but he didn't even fall over. Got the bike fired back up, and the Cowie held on for as long as he could, but Glenzel just keeping a pace a bit too strong. Continued to pull away. The FMF Extreme section continuing to be a staple here of the JDay Off-Road Series. Some lines shuffling around. They were probably 2 to 3 feet wider when they first started today. Now they're moving closer to the inside. I saw that line developing in that first Pro Moto. There you see the Triumph machine. Oh, caught that crash. There it was. So just a little too hesitant coming in that corner. That thick sand, the momentum is absolutely key, and just wasn't quite pushing it enough. No problems through the extreme section, though. Look at that. Up on the pegs, no worries at all. Glenzel continuing. Didn't seem like he was riding over his head at all. Didn't seem like he was pushing the pace. I think he had a great idea as to what he needed to do, and he got it done. Drew Glenzel going to be the overall winner and your 1-1 finisher for the 250C class. Let's take a look. Pro Taper top 10 reads like this: Drew Glenzel, Evan Kelly, Dakota Kosia, Brett Becker, and Paul Bickford, your top 5. David Frost, Evan Hopper, Cameron Ward, Trevor Ham, and Alan Anderson, your top 10. All right, folks, well, coming up next, we're going to have our women's pro class, a vet, a senior, schoolboy, and sportsman. But before we get to that, going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more JDay Off-Road presented by Fox.
We show up. We do the work. We help the best become even better, testing limits and redefining achievement, all to cement our name in history.
JDay Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by Fox Racing, awaken your senses. Redline Oil, no compromises. And Yamaha, performance, innovation, and adventure. Well, there you see the beautiful Castillo de San Marco, just about an hour away, the coast, the beautiful ocean. I mean, this is as picturesque as it gets. Nice weather, beautiful scenery, the Fountain of Youth right there as well. It's what you got to drink to stay young, and what you got to do to stay young is stay ripping, stay riding here at JDay Off-Road. Good times being had, and man, beautiful scenery to go along with it here. Once again, want to welcome each and every one of you here to Racer TV as well as GPTV to bring you all of the JDay Off-Road season in 2026 live, courtesy of AG Video and Stoke Media. Coming up next, we've got our Women's Pro class, and there is our reigning Women's Pro champion, Kayla O'Neill. Got a third place there in Moto 1. That is your Moto 1 winner. Big old thumbs up there from Taylor Jones. She's fired up, as she should be, on that Phoenix Racing Honda. Of course, Shelby Turner gave her a nice run for her money there. We'll see if she's able to bring the fight back here in Moto number 2. Going to be a ton of fun to watch. And then, of course, got a lot of other great racers as well, our A vet, A senior, schoolboy, and sportsman classes as well. And so great stuff going to be coming up with this one. One of the faster races that we had here earlier today. So some fun stuff going on there. Not just, like I said, a mixture of classes, but a mixture of overalls as well. A couple of big names. Zach Hayes back out there. Jamal Porter, multi-time outdoor national racer. Max Freese. Yes, that is the same Freese. Relation to Vince. Brother to Vince, and mechanic for some of the top GNCC racers as well. Jason Williams can be out there. Kyle Deese, Justin Bond. Then, of course, our sportsman class as well. Got some of the big names, including some of the superstars from our pro race. T-Dags himself, Tyler Medaglia, Ricky Russell. Rivers Morris going to be out there as well. Greenwicks, we've got Corey Pierce. Carlo Clary, a name we're familiar with out there. Of course, Gus Reardon back out on the Phoenix Racing Honda, your pro class winner. Zachary Zeman, Trevor Ham. I mean, the list goes on and on. We've got so many people coming to race with us here for just round number 1. And this is the tip of the iceberg. Like I said, 2026 going to be a big, big year for JDay Off-Road and all of the incredible athletes that are going to get to be a part of it as final preparations are underway. Pretty interesting to see all of your women's pro class lined up way to the outside there. There you see some of the top dogs of our sportsman class. Of course, the 212 of Ricky Russell. There's Medaglia, Zach Osborne. Yeah, probably heard of him as well. There it is. Wow, look at that. I missed it. The flag's down. And, ooh, bad news for the rest of the field as looked like Taylor Jones grabbed that hole shot. And where is Shelby Turner? That's Taylor Bonecutter on the 721 machine. But, man, looked like a bad start for Turner. And that could be exactly what Taylor Jones needs to run away and hide with this. Yeah, good point as well. Yeah, Kayla O'Neill, third place in that first moto. I do believe, I'm not hearing that Shelby didn't get off and rolling, so maybe just took her a second to get going, but she's got to work it out for them as they were already starting to spread out a bit as they headed into the moto section of the course. Vet A and Vet Senior, big line of riders, and all barreling into turn number 1. like pretty much everybody able to keep it on 2 wheels. KTM, I believe, leading them around turns 1 and 2. Whoa, Kawasaki almost getting pushed off. I believe that was Freezy on the Kawasaki that held it on. As they make their way through the moto. Going to be dipping off into the woods here as now we turn our attention back to the schoolboy class. Tal Medaglia looking for some redemption here on the 125. You see the photographers risking life, limb, and equipment to get this shot. And here we go, off and rolling. Schoolboy 12-17. That was the 461. Another rider I believe we saw in that super mini class. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know if I see Tal Medaglia out there. It was a number 5 Yamaha 125. That is the 461. So yeah, that could be a big shakeup as well. Sebastian Tucker on the 461, grabbing the whole shot and leading the way. Yeah, got to wonder whether or not that get off from Talon in the super mini class might have affected him more than we thought. We've seen it before. I mean, the adrenaline's absolutely spiked. The kids sometimes aren't even finished crashing before they're headed back to the motorcycle. So, hoping for the best for Tal Medaglia. Look at that, Ricky Russell dead last, headed into turn number 1 out of the sportsman class. And I mean dead last, not even a question about it. So yeah, we'll see. I guess Ricky Russell is going to work on pulling tear-offs and making some passes happen. There we see track starting to change a little bit. Moisture starting to make its way out, so maybe the dust going to play a little bit of a role in this as well. Oh, just absolute berm blasting. So much fun to watch. There's nothing quite like watching the bike hit a sand berm wide open. Our Stoke Media live drone getting us this shot. As Taylor Jones trying to continue to stretch things out, make it a 1-1 here in Women's Pro. There she is, right on cue, the Phoenix Racing Honda, the Fox FPV drone. We're on board, battling with Taylor, who, just like we had talked about a little bit in Moto number 1, she's had her fair share of injuries and issues the last couple of years. Absolute, icon in the sport of WXC and women's off-road racing. Such a positive influence. She's done a little bit of it all. Obviously a racer at heart and a fierce competitor, but we've seen her do some sweep riding and some safety riding for us out at GNCC, helping to make sure that the courses and layouts stay like they should be, and giving some great insight as to some different options for our track crews for opening things up. There is Shelby Turner. So we talked about not seeing her in that first corner. Not sure what happened, but we're not worried about it now, as Turner in that number 2 spot. And look at the gap they've already put on the rest of the field. Turner fired up and knows that she has got to win. She cannot take a second place in this moto if she wants that overall. There is the number 1 of Kayla O'Neill. So as you can see, even just here on the first lap, the pace from those top 2 absolutely blistering. Will they be able to keep it up for the whole 30-minute Moto 2, I should say, into the extreme section for first lap complete? Taylor Jones. And, we've been talking all day about the way this sand is different. We saw Kayla O'Neill making her way through the snake pit and kind of keeping the balance, keeping the throttle on. Kayla actually talked to us a little bit earlier this weekend about what makes Florida sand just so much different.
Yeah, the Florida sand is a completely different animal. After walking the track, it's going to be rough, but it's going to be good. I'm excited. I've been riding Bostwick for the past couple weeks now, so I'm pumped about it. I really like the track. The enduro cross track, I'm really happy to see. Not so many longs, but there's some tires, so that'll be interesting. But it's going to be super sandy, but it's going to be really good. The sugar sand, there's a lot of that. So that'll be interesting to see how the track's going to shape up by the second moto.
So just like Kayla said, there's a little bit of everything out here, the sugar sand, and it's funny, we talk about sand, but there is almost different kinds of sand out here on this property. That sugar powdery type sand, super thick, and it doesn't really settle or form into a certain solid line, and then you kind of got what the moto track is consistent of. But man, Shelby Turner, you see her twisting and twisting. She is on the chase of Taylor O'Neill, and Shelby told us a little bit about her thoughts about the Florida sandy conditions as well.
Yeah, the sand here it's a beast for sure. It's definitely hard, it's physical. It's even mentally taxing. Just, you know, you're looking ahead and all you see is sand whoops and trees and tightness, but you know, it's good. That's kind of what I like about it, is the challenge. And once you leave here, you know you're in good shape, so that's always a positive.
That is Shelby Turner to a T right there. She is talking positives and nothing but them. At the end of the day, at least you know you're getting in shape. Well, Shelby, you are certainly in a good shape right now. I mean, look at that. The technical form, the intensity that these ladies are rolling with right now, that is not easy to do at all. Been talking with some of the more popular trainers of off-road racing, and I mean, it's just astonishing the data that they're able to collect and give. And it kind of, it almost conflicts with what modern medicine says is capable of. I mean, the heart rate zones, the duration that they're able to maintain those heart rates, and not to mention the mental and cognitive abilities while running at such an extreme level of performance is kind of hard to find anywhere else. I truly would love to see anything else that is able to see that happen. I mean, even talking comparatively from GNCC to JDay, it's a mixture of, yes, it's shorter time period, I should say, but the intention and intensity is significantly stronger. As I'm not going to lie, I think Turner's closed that gap up a little bit. She was really looking strong. As we take a look at those lap times, 5:03, the fastest lap on track. And
they
yes,
don't
for Taylor
show
Jones,
that
a 5:52.
They don't show
Go ahead, Jay,
she's
sorry.
in there either, Zach. You know, in that top 5 or 6 times, but I agree with you. I think she's closed the gap in the last lap for sure, and her form is on point. I noticed when you were talking about her going into that wood section around the right-hander, how she had the bike leaned in, the body on top of the bike, weighting the outside peg, which is so important. So many riders will lean with the motorcycle, and that's not the way you want to do it. You want to lean the motorcycle, you want to put the top edge of the seat in your butt crack, and you want to weight that outside peg so the bike doesn't slip from underneath you. And she's doing that perfectly. She's having a great ride right now, and she definitely is catching it.
So this is specifically the women's class, 5:52 for Jones, a 56 for Turner. And look at that. I mean, that's a fair amount faster than O'Neill and Bonecutter. Oh, now O'Neill and Bonecutter, they're not too bad either. 7:13 to 7:25 as far as comparative to one another. So we'll see whether or not Bonecutter is going to be able to keep that pressure on the reigning champ. But no doubt about it right now, Taylor Jones just a couple of seconds faster than Turner. And like I said, I know these ladies are in shape. I know they've got the ability to run this pace all the way to the checkered flag. As now we start to watch a little bit further in the back, Leo Candidas, we talked about him. He said a senior. He had some mishaps earlier in Moto 1. He's looking to correct those here in Moto number 2.
Yeah, and look at Tyler Medaglia in the lead of the sportsman class. Jack Zars out of New Hampshire, Laconia, New Hampshire area in second spot. He's a regular on JDay back home, you know, in that series, but he also was a motocrosser at the same time, splitting time between the two disciplines. But great to see him out there. And Will Hopkinson second to Candidas in that senior class. Will's a big supporter of the sport, has brought a lot of sponsors to the JDay series, as well as his team, the Plastow Power Sports team. That's a dealership in New Hampshire, as well as they've got several others in Massachusetts owned by the Cerundolo family, who have been supporters of this sport since probably the early 70s when Elsinore first came out.
So watching as we pop back out of the woods into the extreme section once again, Taylor Jones. This is similar to kind of what we talked about in one of those 125 motos, Jay, where it's a mixture of intensity versus just the speed itself. You look at Taylor Jones compared to Shelby Turner, and Jones just kind of looks like she's cruising, but the lap times tell the tape. At the end of the day, Jones looking strong and running a couple seconds faster on that last lap. We'll wait for Turner to come across the stripe, see if we can get that lap time data up to you, because I definitely think Turner has wicked it up.
I know, and you know, sometimes those lap times aren't indicative of what's happening in the race. You know, oftentimes riders get hung up, you know, and the other rider gains on them. But it sure seems to me like Shelby Turner has really turned it up and is really coming on strong here late in the race.
So as soon as we get that lap time data, we'll throw it up on the screen, let you know exactly how things are looking, at least between our top two, as we're hanging out on that Fox FPV drone on board, and you can see just how thick that sand is. Whoa, Turner almost tucks that front end, gets buried just a little bit, and something as simple as that. We talked about our riders kind of taking a wider approach into some of the corners. As look at this, Jones, wow, look at that. And Jones dropped the hammer, a 5:31 compared to a 5:42 for our top women. So really impressive riding from Jones right now, but
Did you
being
see
able
that?
to put, there it is perfectly.
Did you see that time, Zach, for Tyler Medaglia? 5 minutes, 3 seconds. He's flying out there. That's equivalent to the pro times for sure. But I also noticed that Ricky Russell has come up to third in that sportsman class from way dead last.
Yeah, Ricky Russell, not sure if he was wanting to practice making some passes or whether he actually had some issues on the start, but nonetheless, he had his work cut out for him, but he's doing work, that's for sure, as he is moving in, and Taylor Jones starting to move her way into some lap traffic. There is those overall lap times once again. Zach Hayes, a 5:15. Jamal Porter, a 5:34. Marshall McIntyre, shout out, a 5:28. Nice solid run right there as well. So really impressive running from all of our top riders here in the overall, and this is certainly not, that might be one of our classes.
I think
maybe
that's
not quite
more
the overall.
the amateur riders rather than the pro women's or the sportsmen.
I think that's our Vet A class that we're looking at right there. Because I know Russell and definitely would think Medaglia would be up in that as well. So Vet A lap times looking solid.
I thought that Ricky Russell was going to go out there and ride around, you know, a couple of laps, see where the bumps were and pull off and save his energy. But like any racer, you just can't let it go, especially when you're coming up through the pack like that. You know, you want to continue because you've passed so many guys already. You want to see if you can pass them all.
Well, at the end of the day, that's what we were talking about. Is we see this is now we're looking at your overall lap time. So wow, look at that, a 4:48 for Tyler Medaglia. This guy is absolutely flying. Ricky Russell, a 5:08, so he's still got some time to make up if he wants to even have a chance of catching up to Medaglia. But man, that just goes to show there's levels to this stuff out here. There is something to be said about grooving with your bike, grooving with these sandy conditions, and man, T-Dag's absolutely on a roll as Taylor Jones makes her way through. But okay, so yeah, getting told from race control, Kenneth Held down there running a 5:22 on that last lap. Kenneth actually worked for us at our JDay Offroad broadcast from last year. He was one of our camera operators. He races at XC2 and GNCC, and he's out here getting some time on the machine out here this year. Says, don't get me wrong, guys, I like holding the camera, but I like being on camera even more. So shout out Kenneth Held, looking good with a 5:22 lap time on that last lap.
Yeah, and it's amazing to see Tyler Medaglia race that fast at his age. I mean, he's no young guy. He's not completely old either, but still, I believe he's about 35 years old now and still has what it takes to do it. And especially down here in Florida with all the sugar sand, the different conditions that he's used to. You know, he's from Nova Scotia. Well, he's not originally from Nova Scotia, but he's lived there a long time now. But I know all my Canadian friends would really give me heck if I didn't say that little caveat there. He's not always from Nova Scotia, but he has been there a long time. But still, the conditions up there are much different than what he's used to here, you know, and he adapts so well, but it's just, he's ridden a motorcycle so long at the high level that he has. I mean, The guy's a 5-time member of Team Canada at the Motocross of the Nations. Just that international experience in its own right is amazing, and I've always been a fan of him, and glad to see that he's down here with JDay Offroad, and both he and his family are enjoying the time here, and he is out there flying.
No doubt about it. Looks like that was the 722 of Justin Bond moving forward, or at least 722 on the machine. May not be the number on the helmet, but continuing to push the pace.
In the frame there as well. She's rocking and rolling through those whoops. That's getting harder and harder and harder every lap, man. They get bigger and bigger. I think we might see a white flag come soon. It is getting late in the moto.
So let's see.
There's Taylor. Nope.
Nope. No white flag quite yet.
Taylor was a treat to talk with down there. She is so full of life and really loves the sport. You can tell she loves to ride her motorcycle. She loves to ride it fast, and she likes to be successful as well. You know, as I said earlier in the program, she's had her bumps over the years, but definitely fighting it every which way, and looking good out there right now. I mean, I don't know if I could have strung out that jump sequence like she did, but standing on the pegs, good form. The sand doesn't seem to bother her whatsoever, and just a great attitude. A lot of fun to interview.
Oh, without a doubt, yeah. Taylor always such a bright personality around the pits, and just like you said, I mean, bumps and bruises is one thing, but I mean, there was at times questions whether or not Taylor would be able to continue her professional racing career. I know, I believe a year or two ago, injuring it was either her back or her neck, but a pretty significant injury that left a lot of people wondering if she was going to be able to continue racing at a professional level. And even during her recovery, she was at the races. Her and her wife very involved with the industry, helping put some media content out, helping stay involved with not only the track and the courses, but also helping to promote the next generation of female racers in off-road racing as well. So always just looking for ways to stay involved, looking for ways to continue spreading positivity. And then, of course, when it did come out that Taylor was going to be back racing, she jumped over to that Phoenix Racing Honda crew and really has put in some solid performances as well. So once again, Tyler Medaglia, a 5-minute flat on that last lap. This dude is still just absolutely rolling out there as Taylor Jones holding strong and holding on to this women's pro lead for the moment. The Stoke Racing, or excuse me, Stoke Media live drone up in the air and just catching flashes of the Phoenix Racing Honda racing through. As Shelby Turner, Taylor Jones sitting 6th on the overall chart. Shelby Turner back in the 10th place spot. So Turner still just a tick off the pace of the Phoenix Honda, but nonetheless looking solid.
Hey, Zach. I know that we've been broadcast over the PA system, and I hope that that's the case right now. But we have an incident here at the track that we need to take attention to. And what we need is Chase Dunneman. Chase Dunneman, if you can hear me or if anybody knows where Chase Dunneman is, send him back to his rig. His son had an injury and they need him back at the rig as soon as possible. So Chase Dunneman back to the rig if you could, please, as soon as possible. And we're back in live action. Tyler Medaglia leading the race overall and looking real good on the Yamaha.
Yep, D-Dag's continuing to put the power to the ground and continue to work his way forward as we take a second to look a little bit further back in the pack. There is Taylor Jones making her way through.
You know, Zach, it's funny that we've been saying that Shelby Turner is catching her, but every time we seem to say that, maybe Taylor Jones gets the message and she wicks it up just a little bit more, because as much as I want to see that race develop, it just has not yet. Taylor Jones is in command of this race. She looks smooth, she looks confident, she looks consistent throughout the lap, and just a pleasure to watch race.
Well, and just like we talked about with some of our other riders, it's just a look of comfort, right? She's not taking any unnecessary risk. You look at the body language of her on the machine. It's not like she's overextending. She's not having these simple little bobbles that are costing her time. She's just hitting her marks and acting like she's out at a test track or a training day or something like that. So when you're able to find, it almost sounds cliche as much as we talk about it, but finding that flow and finding a way to work with the course, even like you just saw right there, checking up, rolling through some of these rollers instead of slamming into it, really hurting the body, making a big kind of ground and pound on you. If you continue, look, I mean, even right there, it goes way to the right-hand side, actually finds a little bit of smooth real estate. Those are the little tiny details where it doesn't seem like it's adding a lot or that it's that much faster, but you start stacking a tenth here, a tenth there, and all of a sudden you're going half a second to a full second faster than the rest of the field.
Yeah, and we keep seeing that bear fruit because of those lap times that they've done. And you and I keep saying, oh, Shelby Turner, she's got to be faster. And both 2 or 3 times there, we were both wrong. And she is. She's just so smooth. She's conserving her energy. She knows that, you know, there's still a couple of laps left to go here, and she's got to be in there at the end. And, of course, if you expend all that energy early, you've got nothing in the tank when the time comes that you really need it the most.
Watching some of our riders sky out the backside of that FMF Extreme section, still having some fun out there. That's the name of the game at the end of the day, is having a good time. Is having a good time right now is Taylor Jones. Here she goes back into the Extreme section. And got to think this time there's going to be a white flag waving, and it is white flag out.
All right, well, hopefully we'll get a chance to talk with Taylor in just a few minutes.
So watching Jones on her final approach here one more time around the moto track, where she's going to be looking at a checkered flag. So watching Taylor Jones, we talked about kind of almost feeling like you're at a training day or something like that. Well, we talked about Tyler Medaglia running some of the fastest lap times that we've seen all day. Well, T-Dags has been down here, been doing some training, and we were able to talk with him earlier this week and about maybe a little home court advantage, if you will, having some experience down here in the Florida sand.
My motivation is that I have a home court advantage a little bit. I think I got this place pretty dialed in. That's not to say, you know, I'll have a successful dead engine start. That's kind of, you're at the mercy of the machine at that one. But yeah, I'm motivated because I've had a good training block. I feel ready to go.
There it is. Tyler been putting in the time here, and there's something to be said about that, not even just as far as actually spending time on it, but there's a confidence side of this. We talk about how mental this sport is. We talk about how mental stuff like just feeling like you belong, feeling like you have a good mojo or a good vibe in a certain area. Those simple little things really can add up, and just the way you approach something like a race where you got a good feeling, kind of a good atmosphere. If you've raced, you understand what I'm talking about. It truly is an advantage. So T-Dag's doing a good job of keeping the spirits high, and like you said, I think he might have turned some of the fastest lap times of the day. 4:48, at least the fastest that I can remember seeing so far. So those pro motos really been impressive. As we hang here, one lap of racing to go. Taking a look, here is Taylor Jones making her way through. Taking just a second, switches lines up around that lap rider. So watching. Beautiful shot there. I talked about it earlier. The way the trees line up, it's almost like rows, like a grid pattern, if you will, of trees there. And so great opportunity to see the riders on their approach, as there was Taylor Jones making her way through that slower section for the final lap. Rut's starting to get a bit deeper through that section, kind of a tighter 180, if you will. Stoke Media Live drone follows along. Starting to get down to the last few minutes of the race. Then we hop on board. This is what it's like to try to chase after Taylor Jones. A whole lot easier on your screen than it is in real life, I'll put it like that. As Jones doing a great job of staying calm under pressure. Spraying some roost on the drone there. And I mean, look at how much she's still attacking. Up on the pegs, charging into those corners. This is what we talked about in these kinds of sandy conditions. You truly can't rest. You start to, you sit down, you try to loosen your grip up or something like that, and this sand will literally rip the machine right out from underneath you. So Jones knows she's got a lead built up, but it doesn't matter. She's got to stay locked in, stay focused, and stay charging. As she caught a glimpse of that extreme section, one more trip through the last part of the woods, and won't be long before we see her jump out right here at the start of that FMF extreme section. Taylor Jones, an impressive ride here today. Looking to continue to build here in 2026. Like I said, not sure, have not heard whether or not her plan is to do the whole JDay off-road season, but man, can't argue with what she's doing right now, as she is looking solid. One more time through the extreme section, and here we go. Checker flag coming out. Taylor Jones going to get the job done and grab the Women's Pro victory here from the Fox Bostwick Creek Grand Prix. And there it is. She's getting ready to go hang out and talk to our man, Jay McGrath.
That's right, Zach. I'm down here with Taylor Jones. Taylor, big smile on your face, a double moto win. Tell us about that moto and how tough that track's getting out there.
Yeah, it is super gnarly. I'm super pumped. I got a whole shot, so that made life a little bit easier going into the woods. But dude, that track between the first race and this one is insane. Just it got so deep, the ruts and the roots. None of the lines were the same from the first one, but it was super cool. Like, I got to battle it out with Shelby, and yeah, I had a lot of fun. It was sick.
You really had the measure over there for sure at the end. I know early on you guys were having a good battle, but then we were looking at lap times and you were at least 5 seconds a lap faster than she was. Are there parts of the track that you really found a good line in, that you noticed a difference where you were pulling on her?
It was really hard to tell. I don't know. It's like sometimes I'd make a mistake and sometimes she would, but honestly, it's probably just that back sand section, just keeping it flowing and keeping it off the ground, making sure I don't have any stop-start moments. I feel like I pulled the most over there, just trying to be smooth.
Yeah, you looked really good, and you looked like you were smart about the lines where there was a couple of really big holes, G-out sections. You were taking your time through there and making sure that you were, really lined up well to make a straight shot at it.
Yeah, I went out to look in between the two motos just to look at the lines, but I made sure I stayed out of the big holes. Even if it was the longer way around, it's usually the smoother way around, and kept up the speed. But yeah, it was definitely tough on the body, but it was fun.
Did you have a good time here at JDay?
I had a great time. I can't wait for the next one already.
We're looking forward to seeing you there for sure. Who's helping you?
A big thank you to the whole Phoenix Honda team. I couldn't do it without them, and my wife Allie for running around, chasing me, making sure I'm all good to go. Without those guys, I wouldn't be here.
Taylor Jones, your double moto winner, Women's Pro. Thank you.
There it is, 1-1, keeps it fun. Taylor Jones gets the job done. Man, I was spitting bars there. That's a lot of rhyming. Let's take a look at our MX Trophies race recap. And just like Taylor said, making things easy for her. She grabbed that whole shot. This is the second line, our Vet A, and I mean, just gnarly. Honestly, I was really glad to hear her say that almost none of her lines were the same between race 1 and race 2. Shelby Turner not getting the start that she needed, but continued to fight her way forward. Moved into that number 2 spot, but by that point, the damage was just about done. Jones had hit the afterburners, and she was not planning on giving it up. There it is. Checkered flag comes out. Taylor Jones is going to be the victor here today for your women's pro class. As we get ready to take a look at your pro taper breakdown, this is the women's pro. Taylor Jones, Shelby Turner, Kayla O'Neill, 1, 2, and 3. Taylor Bonecutter, Whitney Bond, and Aura Schmillian rounding out your class there for women's pro. Great ride from all of those ladies. And then your pro taper top 10 overall looks like this. T-Dag, Tyler Medaglia gets the job done. Zach Hayes, Ricky Russell, Wyatt Kerr, and Kenneth Held, your top 5. Jamal Porter, Rivers Morris, Leo Candidas, Jack Zars, and Matt Haugentagler round out your top 10 overall. All right, folks, well, that is another second moto in the books. Check it off as we get ready for Pro 125 and 250B, as well as 250 Open coming up next. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more JDay Off-Road right here from the Fox Bostwick Creek GP live on Racer TV. We'll be right back.
JDay Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by Moto Tassinari, Performance Reed Valve Systems. Luxon MX, top-of-the-line aftermarket motocross components. And 100% game-changing performance.
There you see the beautiful beach, the crystal clear water. Man, what a great location. Just about an hour away from the coast, and things are continuing to shape up. Now, it depends on what you think is a pretty sandy conditions. All right, some people might think of the beautiful sand of the beach. Some people might think of the beautiful sand of Bostwick Creek, because that is what we're looking at right now. Round 1 of 8 for the 2026 JDay Off-Road Series presented by Fox, all of which is going to be live right here on RacerTV.com. Of course, live coverage powered by Stoke Media. So appreciative and so glad to have them on board with us here in 2026. Stoke doing a great job of bringing our passion right to your living room or office or bedroom or classroom, wherever you're at, wherever you're watching. We're glad to have you here. Once again, Zach Herron and Jay McGrath bringing all of the race coverage here today. And things are continuing to move along as we've got our Pro Am 125 class, 250B and Open B, as well as B200 sitting on the line. Race 4, Moto 2.
Zach, did you notice what Taylor Jones had to say as far as the roughness of the track out there? that it was just completely different track from the first moto, and she didn't use any of the same lines that she used in that first moto, and she knew where she was making the time, which is out in the back section where it's the roughest, and she was just choosing, like you noticed, that right-hand line, even though it was probably about 30 yards, you know, of smoothness, at least that got her a little time off from it, you know. So it was amazing. What a great rider. What a great interview. So happy to have Taylor Jones here. And it sounds like she's going to be back for more JDay this year. I don't know if she'll be able to commit to the whole series, but it looks like we're going to see her again for sure.
Yeah, exciting news there. I was excited to hear her say just that. And, yeah, got to think the excitement going to carry over, whether she's joining us at round 2 at Club MX or whatever the plan is. We're definitely always glad to see Taylor Jones out at the races. And, yeah, I actually said it right after you got done with the interview, man. To completely have to change all of your lines, it really just goes to show how much this facility has morphed since first thing this morning. But now taking a look at Pro 125, 11 o'clock this morning was their first moto. It's now just after 3 in the afternoon, so you can do the math. There's been a lot of time, a lot of bikes, and a lot of laps spun on this Bostwick Creek track since the last time they were out there. As the 30-second card is up, we'll see who is going to be taking the win here. Pro-Am 125 sitting on the line, the Fox green flag getting ready to go up.
I'd like to give a shout out right now, Zach, to Andrew Acton, who throws the green flag. He missed his flight because of the snow. He jumped in a minivan and headed down here 17 hours. He was here at the facility.
Wow, how about that? You can't question the commitment there from that one. That is impressive. It looked like it was a Yamaha grabbing the early race lead. Couldn't quite see what the number was on it, but man, they were absolutely rolling. The 125 class, one of my favorite sounding and smelling classes that we've got, as the pre-mix is flowing here. 125's off and rolling. 250B going to be coming up next. And man, whoever that is out front, they are not looking back at all. I'll put it like that. Back to the line we go. Looks like that should be 250B getting ready to come up next. Boards up. And flag getting ready to go down.
Could that possibly be Taylor Beckwith? Is he in this 125 Pro Moto? Because he's been really fast.
The list up. Taylor Beckwith, it's possible.
Yeah. Amazing young rider from New England. Connecticut, exactly.
No, not seeing Beckwith. We've got Baccarosa and, oh yes, Taylor Beckwith. There he is, 363. So yeah, you hit the nail on the head there, Jay. That might be exactly who we're looking at.
I wouldn't be surprised. He's adapting well to this Bostwick Creek facility. I'll tell you, man, this is a beautiful place. I've never been here before. The track owner said they've been here 22 years now. He moved down from New Jersey and just had a whim, and of course loves motocross like, you know, any normal person would. I mean, don't you? Of course I do. And just decided to start this place. And I mean, there's probably like at least 2 or 3 tracks, a mini track, Woods Loop, and of course we're running most, if not all of it, little bits, pieces here of everything. And this is such a great facility, and the people are so nice. Just can't say enough about the welcome that we've had here, and just great to be here, and thanks to everybody for being so kind and polite and just helpful all the way around. It's been a great experience here, and sure do hope we come back.
No doubt about it, and once again, that's just one of the things that makes this JDay season so exciting is, you know, the locations themselves, their destinations, they're places that people want to ride at. I feel the same way, Jay. I've definitely got some FOMO wishing that I could be there, but I also know it's probably best that I'm not, because I'd more than likely find some way to get on a dirt bike, because this track looks way too much fun to just watch and announce from. And like I said, I believe the first ever race that you're going to have at Club MX Training Facility going to be round number 2. CGI facility, another incredible location. Always love watching videos from out there. Lake Sugar Tree, a famous location. Used to hold a pro national out there back in the day. And man, I mean, Budds Creek, obviously that needs no introduction. These are some iconic locations, and we're just talking about the moto portion of it. Then Ethan and the crew go out there and they basically create these trails from scratch. They go out and figure out the best ways to create race lines and multiple different lines as well. And so, yeah, really impressive stuff. As you said it, there it is, 363. I saw it on the jersey. That is Beckwith leading the way. It looks like Kokinos in the number 2 spot.
You know, Zach, you say that it's really difficult to be at a place like this and not ride. I understand that completely and personally. And just so you know, and this is a shout out back to Costa Rica, the love of my life, Donna, made me promise her that I would not under any circumstances get on a motorcycle while I was here in Florida. And I did make that promise, my friend. So I've held true to it. And but it's difficult, man. I just like these sections they're running right now. I love that stuff. I like it rough. I like the second moto. I like it when it's the most challenging, because that's the best part of the sport. You know, and anybody who's a true rider will tell you the same. They're a second moto rider, man, because that's what it's all about. Taylor Beckwith really carving it up there on the Yamaha, and then it looks like Smith has gotten by Kokinos now for second. So
that's where I was kind of wondering. I didn't catch Smith in that last camera shot. I was curious if he had some issues off the start, but he has. He's made his way around Kokinos, and completely different line compared to Beckwith. One goes from right to the left, one from left to the right. We'll see who it pays off for, but no doubt about it, Evan Smith is pushing the pace and pulling forward. As there we see Kokinos, Ryan Amancio just behind him. Then it looks like maybe the 432 of Braden Ouellette on the beta machine.
Yes, sir. Yeah, Evan Smith is on the move, buddy. There's no doubt about it. And you saw it right there in that sand section where you said they changed lines like that. And you could tell that he was floating again like he was in that first moto. He's floating over those bumps. And it's just an amazing feeling when you're on the motorcycle and you're having that good a day that you're able to do it. And Evan Smith is coming hard, and he is your new leader in the FMF Extreme section, but not again. Not able to make that stick on that one, but he's there and he's ready. And look out, Beckwith, here he comes.
Here we go. Yeah, Beckwith says that so I'm going to get a lap lead in the books. Look at this, Evan Smith going wide around the bowl corner, going to launch the tabletop. I think that section actually worked well for Braden Ouellette.
It really did. He's been riding well, and he had a tough break in that pro moto. As a matter of fact, he's running a burnt arm right now. Motorcycle came into him. They crashed together. The bike was laying on him, and then the fellow competitor picked the bike up off him because he could hear the skin sizzling. Oh man, it was so bad. I had
somebody cooking bacon out here?
Exactly.
What's going on?
Cooking a little Braden Ouellette. But yeah, he's still a tough competitor. He's out there. He's a New England boy. I don't think we'll see him at every JDay round this year, but I know he'll be at a few, especially the Southwick and the 2 Unadillas at the end of the season. But as his dad was telling me, he's got a real job now, not just riding motorcycles anymore, and he's got to be there. He's got a commitment, and I think that's great. I'm glad that he's responsible enough to do it. Not enough people take responsibility for themselves these days, especially young people, and Braden Ouellette sacrificing his dream to make it in the real world.
That's what it's all about. Yeah, like we said, sometimes the superstars that grow up, as it looks like Evan Smith had made that pass happen, so it is now Evan Smith taking over the number 1 spot over Taylor Beckwith. Justin Kokinos locked into a battle. Oh, look at this, some moves being made from Ryan Amancio. So how about that? We heard in our first moto, Ryan Amancio, he prefers the 125. He likes that riding style. We were able to catch up with Justin Kokinos, who races a 125 and a 450, about his preference and the difference between riding the 2 machines.
I don't know. It's a good question. I really do enjoy running the 125s. You know, the 125s they're such a fun bike to ride. You know, in years past, before I fully committed to the JDay series, that's all I rode for JDays. You know, I love my 450, but 125 in the woods, it's fun. It's a fun bike. But we're not running the number 1 on that, so we're running the number 1 on this. So I do love the 450 power, so I'm going to have to say 450.
So watching it right now, there you have it, Justin Kokinos.
And Justin worked really hard for that championship last year. As he alluded to, he hadn't really committed to JDay for quite a few years. He would come every once in a while he'd ride the small bike. He'd do really good in the big pro class, and everybody would marvel at his momentum. And then he decided to commit a couple years ago, and last year he came up with the championship. It was hard fought between he and Brandon Gregoire. It went right down to the last race that you and I were there for on television for the first time, racertv.com. It was a great experience, and enough to get me out of retirement, because as you said last year, I had gone into it and it had been a couple of years, but this series is just so exciting that I got to come back for it, Zach. Just the chance to work with you and all these people at AG Video and Stoke and all the JDay crew. You can't keep a good man down, I guess. And, as much travel as there's going to be for me, I'm up for it, because I believe in this series, and I believe in the people that are doing it, and I believe in the riders. And, of course, that's bared today tenfold, because of look at all the great racing that we've seen. Evan Smith on a roll right now and just flowing out there, floating over those bumps. And then that pro moto was just stacked with some of the best riders in the world. Because really, there's some great riders out over in Europe, but the United States is really on it as far as up-and-coming off-road riders. And it's great to see guys like Ryan Sipes with that ISDE camp, because, we got to do it, man. We got to prove to the world that we are it, and we are the up-and-coming force. And here's two bright stars right now, Taylor Beckwith and Ryan Amancio going at it, tooth and nail down through the, and Amancio, nice save from my boy.
I'm telling you what, Ryan Amancio is fired up here in this second moto. We saw him make some grown man moves around Justin Coquinos, and now is at the rear wheel of Taylor Beckwith. So how about it? Ryan Amancio is fired up. We talked to Ryan earlier this weekend about some of his favorite features of JDay and what makes it such an attractive series for him. Let's hear from Ryan.
I'd probably say moto is my favorite, but I think I excel more in the woods. Always have been. Extreme's always fun every once in a while. They add quite a bit of obstacles, and you can hit some huge doubles, maybe some triples in there. But I'd probably say woods, I'd excel more, but moto is more fun for me.
That's what it's all about, that blend, right? A little bit of moto, a little bit of woods, and a whole lot of fun. As great shot right here, Amancio continuing to apply the pressure to Taylor Beckwith. Going to hop on board that Fox FPV drone. Feel like we're in the battle right here at home, as he's going to get to use some of that moto intensity. Ironically enough, it is interesting. You hear what Ryan said. He kind of prefers motocross. Feels like it's a bit more fun. Maybe just likes the style of it, but definitely feels like maybe a bit more successful in the off-road racing style of things. Like I said, when I got brought on board with GNCC, Ryan Amancio was in a tooth and nail battle for the Super Mini title, and that came all the way down to the wire as well. And since then, he's grown. He's had some struggles moving up to the big bike, but man, this guy's super positive, super hard worker, and just like you said, a lot of fun to talk to off of the track as well. But man, he is fired up, and he is putting the pressure on. Take a look at your Luxon lap times from the last lap. Evan Smith, a 4:59, the only sub-5 lap time out there, as it looks like Amancio has made the pass happen. He was the second fastest rider on track. Amancio a 5:08, 5:10 for Coquinos. And Beckwith, you got to kind of wonder, Jay, he had that pressure on him from the first drop. Might have sprinted a little too hard early. How hard is he going to crash off of that? Maybe use a little too much fuel, a little too much energy early. Now, question is, can he hang on to a top 5?
Well, in motocross, he's led some races for sure in his classes. He's not at the pro level yet in motocross back in New England. And in these JDay races, he hasn't led that many times. So, to be up in the top placing, to be the leader, that's definitely works on your mind. He's only about 18 years old or so, so he's still young yet. And, the only way to get used to that is to do it more often. And that's the hardest thing to do, because there's a lot of good competition for him, So now he's at the point where his arms are probably pumped up, and he's trying to get through this moto, but it's going to be a tough one for him to get back around Ryan Amancio. What I would suggest for him, if he's a smart rider, which I think he is he's going to settle for that third, because it's a great result, and you got to build on it. You got to pay your dues, and you just can't win right away. Like I said to somebody today, Ben Kelly didn't go out and win all the races right from the beginning. You got to pay your dues in this sport. You got to spend a little time, in the top 10 and then move yourself up when you get to the pro class, even if you're the constant winner in the amateur division. But Taylor Beckwith, if he's smart, he'll try to latch on to Amancio and maybe even find a line if he's got that energy built in. But right now, he's in survival mode because, as you said, Zach, he spent a lot of energy early on leading, and then, of course, worrying about Evan Smith, and then even more worry about Amancio after that.
Yeah, and just watching in that last camera shot, your leader, Evan Smith, coming through, it's almost hard to believe that this guy's been on a 125 for like 3 days. Like when I thought about it, I talked about him having that KTM under the 10 at GNCC, but I'm pretty sure that was either a 350 or a 450 KTM. And then when I saw him in the pro race on a 4-stroke KTM, I'm like, okay, so this guy literally just got a 125 KTM ride, just got comfortable on it, and now is out front dominating. And one of those things, like we talked about earlier, doesn't look like he's overriding the bike, was sitting down in that section, actually conserving a bit of energy, flowing with the course, rolling some of these bigger braking bumps, and then when he needs to attack, he's able to do so. Really, really impressive. Evan Smith, man, if he wasn't planning on doing this full JDay Off-Road Series, he might want to look at the schedule because he is really looking mighty comfortable and got some really solid results in both this 125 A-Class and our Pro Class.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And, the thing is from a professional rider's standpoint, most of these guys should be checking the schedule. Most of these guys should be checking the purse because there's some money to be made here, And that's one thing that people forget. This pro class is a pro class. It's not like Costa Rica back there. They don't pay their pro riders. Like the guys who win at motocross in Costa Rica do not get paid purse money. In Europe, they don't get paid purse money for the motocross Grand Prix. Here at JDay, they pay real money, and it's cash money. And, I mean, if you're racing and you're a professional, that's why you race. You need to make the money to go to the next round. And if he has any dreams of being at GNCC rounds as well, this could be a really good, helpful tool for him to be able to, realize those goals. So I'd say Evan Smith would be smart to stick right with us for 8 rounds. We'd love to have him.
Absolutely, as we're seeing Smith make his way through. Solid riding right now. Yeah, absolutely. Just hitting his marks and yeah, just flowing right now. Ethan doing a great job. We talked about the kind of creation, the idea of growing the series and expanding, and then he was able to do it. Wait a second, did we have a pass back, or is that?
I'm not sure. That looks like some lap traffic, but they say that Beckwith is in second. No, it's Coquinos, they say?
I was going to say, it looks like Coquinos
triple four
may have had a pass. As Coquinos, I was kind of a little curious to see if he was falling off the pace a bit. Didn't quite see the fire that we saw from the 444 earlier in Moto 1. Kind of seemed like he was settling, but looks like he was just taking his time, staying patient, and waiting for an opportunity to strike, as he has now picked up Beckwith and somehow has gotten Ryan Amancio as well, who looked like Amancio was trying to ride away. We talked about Justin Coquinos, an experienced rider here in JDay, not only just in this 125 class, but in our pro class as well. And we were able to talk with Justin about what he thinks is unique about JDay and what some of his favorite features are as well.
I'm definitely going to have to say moto for that. I came from moto. I love just sandy tracks. I love the moto. I do enjoy the woods, but I have the moto background, so definitely the moto.
So once again, another guy where it's moto kind of preference, but also got some skills in the off-road side of things. Is take a look at that Dunlop split lane. Man, that might be a new approach as well. I don't know if I've seen anybody swing out quite that wide as Evan Smith. It's just as much about line choice and staying smooth as it is about anything else. There was that battle. Look at that. Justin Coquinos and Ryan Amancio going at it for the number 2 spot.
Almost side by side right now, Zach. Coquinos, and Amancio looks like he got the line on him there, and it looks like Amancio back to second now. Oh, no, that's Smith. They changed up the camera angle, so we're no longer seeing that battle. We only did it for a second, but that's Evan Smith, our leader now in the frame. That's some great
what
drum
I'm
work.
looking at right now, Jay. Look at the numbers, 5:09 to a 5:10. Coquinos has not only picked the pace up, but he has now picked the pace up a tick faster than your leader, Evan Smith, but how about that 5:09, 5:10, and 5:11? 1, 2, and 3, all within 2 seconds of each other on the lap time charts. And we know that Coquinos and Amancio are going at it wheel to wheel. We've said this before, maybe not today, but oftentimes in situations like this, two riders battling with each other actually slows them down because they're riding defensively, because they're kind of dealing with one another. But in this scenario, it almost looks like the two battling each other have raised the pace and intensity to where they're starting to creep in on the back of Evan Smith, who is kind of in no man's land right now. He needs to get the memo. Still got a bit of a gap as we're watching right here. That was him that just popped out of screen. But, man, if he's not careful, Coquinos and Amancio might sneak up on him.
And he will. He will. He's got a lot of fight in him. He's a young kid. He's only 16 years old. And as Ryan Sapes said, you know, that is an equalizer right there. Coquinos is only in his early 20s, so he's not that old, but still there is a difference there. And there is a limit as to what you're going to push, too, you know, whereas Ryan Amancio being 16 or 17, whatever he is, you know, he's willing to give it everything he's got. He sees one little desperation move that he can make, and he's going to make it. You know, and Coquinos is going to be a little more, you know, mindful of what he can and can't do and the limits that are there. So right now, Evan Smith looks like he's on the cruise control, just flowing through there, floating over these big whoops and just having his way with the class. But the real battle lies between the 444 and 361 of Ryan Amancio.
Yeah, right now, biggest battle for Evan Smith is the lap traffic. You saw him get caught up in that big 180. Didn't really have anywhere that he could go. Now, Smith, like we said, an experienced rider at the top level of the sport for quite some time and knows, you know, needs to stay patient at times. Probably knows he's got a decent little gap built up. But, yeah, it just goes to show you're the leader, and especially being the leader by yourself, it's hard for these lap riders to know the guy coming up on their rear is a leader. As we're hanging out here at the snake pit there, you see at the top of the screen over on the right-hand side, Justin Coquinos, and not far behind is Ryan Amancio. Now, Amancio, I believe his home track, he talked about being a moto kid, his home track is Southwick. So this guy's got plenty of experience riding in the sand, the big whooped out nature, the way you have to maneuver the machine around. Probably nothing too unfamiliar for Amancio, but like we've also heard, there's some big differences between the Southwick sand compared to this sugary powder type sand that we've got down here in Florida, as we see Evan Smith maneuvering his way through the extreme section once again. Let's see. White flag coming out, one to go.
There it is, the courtesy flag, the white flag. Yes, indeed, my friend. I will get down there and see who we're going to talk to, because believe it or not, Coquinos and Amancio are not that far behind. And this is JDay Offroad. Anything can happen.
This is what it's all about. Jay going to head down towards the finish line. There is Amancio and Coquinos taking the white flag. One lap to go. And now we're starting to see a little bit of lookbacks there from Evan Smith. The question is, how hard is he going to push? Don't forget, Smith and Coquinos both racing in our pro race at the end of the day, coming up in just about an hour or so. So they've got to make sure that they've got enough energy to put in a fight there as well. So Smith doing a great job of managing this race as he takes the white flag. One lap left to go. The Stoke Media live drawing going to follow along. A 5:07 now for Evan Smith. An identical lap time for Coquinos and Amancio. Look at that, 5:10s. These guys are as close as it gets, not only on the lap times, but physically on the track as well. Oh, man, great stuff. Amancio needed to get around that lap rider, and he was able to make it happen. Meanwhile, Beckwith, Nolette, and I believe that was Tavari, all relatively close in time as well as far as on that last lap. Don't know physically exactly where they are on course, but just goes to show the level of riding. You kind of have a breakdown of the top guys and maybe that group right underneath them. And once again, I don't see anyone else taking that line from Evan Smith, and you see the way it sets him up for that next right-hand corner. Again, able to carry the momentum, not having to lean as hard on the machine, not having to pivot quite as much and lose momentum, as there is, once again, Amancio gets the short end of the stick from a lap rider. So frustrating if you're Ryan Amancio. He was back to the rear tire of Coquinos, and Coquinos just slipping right past a lap rider in a perfect spot where he knew he was going to be able to put the machine between himself and Amancio. thought Amancio was maybe going to run into the back of him. That was headed into that Dunlop split lane as well. You could see Amancio was not planning on taking the same line as Coquinos, but he needed to get around that lap rider, so he did funnel over into that left-hand line. So, man, this is going to be a fun one to watch. Smith not getting too comfortable at all as he just exited the screen, and there is the fight right now from Coquinos and Amancio. We've seen them go back and forth a time or two already. Beckwith still showing in that number 4 spot just in front of Nolette, rounding out the top 5. But, man, how about it? We wanted some fights here in the second motos, and we are getting them. Overalls on the line. This is how you want to close out your motos. Leave it all out on the course. As here it is, once again, Coquinos about a bike length or two in front of Ryan Amancio. Amancio just patiently waiting. Got to wonder if he's got a spot picked out or if he's just hoping for some kind of mistake from the Yamaha of Coquinos. Once again, that Stoke Media live drone doing a great job of following along. This is up close and personal now with the battle for second place, Ryan Amancio. Look at this, another different line choice for Amancio. How's it going to play off for him? Man, I mean, he cuts back across. Oh, my goodness. Dodging trees. And look at this, he pulls up alongside Coquinos. Oh, and that could cost him big time. Once again, it seemed like he was just rushing a little bit. Got to wonder if that was the best opportunity or maybe that was the spot that he had picked out, because that line was certainly faster than the one from Coquinos, but just not quite close enough to put the KTM in front of the Yamaha. And man, gotta think, if you're Justin Coquinos, you've got to be running picture perfect. You cannot afford a mistake, and you know what we see. It's a three-rider fight between Coquinos, Amancio, and our Fox FPV drone. Who's going to come out on top? Yeah, I'd tap out too if I was the drone. I'm not racing that. Are you kidding me? Here we go. We're waiting at the FMF Extreme section, looking for Evan Smith. And there he is, right on cue. What a run. Got into that number 1 spot and said, see ya. He's looking for a checkered flag. There it is. Evan Smith gets the job done. We'll see if we can catch the finish between Amancio and Coquinos before we send things down to Jay McGrath. And it looks like Coquinos has got enough to hang on to the position, and he will. It's going to be Coquinos in the number 2 spot, Amancio in the number 3 position. Hats off to both of those riders finishing on the podium here in Moto 2. All right, let's get ready to send things down to Jay McGrath, standing by with your winner in 125 Pro, Evan Smith.
That's right, Zach. We're here with Evan Smith, a great ride, the Georgia boy out there. Have you got conditions like this in Georgia that you're used to? Is it similar there where you ride?
No, we don't have much sand like this. I got to drive a couple hours to get some, and even then it's not nearly as deep. But I do love this kind of sand and these kind of conditions. I've always thrived in it because I've enjoyed it.
You look real good out there today, buddy. Able to see most of the track through the video coverage that we have. And some of the lines that you had out there were really good. And I had a chance to talk with Taylor Jones. She said she didn't use any of the lines that she used in the first moto. Is it the same case with you?
Yeah, the main line is getting really deep. There's a couple of spots you will get stuck if you go through the main line. So yeah, I use that as a good opportunity to kind of get some knowledge on the lines available out there for the 450 moto.
Do you feel that you might continue us here for the 8 rounds? I mean, you've had a great start. I mean, there could be some really good opportunities for you here.
Oh yeah, count on seeing me for the rest of these.
I love it, buddy. That's awesome to hear. Evan Smith, who's helping you this year?
Yeah, again, Dirt South Racing, Russell Bobbitt Riding Clinics, Callus Gear, Artec Plastics, FMF, Key & Designs, Shoei Helmets, Mom and Dad, PRD Suspension, you know, whole bunch of people.
A great ride for you, buddy. Congratulations. And we'll see you back out there in a couple of motos in the pro class, so we won't keep you too long, but congratulations on this win.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I'm fired up now. We just got the confirmation. Evan Smith going to be rocking and rolling with us here in 2026. Now, the rest of the 125 Pro class maybe not quite as excited as we are, but I'm telling you what, that second moto, that just goes to show the depth is there. Whether you're talking Evan Smith, Justin Coquinos, notably enough, I do not think we saw Brandon Gregoire out there in that second moto. So that's another name we're used to seeing up in the front. And, man, I really feel like Ryan Amancio found a whole nother level of speed in this second moto as we take a look at our MX Trophies race recap. Out front, Beckwith got a good start, and can't fault the guy. He got out front, and, man, he put the hammer down. Definitely think it was kind of a try to run away and hide type scenario. Beckwith hoping that it was going to be enough to maybe hang on. Amancio, a solid start as well. He was up further than I thought off the start. The rest of the field doing a great job, great battle. They got ready for turn number 1. Solid turn number 1 as well. Everybody getting through pretty clean. So there you see the 363. Looking good on lap number 1. The question was going to be, can he maintain that intensity for the entire duration? And slowly but surely, Evan Smith started to creep his way forward, and man, it was like he just found something else. I don't know. I think it was line choices. We saw more than a couple of times Evan Smith was taking lines I haven't seen anyone else take all day long. I would not be surprised if there's not some pro riders watching live on Racer TV saying, ooh, I'm going to jot that down, make a little mental note before my pro race this afternoon, because that was smooth and it was fast as well. Cruises his way across the line, the checkered flag, and the win going to go to Evan Smith. Let's take a look at your Pro Taper top 10 overall here for moto number 4 as the checkered flag flies. Evan Smith, Justin Coquinos, and Ryan Amancio, your top 3. Taylor Beckwith and Braden Nolette, your top 5. Matt Tavani in the 6th place spot. Briar Stesic, Landon Lynn, Robbie Goad, and Jordan Anchor, your top 10 here for race number 4, moto number 2. Getting down to the final few races of the day. B Vet, Super Senior, and Masters coming up, as well as B Senior, Women's B and C, as well as C Senior and Vintage. Race 5, Moto 2, and then after that we'll have our final race of the day, our Pro second moto. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with Race 5, Moto 2 here from JDay Off-Road Live on Racer TV.
We've been there since the very beginning.
20 laps, the main event, the blood, the beer.
Organizing the industry and building champions. "100 years of defending your rights to ride into the future."
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
JDay Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by Pro Taper. Upgrade with confidence. Explore Pro Taper today. Ocean Pro. High-quality cables, tools, and controls. And IMS. Premium aftermarket fuel tanks and other off-road accessories.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. Race 5, Moto number 2, sitting on the line. Here live on RacerTV.com and GPTV. Want to thank you all for hanging out with us and watching round number 1. Been an incredible day of racing. incredible. I can't say it enough. And guess what? We still got two of some of our best classes coming up next. B Vet, Super Senior and Masters, B Senior and Women's B and Women's C, as well as C Senior and Vintage, all sitting on the line. This was a fun one as well as far as the overall picture goes. Had, I believe, riders from, I think, almost all of our classes make the top 10 overall. So it just goes to show the depth of the field here from Bostwick Creek GP, just about an hour off the coast. Beautiful Green Cove Springs, Florida. Jay and I were talking about it. Definitely a picturesque location. There we see some of our riders hanging out on the line, waving to all the friends and family at home. And yeah, for all of our folks there on site at Bostwick Creek, you definitely need to be telling mom, dad, grandma, boyfriend, girlfriend, your classmates, whoever. Tell them turn on Racer TV if you want to watch me moto down. We take a look at our red line oil replay from moto number 1. I believe that was the kid we just saw wave and grab that whole shot. This was where we saw the 911 machine looking good, and I believe he was able to grab that overall win. And while we're looking at this replay, make sure you guys are paying attention to the way the track looks. Now, this was race 5. So there was already some lines, already some bumps and stuff developed, but yeah, it's going to be a little different here in Moto 2. There was the Ida Castell out of the women's C class. She won our girls class already. And looks like the 911 machine running solid. A couple more of our riders sneaking their way through. Whoa! Couple riders going the wrong directions, and like we said, this was a cool one because I felt like we had probably the most depth as far as through the entire field as far as the top 10 goes. No doubt about it, this man was top of the class, top of the field. Look at that, ripping the tear off, still hits the jump. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Ida Castell there on the Husky, the yellow handguards, if I'm not mistaken, either a 4th or 5th overall out of that women's C class on the smaller machine as well. So really solid performance for her. But there you see, checker flag came out. That is what it's all about. Candidas gets the job done. As we head back to the Fox starting line, getting down to the nitty gritty. There you see the 32nd card and the green flag grabbing. Going to be holding up that big number 1 here in just a moment. Let the riders know, last chance, warm that bike up, get ready to shut it down, get ready to go racing. As we start to close in on the final few motos of the day, once again want to encourage you guys to check out JDay Offroad on social media, as well as Racer TV, Stoke Media. Follow them all. If they're involved with it, go look at all the sponsors on the poster, give them a follow as well. Like I said, support those that are supporting the series that you want to be a part of. Even if you're just one of our amateur motocross racers watching on Racer TV, if you're a GNCC diehard, whatever you are, if you're watching Racer TV, these companies that are involved, even if they're not the ones that you wear, like I said, maybe it's a different gear brand, maybe it's a different OEM than what you ride, at the end of the day, they are committing the time and the effort to be able to come racing with us, and without them, the series wouldn't be able to exist, the tracks wouldn't be able to exist, which means you couldn't go racing. So we owe a whole lot of thank yous as that Fox green flag is up in the air, and boom, there it is. B-Vet, first row off and rolling. That was the 659 and 569. Pretty sure grabbed a whole shot in the first moto as well. Starting things off strong. Onto the moto track they go. The moto track holding up pretty solid as well. Definitely getting some of those braking bumps in. Not quite the sugar sand that we see in other parts of the course, the more off-road sections. This one a bit more hard-packed, kind of formable sand. Meanwhile, Super Senior and Masters going to be the next flag drop coming up. Flag is up, and we're off and rolling. Trying to see if Candidas from outside. I know he was fighting for the lead. And it looks like he got it. So that's going to be one to watch. He'll try to work his way forward through that first row of B vet riders and see if he can once again physically take the win as well as on adjusted time. Look at this, four deep through that corner right there. Some shuffling going on. And coming up next, B Senior as well as Women's B and Women's C. Looks like we're hovering just behind Ali Castell. She's on the smaller machine, so maybe a little out-powered headed into turn one, but it certainly didn't stop her before. Looks like she's going to funnel into about the number 3 spot. But another clean and clear start there. One left to go, C Senior and our vintage class. Going to have that retro YZ sitting on the line, I believe, as well. There it is, number 48, way to the inside. I believe got like second or third overall. I like how none of these guys have like whole shot devices or anything like that. Full retro. We didn't need it back in my day. 2 kicks for the 48, but he gets it fired up. He's going to funnel into position heading into turn number 1. To say he funneled into 4 headed into turn 1, but he is not planning on staying there. Look at that, already pulls up alongside and launches his way into the number 1 spot. That's how you do it, make them passes quick. Gonna rail the ball corner and keep on going. So 48 trying to see if he can potentially steal an overall win away on adjusted time. Meanwhile, back up at the front side of the field. Looks like that was the 696, I think we just saw. Man, pretty big gap, especially here for a first lap as well. 3:53. And like we touched on earlier today, if you're just joining us, once again, multiple classes in these races, and each line is separated by a minute or so. So if you're wondering why there's kind of groups of riders coming through at a time, that is the difference. Now, obviously, adjusted time, as far as the overall goes, is adjusted in order to show that time correction, if you will. So, like I said, first moto on this one, I think we had riders from just about every class inside the top 10. Whoa, hang on to it now. Man, absolutely super deep. This is, and this will be an interesting one to watch as well. You can see that rider trying to stay up on the pegs, trying to keep the thing going the direction he wants, but man, it's getting absolutely brutal. When people like Evan Smith and Taylor Jones are saying the track is gnarly, it's gnarly with a capital gnar. I'll put it like that. So shout out to our racers here late in the day battling it out. 6:59. Ooh, hang on to it. Stand up on the pegs, but you can see kind of a little weight on the front end there. That could be beneficial. Could also, you know, be quite costly. We'll see. I can't really say anything. They're still out front leading the way. So, woo, when was that? Oh, there it is. So that's the 911 machine. We talked about him trying to work his way forward through that road that was in front of him. He both physically and on adjusted time won the first moto. He's trying to repeat here today for moto number 2, race 5. Through the FMF Extreme section they go across that Yamaha finish line. I think that red fender is, yes, there it is. Okay, so that is the 911 machine. So only got, what, 3 or 4 riders before they're going to be able to, where he's going to be in that number 1 spot. So 1 lap in the books. Take a look. Time and scoring going to be adjusting here over the next minute or so. And there it is, Leo Candidas right to the top of the board. Can't be surprised about that. But he's not satisfied. He doesn't just want it on corrected time. He's like Grant Davis from the GNCC series. He doesn't just want it on corrected time. He wants to physically get it done. Yeah, that shows it right there. Take a look at your looks on lap times from the last lap. 6:16 for Candidas. Bottoming is 6:35. The closest one, so about 18 seconds or so faster. Curious to see section. Nobody else seems to really be picking up on that line. Heavy Smith is taking. Isla Castell making her way through. We'll see where she slots in. Like I said, a top 10, I know, potentially a top 5 overall position there in Moto 1. Alex Manufa on that number 48 vintage bike as well. There you see just entering the back of the screen, looking to try to jump in the mix. And there it is. Castell on lap 1 jumps into the 3rd place overall spot. Now we'll see that could potentially change after the 48 makes his way through. So if Anu slots into that number 2 spot, Bottomy and Castell get pushed back 3 and 4 with Stout rounding out your top 5. Watching here on the Stoke Media Live drone. Tiptoeing his way through and kind of peek into some of those insides. You can kind of tell from the drone shot. Another advantage to that is you see the range of line options available. It looks like doing a good job of kind of funneling into those insides, straightening things out as much as possible as well. Bottomy, Castell, Stout, your top 5. Looks like 411 machine stepping into that number 6 ride overall is cruising around. Was that a lap rider already we're seeing? It's possible. By far not the biggest classes that we've had of the day, but it's like Jay and I were talking about earlier. It's not always about the number of riders, but the range as far as the skill levels go. And with these vet classes, obviously B-Vet, Super Senior Masters, these are, you've got a range. You've got riders that have years of experience, but there can be quite a range as far as the skill level goes, as well as the fitness level as well. Look at this, 696. I mean, look at that right there. That was, looked like he was going down the backside of the face of a jump, and that was flat earlier today. That's a man-made roller from these racers pushing their way through, and then that's that sugar sand that you can see just absolutely powdering up as he makes his way through. Look at that far line. And there you see the 911 machine of Leo Candidas, your overall leader at the moment. As the Stoke Media Live drone getting ready to pick them up, another lap getting ready to be added to the tally. So Jonathan Bottomy, the 696, physically leading the way, sitting third overall on adjusted time. Whoa, but for how long? Look at this. Candidas has caught up. So that was Bottomy headed the opposite direction. Here comes Candidas. So no doubt about it, Leo running the solid pace still here in Moto 2. This is the battle for the physical lead. Here we go. We knew Leo was going to want more than just that corrected time. He's going to go wide around, not able to do it there. Thought he was going to try to cut underneath. This is some of that thick sugar sand, and man, there was nothing special about that. Just left the throttle on, charged into that corner, and going to take the lead away. Leo Candidas gets the pass made over Jonathan Bottomy. Now they are working their way through some lap traffic, so we'll see whether that plays into the hands of Bottomy, potentially being able to make that pass back. Fair amount of range in the lap times as well. Taking a look at that Luxon lap times from the last lap. Candidas looking to go 1-1 here. Again, does not have to physically beat everybody, but he intends to, clearly, as he made that pass happen in smooth fashion, and now trying to walk away from things. Jay, if you're there, man, this is impressive riding. Leo Candidas has physically overtaken the #1 spot.
Yeah, I've been watching, but I had a chance to speak with Adam Gordon. Of course, AG Video, Adam Gordon. I think you can put that together. He's a great guy, and I'll tell you, man, these guys are doing such a great job with the camera work, great job with the graphic work as well. We had a few things we needed to speak with, so I was tuning into the moto, but we were talking along and enjoying each other's company. So just a great group of people that we're working with here today, Zach, and I can't say how happy I am to be involved with it. And this is just going to grow and grow. More and more people are going to tell their friends about it, and it's just going to be the way that any good series comes to light, and that is word of mouth. You know, you can do all this social media you want. I know you kids love the social media, but what it's all about is you telling your buddy, me telling my buddy, me telling somebody's dad, whatever. You got to get out there. You got to do this series, man. It is the happening scene. And, of course, you know, we're supported by some great organizations as well. And mostly that's because we are unique. You know, JDay is a short moto, 30 minutes, you know, compared to other big races. It's 2 times a day, so that's moto scoring, the overall situation, the extreme situation, you know, a shorter track, things like that. So, you know, we don't threaten anybody in that way. We are unique unto ourselves, and if you've never ridden a JDay, do yourself a favor if you're a dirt bike rider. Get your bones out here. Get out here and try it out. We got a couple more rounds in South Carolina, so stay in South for a little while. Then we're headed for Axton, Virginia, Budds Creek, Maryland, and then we're going up north to our roots in our hometowns of Southwick, Massachusetts, and Unadilla, New York, the mecca of motocross.
Seemed like you wanted to put something between you and there, Jay.
Yes, sir. And the other side, yeah, buddy, I went to Unadilla for the first time in 1972 and got to see the Trans Am stuff. And you wouldn't believe, to see DeCoster and Mikkola and all those guys race against each other, Kosmakers, and just the gods of our sport, you know, and being a 12-year-old kid and you know, 10-year-old rather, at 72, I was 10, but just, you know, wide-eyed, and, you know, my first autographs are all from those guys, you know, and just amazing situation. And I've seen a lot of crazy stuff at Unadilla, and I've filled a lot of positions there as well. I've raced there, and you know, I've been a security guard there, and I've been involved with JDay there, and it's just a great place to go to, and it has a place that's very dear in my heart. The Robinson family are friends to me, and for that I'm very appreciative as well, and just a great time to go out there. And if you've never been to Unadilla, go, because that is just like, you're going to be blown away. And the JDay track there is tremendous. I've ridden it a bunch, and just to be out there on that motocross track, it's like, wow, you know, it's a out-of-body experience, I guess, you know.
Well, and what is so unique about, you talked about the JDay track out there, is a lot of people, if you know anything about Unadilla, you know how prestigious and how kind of sacred ground the national track is. And then on the same property, they have what's called U2, which is oftentimes the amateur track. That's where I qualified for Loretta's out of the Northeast region. And it's one of those things where the JDay, you get a little bit of everything, right? You get some of the national track, then you actually jump right across into a part of the U2 track, then you get to go into the off-road section of things. So, I mean, there is no other scenario where you get to make the most of the property quite like you do at the JDay event, and that goes across the board. Like we said, history being made this year with JDay spreading across the East Coast and doing things like what we have right here at Bostwick Creek. We've got Club MX. That is not a racing facility. You know, this is it's a complete creation. That's what I mean when I say I'm seeing Ethan on social media out there with a machete and a hatchet just going crazy trying to make some trails happen. This is truly a handcrafted design. He goes out and he's working alongside the folks there at Club MX to make it a raceable track and to involve, I believe, more than one of the facilities tracks that they have right there on site. And then, you know, you go to somewhere like CGI, which is, again, a practice training facility with, I believe, multiple tracks that we're going to be able to integrate an off-road section into as well. And then, you know, Lake Sugartree, like I said, had a pro national back in the, I believe, early 80s, maybe late 70s. I know my dad's told me many stories of seeing David Bailey race out there, and it still is a very popular location with Loretta's qualifiers and stuff like that. But it just goes to show this really is a cool location, or a cool series that's going to have incredible locations on the moto side of things as well as the off-road sides of things. And it is interesting. You listen to those interviews from people like Ryan Amazio, people like Justin Kokinos, and I found it funny that both of them said they are, you know, they enjoy the moto side of things maybe a little bit more, but they have some skills and they've found some talent in the off-road side, and that's why they find something like the JDay so attractive. Is it is truly a blend and truly something that they feel they can shine in and still also have a great time. So I've told Ethan already, I've had multiple friends texting me here just throughout the broadcast today saying how fun things look. I'm a North Carolina guy myself. I'm right in Charlotte on the kind of South Carolina, North Carolina border. So I'm excited to be able to head over to Club MX and get to see that facility. I haven't been there since probably 2015, and it's, probably tripled in size since the last time I was out there. So it's going to be a fun year. Like I said, I think there's a lot of growth in store, and I think there's going to be a lot of buzz about the series by the end of the season. As we take a look at those Luxon lap times, Leo Candidas still getting the job done. Not the only sub-6. Shout out Alex Fanoof on that retro YZ machine running a 5:57 on that last lap. But no doubt about it, Candidas the one to beat, running a solid lap time for sure. And at this point, Jay, kind of looks like he's just hitting his marks, not getting anything too crazy, and no need to. He's got the physical lead. He's got the adjusted time. Now he's just waiting on some white flags and checkered flags to come out.
Yeah, and he's a smart rider. He's been doing it a long, long time. He and his twin brother were really good expert riders, or pro riders, if you will, in the NESC, New England Sports Committee back in New England. He's a Massachusetts guy, North Shore guy, and just loves riding a motorcycle. He does. That's why he runs 2 classes. He doesn't like to sit around too much. He likes to ride, and he always has. It's always been a joy for him, and it's always what's made him content. And through all this riding and all this experience, he knows exactly what to do and when to do it. Like he can come from the back of the pack like he did in the moto today and win. And then he can do what he did today, in this moto, and that is get a good start and go from there. And now he's got I can't say it's, undoable. He might lose that lead. You never know. Anything can happen. But here late with such a big lead and secure lead, he's definitely a shoe-in for the win, as long as he doesn't get held up by lap traffic.
Well, that's the thing, though, is he's earned that spot. It's like, one of those deals where you got to know when to be patient, right? You got to know when to push and when to hold back, and I think he's done a great job at that. We saw the intensity right from that green flag, and he checked up just a little bit there on that lap rider, but he got around clean as soon as he had an opportunity to. And yeah, this is what's made Leo the man to beat here in race number 5, and going to be closing in on the final few laps. Potentially a white flag next time around. We'll have to wait and see, but no doubt about it, he is looking solid and continuing to pick his way through the sugar sand, through the lap traffic, and that much closer to a checkered flag and a win.
You know what I thought was interesting, Zach, is when I interviewed him, he's a true racer, and from I mean that when I'm interviewing him, he should be happy that he won that race, but yet he had trouble with the moto before in a different class, and that's more of his focus, because he wants to be good, because he wants to be better, and here we got a guy, it looks like, with a flat tire, and he's trying to make it through on the 622, and he is just waving and wandering, and I hope that he's got a flat tire, because he's definitely not in a straight line as he comes up through there. And I'd like to give a shout out to that guy on the screen right now, the 255. That's Gennaro Alicio. And Gennaro rides a CR 500. Now that's a man's bike, Zach, right there, and he has forever, and it's like the same CR 500. I don't know what year, but he is an amazing guy, and he's out there for the fun, and he definitely has a lot of fun at JDay.
Ooh, whole different breed, as there it is. White flag coming out, one more to go.
Let's see if Leo's a little more happy after this win. We'll see him in just a few minutes, buddy.
I hope so. You can't help but have a smile on your face when you're talking to Jay McGrath, that's for sure.
Thank you.
So Jay going to head down towards the podium, towards the finish line, and get ready to rock and roll with Leo Candidas, who looks to be holding on for the win physically and potentially, or on corrected time, but also potentially physically, as he has stretched that lead out continuously over the last few laps. Looking solid, going to push his way through here as the Fox FPV drone bringing you a long board, giving you an idea of what it's like to be out here. This is the way you do it, right? It's one thing to be on the bike. You can see the roost. You're not having to actually eat the roost. You see the bumps. You don't actually have to work through them. This is the best seat in the house right here, FPV style. And let's see, one rider, oh man, that is a tough spot to go down in as well. You see that front tire planted in the center of one of those tires. There we go, some help coming in. Got you covered. We'll take a look as the Stoke Media Live drone continues to circulate around this course. The final lap, another sub 6-minute lap time for Candidas. Clicking things off. No problem in bringing out that white flag. We will try to take a look here at some of our other classes who we've got out front. Looks like Scott Edwards is leading the way out of B Senior in front of Mark Hoddeling in the number 2 spot. Super Senior, that is where Leo Candidas is out of. Masters is Paul Burfind and Gregory Likens 1 and 2 with Miyazi in the 3 spot. Dino Gagliardo in the number 1 spot out of C Senior with Derek Luxka. And then Alex Hanouf rounding out your vintage class out front, leading the way and sitting in that 3rd overall spot as well. So, and then believe it still is bottoming out front in the B vet class. So, like I said, this class especially, a lot of range. Our women's B and C class out there, believe it is Castell leading the way in the women's C class. As the number 4 on the machine making their way through. Peeking in and out of the woods there. Getting down to the nitty gritty. Like I said, if you're watching online and you're thinking about saying, well, that's been enough. Nope, don't even think about it. We've got the Pro Second Moto coming up next. So much yet to grab. Came down to the final quarter of a lap on the final lap between Gus Reardon and Ricky Russell. Not to mention Ben Kelly was on the charge. I still think he was the fastest man on the track the last 2 laps. So a little bit better start, and Ben's going to be right in the fight, of course. Zach Osborne in the mix as well. Tyler Medaglia. I mean, it is an absolutely stacked field, and it is going to be a ton of fun to watch. So much still yet to be decided. Evan Smith coming fresh off of a 125 Pro win. He's got probably the most recent look at the track, and he's got some lines tucked in that back pocket as well. So we'll see what Evan's able to do. So much depends on that start. Of course, Carson Brown out there on the 125 with the super mini frame. Didn't talk about Carson a ton in that first moto, but you know, when you're talking about Carson, you're just talking about fun. The guy is so fast, and he's so friendly as well. Got to meet Carson a couple times and see him out at the races, and I think he truly is the embodiment of what racing and riding is all about, and just having a good time. The guy, you can't throw anything at him that he can't go fast on. Like I said, I'd put him out on a Zuma scooter, and I still think he'd probably outrun me here on this course. So always a ton of fun anytime Carson's able to come hang out with us, and excited to see him here at JDay having such a great time. As through the, now like I said, those were not rollers initially, right? That has developed over time, over the day, and it has certainly not gotten any smoother. As wow, I mean, absolutely brutal. Going to tuck back into the woods one more time, and the next time we see Leo Candidas, it's going to be that FMF Extreme section and a checkered flag. Isla Castell out of that women's C class, been one of the superstars we've been following all day today. Multiple classes, and really been looking solid in pretty much every time we see her out on the track. As here we go, some lap traffic. We'll see if he's going to push the pace, try to, I don't know if he's going to cut the guy a break or what. Whoa, hang on to it. Candidas, hey buddy, do you want to do another lap or not? All right, do another lap. That's fine, that's on you. Checkered flag coming out. There it is. Leo Candidas can do and gets the job done there on the 911 machine. He better have a big smile on his face, or old Jay's going to get his feelings hurt. That's what it's all about. Here we go. Jay McGrath, down to you on the podium.
Thank you, Zach. I think he's got a smile on his face. I was saying earlier, Leo, that you weren't happy enough after the first moto win. You were worried about that moto you were in earlier, and it didn't go as well for you. I said that's the mark of a true racer, which you are, my friend, but it's glad to see you smiling now.
Yeah, thank you. I did much better in the 30 class. Hung in there to the end on that one. The 30-40 combined won the 40. So this 50 class is, you know, I go out here and enjoy it.
It's icing on the cake?
I'm tired now, definitely. Honda pays a little, get my bike out for the rough stuff, so it's good. I'd like to say hi to the wife and daughter, Alexia. I'll see you tomorrow.
Excellent. Are you staying down in Florida for a while now?
I've been down back and forth all winter. Going to head home tomorrow and then come back in another week or two for the next round of JDay. Not missing that one.
Right on. We'll see you in, we just had we'll see you definitely in South Carolina.
JDay and Bostwick for putting this on. It was great. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, that's got a great facility here for sure. Tell us about the track a little bit.
I was worried at first when they weren't using much moto track, but there's so many lines out there. I've never ridden anything like it. It's really, really fun. Very demanding, but extremely fun. And you can pass somebody and you don't even see them because there's a quad line out there. It's really good.
Right on. I'm glad you enjoyed it, buddy. Great to see you. Congratulations. We'll see you in South Carolina.
See you back announcing again, too. Thanks. Out of retirement.
Yes, indeed.
There it is. Candidus gets the job done. That's what I'm saying. You're doing something right if you get Jay McGrath out of retirement. Could be kicking back in Costa Rica, and now he's kicking it here at Bostwick Creek. Certainly glad to have him hanging out with us as the Kurt Caselli Foundation checkered flag flies at the Yamaha finish line. We'll take a look at our MX Trophies race recap. Here we go. Some waves going to the fans back at home. Like I said, if you guys haven't already and you're racing with us, whether it's this weekend or at a future event for JDay, make sure you're telling your friends and family that they can now watch your races live. How cool is that? Whether it's your, like I said, mom, dad, I know grandma's going to want to watch the race, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your cousin, your buddies, whatever. Make sure you're having a good time and spreading the word. RacerTV.com, GPTV, and JDay Offroad all bringing you this live coverage courtesy of AG Video and Stoke Media. As flag went down there, we saw Bottomy doing a great job once again, getting a good start, whole shot in that B vet class and maintaining all the way there. I believe grabbing the class win, if I'm not mistaken, as well. But Candidus, Leo Candidus, man, just had a little bit more pace. I think it was the same thing that we saw in Moto 1. Wasn't anything exceptionally different as far as what he was doing. It was just the pace he was doing it at, taking some good lines, feeling some flow. Had an earlier class as well, so maybe still a little bit warmed up. We talk about people kind of cooling off between Moto 1 and Moto 2 and then having to get warmed back up, whereas Leo just kept the party rolling. As got to enjoy this, a little Tuesday cruise. Look, see, I'm thinking it's the weekend too we're racing. It's Tuesday cruise here for the JDay opening round, and Leo just styling and profiling. You see, going way to the right, way to the left, taking some of those alternate lines and trying to find some smoother real estate. And if he did, I'd like to know where, because nothing's looking smooth on my screen. You can see some of those other riders showing just how difficult it can be out there. But Leo, not much more you can say than that. Really an impressive ride, and that lap rider really wanted to do another lap, so he let him. There it is. Leo Candidus gets the job done. Let's take a look at your Pro Taper Top 10 here from race number 5, Moto number 2. Leo Candidus and Jonathan Bottomy 1 and 2, with Jason Stout rounding out your top 3, Matt Landerer and Mallory Pickard. Your top 5 with Isla Castell in the 6th place spot, James Jetmar, Ryan Finn, Nicholas Turner, and Aaron Murdoch, your top 10 overall. Ladies and gentlemen, it is just about time. Your Pro, A250, A200, A-Open, and Pro-Am Electric are sitting on the Fox starting line. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll come back with the final moto of the day, Pro Moto number 2, coming up next.
JDay Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by Dirt Care USA. Eco-friendly products ensure your ride stays clean. Slacker, optimize your bike's suspension. And W, create your very own custom handcrafted wheel set.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to RacerTV.com. Welcome to round one of the JDay Off-Road Racing Series here in 2026. We're sitting here at the Fox starting line as we are getting ready for the final moto of the day, our Pro Moto number 2. Taking a look at the man, Carson Brown, right there. Got the Red Bull helmet on, got the 125 Super Mini machine. It's a Frankenstein machine, if you will. And, man, did we have an impressive race number 1. Just when you thought you knew who was going to grab the win, came down to the wire. The final quarter of a lap or so was what it all came down to. And Gus Reardon keeping the pressure on and making the pass happen over Ricky Russell. There you see Thad Duval on the 989. Brandon Gregoire on the big number 1. Justin Coquino's going to be out there. Jigs Fustini, your reigning GNCC XC1 champ. Ben Kelly going to be in the mix as well. I mean, the list just goes on and on and on. Tyler Medaglia, Zach Osborne. So impressive to see the turnout that we've got here for our first race of the season. And, man, I'm telling you right now, I think there's a lot of people that are going to be signing up for these next coming rounds. Like we said, our second round of JDay going to be out at Club MX training facility. It's going to be a fantastic one to watch. But right now, final preparations for the Pro class sitting on the line. We've got Pro, A250, A200, A Open, and Pro-Am Electric all sitting on the line. And as you can see, there it is, 1 and 2 from Moto number 1, side by side as they sit on the line. Evan Smith right next to him, coming fresh off a 125 Pro win. Ben Kelly right next to him on that factory Red Bull KTM as well. Looked like that might have been Zach Osborne way over to the inside on the Beta machine as well. But this is going to be a fun one for sure. If you didn't catch us there for Pro Moto number 1, some excitement, some drama coming all the way down to the wire as Ricky Russell was in control of things, managing the race really well, but Gus Reardon put the pressure on. I mean, just absolutely flying. Came down to the wire, and at the end of the day, I think he had just a little more pace, but I think Ricky Russell was also playing things safe a little bit. He thought he had an additional lap coming up, didn't see the white flag come out, and at the end of the day, Reardon made the pass. Could Ricky Russell have made the pass back? A lot of woulda, coulda, shoulda. We're not sure, but one thing about it, second moto, they may have to wave the checker flag twice to him because he is not going to let up at all. Ricky Russell is fired up. They call him rough and rowdy, and he's going to be bringing that persona right here to the second moto, the final moto of the day here from the Fox Bostwick Creek GP. As everybody paying attention to that first corner right now. Once again, if you haven't already, text your mom, text your dad, your girlfriend, your grandma. Let them know we are live on RacerTV.com if you want all of the action. Fantastic footage being brought to you by AG Video and Stoke Media. So exciting to be able to bring the intensity and the action of JDay Off-Road to your living room, your classroom, your office, wherever you're watching from. You can throw it on your phone. Maybe you're running on the treadmill right now, training for the next round of JDay because you didn't have time to get down to Florida or you weren't aware of it. Well, guess what? No excuses now. Going to be a ton of fun, and we want to see you there. Make sure you guys are following JDay Off-Road as well as Racer TV. If you're watching on YouTube, Racer TV, GP TV, make sure that little button says subscribe. Click on it, right? Look at that. We got Red Bull in the house. We got the MXT set up. It's pumping some tunes. I saw the Wings team out and about handing some complimentary Red Bulls out as well. Definitely exciting. If you know something's going right if Red Bull shows up, and we're excited to have Red Bull with us out there. We've got so many friends and family watching from all over the country, all over the world as well. Lots of Jay McGrath fans out there. Yep. Absolutely. Let's take a look at our Redline Oil replay from Pro Moto number 1. If you guys didn't get a chance to catch it, now's your opportunity to catch up on what you missed out on. Absolute dogfight the first couple of corners. Few riders going down, but when it shuffled out, it was Ricky Russell who quickly moved into that number 1 spot. It looked like Zach Osborne might have actually grabbed the whole shot, but Ricky, man, was he fired up. Ricky Russell announcing he wouldn't be racing the full GNCC series this season. We weren't even sure if we were going to see him racing professionally at all anymore. Gets the call from Ethan Broach, says, hey, brother, why don't you come race some JDays? And, man, are we glad that he did. Looks fantastic on that Kawasaki 450. You saw him just in front of Zach Osborne, who has joined the Liqui Moly Beta team, and Beta USA as a brand ambassador, the number 16, looking fantastic and was applying the pressure early, but got to wonder whether or not the intensity might have just gotten the best of him a little bit. Now, Evan Smith has been on fire here today, riding the KTM here in 2026. He started to make some passes happen. Ben Kelly, right, your XC1 reigning champ, he was fired up, but we know Ben Kelly a little slow to get started, didn't quite get the start that he needed, but surely, as the race started to go on, the lap time started to drop. He got faster and faster and faster, so really impressive stuff from Ben Kelly. Just a little too late to actually bring home the win, but, man, you got to know that he's going to be a threat here in this second moto. As we jump back to the line, that final lap, that was where all the action was. Gus Reardon on the Phoenix Racing Honda, arguably the one to beat out of the XC2 class this season in GNCC. He was fired up. He made some quick moves, charged hard, got to the rear wheel of Ricky Russell, and, man, he put on a fight through the snake pit. They're side by side, bucking back and forth, splitting 2 or 3 lap riders, and guess what? He got to pass with just about a quarter of a lap left. Ricky Russell, the intensity was there. How much did he have left in the tank? We'll never know, but one thing about it, he's fired up now, he's refueled, and they are ready to go racing. There you see the sun shining, the sun starting to set. As this was that Redline Oil replay, there you see Evan Smith on the KTM looking super solid as well. He was bringing Gus Reardon along with him. The pace was super intense. Now, Ben Kelly taking a lot of exploratory lines, right? He's looking left, looking right. I think maybe that might have cost him a little bit too. Sometimes he hit some good ones. Sometimes held him up just a little bit. But when he started to get things figured out, we see Ricky Russell keeping the power down. I mean, he was slamming into some of these sand berms, blowing sand all over the place. That sugar sand, the big powder going absolutely flying. I'm sure most of these guys. There is the pass. So look at this, side by side through the snake pit. Just absolutely wide open on the Phoenix Racing Honda. No doubt about it. Gus Reardon wanted that win. He saw the opportunity and snatched it away with less than half a lap remaining. So it's going to be an all-out battle. It's going to be a ton of fun, and you guys can watch every single lap of the action on racertv.com. Look, these guys are nervous. The drone flies up. You're supposed to wave. You're supposed to go crazy. There it is. That's what I'm talking about. The fans are absolutely going wild as they are lining the fence of Bostwick Creek. And if you can't be there in person, guess what? You can watch it all right here on Racer TV. I said it in the first moto, too. I think there's probably people on site pulling up Racer TV on their phone because you get almost a full lap coverage right here, courtesy of Stoke Media and our incredible camera operators. We've got our Stoke Media live drone as well as our Fox FPV drone. If you ever want to know what it feels like to be in a JDay battle, doesn't get much closer than that. So here we go. Preparations underway. They're all locked in. You see the laser focus, and we are racing. Pro Moto number 2 off and rolling. It's a dogfight headed into turn number 1. Who's it going to be? Did not catch who that rider was that grabbed the whole shot. We see Ricky Russell probably, man, I would say the 6th to 8th place spot, so he needs to make some passes quick as we're going to try to rocket our way towards the front of the field. See if we can get an idea. And that's Osborne. That's Zacho, yep. The number 16, back a former pro motocross champion, now joining the Beta USA crew as a brand ambassador and showing, hey, I can do a whole lot more than just being an ambassador. I can still get the job done. We saw this in the first pro moto as well. Zacho had the pace, he had the speed, but started to fade a little bit as the race went on. So we'll see clear track in front of him, able to take whatever lines he wants. Maybe Zacho can make some moves. Meanwhile, where is Yep, we saw Ricky. It looked like Ben Kelly was right behind him on the outside as well, but I did not see the Phoenix Honda of Gus Reardon. So not a great start from the number 6, not to mention on the 250 as well. So he's got his work cut out for him if he wants to move up through the field. So we'll see how that plays out. Is now row number 2. Yep. Without a doubt, as we get ready for the final row here, I believe that's our A200 and A Open classes. Then we'll flash forward to the front of the field. We'll see whether it's still Zach Osborne leading the way. But yeah, to your point, Jay, obviously a little bit of a disadvantage as far as speed goes on the 250. But it also looked like he was able to maneuver his way through the field Moto 1 with no problem. So maybe a little more nimble, able to push just a little bit harder. We'll see whether or not Gus is even up in the fight. He could have been way back. Like I said, I did not catch a glimpse of the Phoenix Honda at all. So lots of questions still yet to be answered in the early part of this race. 30 minutes on the clock as we are officially rolling for the final moto of the day. Ooh, that big Talladega Bowl corner. That is a fun corner to watch right there, Jay. Come up the inside. You can take the line away if you really want to. Without a doubt, we'll try to see. Here we go, the front of the field, and it looks like that is bad Thad Duvall. No, that's Gavin Simon. Wait a second. Gavin Simon making the announcement he was going to be racing the JDay Off-Road Series, and I am excited to see this. Gavin really been impressive out there in GNCC. He's gotten a lot of top amateurs. He's been battling, and he's battled some big crashes as well. So Simon looking to show what he's capable of with a good start. That could be dangerous for the rest of the field. I believe he finished 10th in the first moto. Give this guy some confidence, give him some clean real estate. It could be bad news as we're following along on the Fox FPV drone. Gavin Simon looking to make a statement here in the second moto of Pro. And man, look at this. I mean, the back end just tap dancing around like a recital, throttle wide open. Gavin Simon knows he's got to get going as well. And once again, Jay, I'm pretty sure Simon out there on a 250, if I'm not mistaken. So shows might be a little more beneficial. As you see, got the XC2 green backgrounds. Gavin racing both GNCC and JDay with us. As now we're watching rough and rowdy Ricky Russell making some moves forward. He's on that Kawasaki. He's got a point to prove, a chip on the shoulder here in the second moto. Feels like that first win was stolen away from him. And look at that, he's bringing the Canadian multi-time champ Tyler Medaglia along with him. Yep. Well, he better hang on. Yep. Look at this, rough and rowdy, firing. Man, I mean, absolutely exploding through that FMF Extreme section. Rough and rowdy Ricky Russell is on the rear wheel of Gavin Simon. So let's see how much of a fight Simon's able to put up. They tuck to the inside here in this bowl corner, gets the power to the ground. The moto section of this JDay course. And this is a whole nother level of aggression from Ricky Russell. Like we said, got to think, fired up, a chip on the shoulder after moto number 1. And look at this, Tyler Medaglia now in the fight as well. He might as well make it a 3-rider battle for the number 1 spot. Russell going to slide up the inside. Is he able to make the pass happen? Not quite able to make it stick. Look at the fight from Simon, and there it is. So Russell puts the Kawasaki just in front of Gavin Simon, and look at this, Tyler Medaglia Didn't see him a ton or talk about him a ton, at least in the first moto, Jay, but he is fired up. He's now made the pass for the number 2 spot. He's run some of the fastest lap times that we've seen all day, and he's got the leader in sight. This could be another interesting battle for that number 1 ride. Yes, I think a 4:48 or something like that. I mean, it was one of those lap times that was so fast you had to make sure that it was correct. But Medaglia, like we said, multi-time Canadian champ. His son Talon been racing with us earlier today as well. And man, rough and rowdy Ricky Russell's got his hands full. And got to think, not only are we talking about speed, we're talking about consistency. And right now, Ricky Russell is the consistent guy out front that might have been either Jigs Fustini or Ben Kelly that we saw in that 4th place spot. So things starting to shape out and still waiting. I saw a glimpse of Gus Reardon, but it looked like he might have been even outside the top 10. Really going to have to make these passes quick, because the longer the race goes, Jay, you know, everybody starts to spread out. It takes a lot longer to start to pick people off one by one. You need to make those passes happen quick.
Yeah, I think he's got a real good chance.
So we are watching right now as we were able to catch up with Tyler Medaglia a bit earlier. Like we said, Canadian former champion, been training down here at Bostwick Creek, and you were able to talk about what he likes about the JDay format.
Yeah, like with JDay, it's really fun because it's like coming from like a motocross background primarily. It's cool because it mixed like the two things. It mixed like the woods and the track. For us, it's something new and exciting, and it's yeah, and it's growing too, so it's really cool.
So let's hear from Ryan Sipes now on his potential as far as this goes with Medaglia. Seems like he is in striking distance.
Yeah, I think Tyler's definitely got what it takes. He, like he said, grew up in motocross, got into off-road a little bit later in his career, but he's always good at these kind of races too. And I think he would have been up there in the first one. He said he had a couple crashes, hit a tree. There is Ricky almost swapped out there, but no, Tyler's going to be good. Ricky looks like he's putting on a sprint though. I think he wants to get out and get away from these guys. He's a little salty after that, losing that first moto, you know, on that last lap.
Well, and you got to think justifiably so as well. I mean, Ryan, you know as well as I do, crazy things happen in racing, right? People make mistakes, but at the end of the day, Ricky was in such a strong position as, man, he gets a big kick through the snake pit. But I think we got to talk about the potential for the intensity to have been raised if he realized he only had a quarter of a lap left.
That's the thing. He didn't know. He didn't get the white flag, so he had no idea. When I talked to him, he said he heard Gus coming, but he thought he had another lap. So he said, not a big deal. If he gets by me, I'll get back by him. Yeah, he said if he would have known it was the last lap, he would have gave her a little bit more. But so he's fired up. He wants to win. If he goes 2-1, he gets the overall. No matter who gets second, he'll get the overall. So that's his focus right now. I think he's trying to get out there and disappear. But he's got to be smart, too. If you go down, it's going to be really hard to win.
So we see Ricky making his way through that FMF Extreme section. Now, we did see in Moto number 1 that section give him just a little bit of problems, but it wasn't entirely on Ricky. There was a lap rider down forcing him to change his line mid-round, but he wasn't under quite as much pressure, I feel like. T-Dag's Tyler Medaglia is chasing him down right now, and I don't even know exactly where Tyler finished in that first moto, but got to think at this point, not just about an overall picture. He's trying to just show that he's got what it takes to reach up and grab a win.
And the Diesel has got a good start for a change, and he's up to third already. Ben Kelly, your defending champion in the GNCC XC1 class. Got to keep an eye on him, man, because he wants to prove a point. Oh, we got a rider down, and Russell has to get around him. We'll see what Medaglia does now.
So looking at the lap times, our Luxon lap time. Oh, and look at that. Tyler Medaglia got caught up in it. I was wondering, it looked like the rider was separated from the machine and kind of spread out across that main race line. So tough break for Tyler Medaglia. Was not sure whether or not Ben Kelly was able to get around him, but they were just about a second apart on the lap time. So a lot of speed inside your top three. And just like we touched on earlier, guys, with race one, the diesel Ben Kelly, you get him warmed up, you know he's going to get stronger as the race goes on. He was about 5th to 7th or so in that start on Moto 1. This time he's already up into the number 3 spot.
Yeah, and that's the best thing that could have happened for Ricky, is for Tyler to go down like that, because now he gets a little bit of a break. Like he's not under the pressure. And the worst thing that could happen for Tyler, now he's lost that toe. Now I do think that it's possible. Oh yeah, so he's still in second, so he could still catch up. But now he can't see the lines that Ricky's doing. He can't. If something develops that he doesn't see and Ricky does, that's just another, disadvantage for him, that he's not able to see that to keep up or potentially catch him.
Well, Medaglia now under some serious fire from Ben Kelly.
Medaglia was under fire, but did you see, Jay, we talked about it in that Pro 125 race, that line that Evan Smith was taking way to the outside. I hadn't seen a single other rider take that spot until that last lap. Ricky Russell finding that line out, it sets him up so nice for that next right-hand corner. Now he's pulling away. Meanwhile, like you said, Tyler Medaglia is still in the number 2 ride, but got to switch from offense a little bit more into defense, as it looks like Ben Kelly was closing in on him. There he is, your reigning XC1 champ, within about 5 bike lengths of Tyler Medaglia in that 3rd place spot.
It just goes to show the vision that Ricky Russell has too, and that's so important for riders to understand. You got to look up the trail. It's almost like a magnet, like it'll bring you up there if you do. And the vision that he has is he found that line, because I'll guarantee you Evan Smith never told him about it.
Well, the other
like
thing
we talked about, Ryan, you can even touch on this. I know with your experience managing and working with riders, the Racer TV coverage is more than just something fun to watch. It is a tool if you know how to use it. These guys are able to go back, watch that first moto, watch what different riders were doing, and it's one of those things, if you know how to use it, you can learn between Moto 1 and Moto 2.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even as simple as, Ricky seeing what Gus was doing. If he saw a line, and he's using it right now. If he was able to go back and look at that, he's using it. But I just saw Ricky just a minute ago take a line that you could tell not many people had taken it. It wasn't the darker burnt-in line where everybody is. And that's what a lot of people, I think, make the mistake of, is they think, well, that's the main line, that's where I need to go. The main line doesn't mean it's the best line. That's just where everybody else went. That doesn't mean they were right by taking it. You know what I mean? So to see him get off that main line, it looked like it really straightened out the section. I think that's why he's out front right now. He's up there looking for that stuff.
Well, and it's such a give and take, too. Sometimes you go line exploring and you find the secret path that nobody's figured out, and sometimes you go to one where it looks so promising, and for some reason it ends up costing you on the time. So Ben Kelly kind of bouncing back and forth. You see, look, going to go way wide this time, carry that momentum on the KTM, and continues to stalk Tyler Medaglia. The diesel getting warmed up, the glow plugs are looking good, and he is on the hunt.
Angus Reardon is also moved into the top 10 now. He's up to 8th spot, so we'll keep an eye on him, the first moto winner.
It looked like he was down on the start in that one. He came into the, hit that first tabletop basically dead last. So, yeah, that's not a good start for the moto for him.
Well, and we were wondering what happened. Didn't see the number 6 up there at all, as Ricky once again makes his way to the F1 Extreme section. And like we touched on earlier, Ryan, it's so crucial to be able to make those passes as much as possible early in the race, because things get on, lap traffic starts to get into the mix, not to mention our top leaders spread out a little bit as well. Maybe not if you're Tyler Medaglia. Oh, and Ben Kelly gets hung up by a rider pushing his machine across the finish line. That's going to play into T-Dag's favor, but like you said, not going to be any easier as this race goes on for Gus Reardon to be able to work his way forward.
For sure, even for these guys, with that little mistake that Tyler made and lost the toe, like I said, with Ricky, he can't see him anymore. So it's kind of a lonely spot to be in when you can't see the guy out front. You don't know if you're catching him, unless you got somebody in your pits telling you, hey, you're making up time, or here's your lap time, and here's his lap time. It's a lonely spot to be. You have no idea. Do I need to go faster? Am I good? Staying here, will I catch him? It's hard to say if you can't really see the guy.
Well, and Ryan, it's such a cool perspective that you're able to give us, because we talk about JDay being this nice blend of moto and woods. You take a look at Ricky Russell, you take a look at Ben Kelly, 1 and 3. They're GNCC guys. They are full woods racers. Then you look at somebody like Tyler Medaglia, a multi-time Canadian motocross champion with lots of experience in that side of things. Meanwhile, they're both wheel-to-wheel, seconds apart. Ben Kelly and Ricky Russell a second apart. We saw Medaglia get hung up a little bit, so a 4:47 on that last lap. But In your opinion, do you think there's an advantage for a moto guy versus a woods guy right now on this course?
You know, the only place I see an advantage for those guys is the little bit of moto that they run out there and those big sand whoops. The big sand whoops, the GNCC guys actually don't see that often. They practice in it, and there's one sand race that they do. But the rest of the time, they're, you know, tiptoeing through roots and rocks, and they're not going fourth gear wide open through sand whoops. So that's where I could see a guy like Tyler. Some of these moto guys like Zach Osborne, they're going to be a lot stronger in that. But honestly, this track is probably 80% in the woods. It's more, it suits the GNCC guys a lot better than some of the JDay rounds will.
Yeah, not to mention on top of that, you think about Ben Kelly the last couple of years training at Club MX with the KTM group, so that could play an advantage as well. I know the infamous sand track there at Club MX is considered one of the most brutal. I think Zach Osborne helped actually build that track back in the early days, and it's absolutely torturous as we see Medaglia maintaining that gap. Ben Kelly getting hung up just a little bit as he was taking that Yamaha finish line, but I definitely agree. It seems like back and forth. Now, T-Dags has got some off-road experience as well, so you can see he's able to hang tough. And shout out to this man right here, Thad Duval, looking really solid, as well as he sits in that number 4 spot, Jigs Fustini, who we saw making moves. Or was that Gus Reardon, actually?
That was Gus.
Yeah, so Gus now moving up to inside the top 5 as he gets around Fustini. Got his sights set on Thad Duval. This time it looks like the diesel might be Reardon as he's getting warmed up and starting to pick his way into the top 5.
And here's the other thing, and this is just way forecasted, way out, but if for some reason Tyler were to catch and pass Ricky Russell, Ricky gets second, and Angus Reardon could get up to third, Gus will win the overall. With, I think, and is it Olympic scoring or is it points per moto? I'm not sure. Well, so then Ricky would
scoring, yep.
Then Ricky would still win it. Okay, so in where I come from in pro motocross, a 1-3 beats a 2-2 because it's scored on 25 points per moto, 25, 22, 20. So a 1-3 is 45 points, a 2-2 is 44. And I've even seen the great Ryan Dungey celebrate after the finish line. He went 2-2. He thought he won it, but the guy that went 1-3 beat him. So I wasn't sure on that, but yeah, interesting how the different race series are just scored differently.
Yeah, it just goes to show the breakdown and paying attention to those breakdowns as well. Like you said, sometimes riders assume or they think they know, and definitely just goes to show Ricky Russell right now, he's trying to keep it simple, make the math so easy an announcer can do it, as a 2-1 is unbeatable. And Medaglia holding strong on that pace. It looked like Kelly was tracking him down, but at least for this last lap or so, Medaglia have been able to match the pace and kind of hold that gap.
Yeah, riding really good. It's tough sometimes to get up after a crash, even though that was, probably not his fault with the lapper. It just throws your rhythm off, and then you can get out there and you're not. Oh, there was the pass for fourth there. Reardon right past Duval in the same place.
Using every inch of the track as well. That's another thing you talked about, that sand pit and some of these long sand sections. We're seeing guys use every square inch of the track, way over to the left, way over to the right. Just at this point, Ryan, it's like we said, I don't think there's smooth real estate. It's just trying to find smoother real estate.
Yeah, and that's what we always talk about, ride the edges. Because even though, that line that you think is all the way to the right looks really rough, these pro guys will find another line outside of that, more to the right. And they're using 6 inches, the last 6 inches of the track that, it's just wide enough for your tires, but that's a little bit smoother than moving over, a foot to the left.
Taking a look at the Luxon lap times, it is an identical lap time for Gus Reardon and Tyler Medaglia running 2 and 4. Ben Kelly 1 second slower on a 440, and then 1 second slower than that is Ricky Russell. So the pace, a couple of seconds apart. I mean, at this point, we're splitting hair, guys. We don't have the tenths and hundredths, but got to think it is wheel to wheel. There is that line that we saw Evan Smith using earlier today that Russell's gotten figured out. We see how it sets him up for the corner as compared to Medaglia, who's got to get pretty hard on the binders. Oh, once again, Kelly getting caught up just a little bit with a lapped rider. And believe it wasn't far back, we saw some Moose Racing gear on a Phoenix Honda of Gus Reardon.
I'd like to touch on something with Ryan. Being 35 years old, Tyler Medaglia, and going through it myself because I'm way past that. But tell us how it is to ride fast at that age. I know you've gone through it yourself. It takes a lot of effort. It really does.
Yeah, for me, it was interesting because everybody always has said since I was little, with motocross and everything, you crash a lot, you have some injuries, and they say, just wait till you get old, you're going to hurt and everything. Man, until I was 36, I felt 21. I felt great. I mean, I was still racing Supercross, like quality, finishing in the top 10 in Supercross at 36, and then like it was like overnight. One day it was like, dude, I feel old now. Like this is a lot harder. Now I will say, and we could all say this about everything, I wish I knew then what I know now. Like if I could have the knowledge I have about riding now, or that I have now, if I would have had it back then, I've been hard to beat. Back then I knew twist the throttle and hang on, and I didn't know about kind of actually how to do it and the techniques it takes and the way to practice and the way to train and all that stuff. So thankfully I was able to extend it a little bit more. 36, I raced into 37 before I got hurt. But yeah, it definitely, there is a time when it starts to tick over. Now Tyler, I think for the most part has been, he hasn't had any real bad injuries, so that's a good thing for him. But yeah, it's impressive, man, to watch a 35-year-old out there hitting it with, Gus is probably 21, 22. He's pretty young, so it's cool to see Tyler out there ripping it up with the young guys.
Ricky's not that old either. I think 24 or 5. So, it's tough to run at that speed at that age, but he is really doing it. And to have the fastest lap time, that was amazing.
Man, I tell you what, guys, I am just looking at kind of their top 10 overall. You take a look at Justin Coquinos, who was in the battle for this championship last year, was arguably one of the fastest riders that we had in the field, and he's just now breaking into the top 10 overall. Just shows we have got some super heavy hitters here at round one, and we talked about the growth of this JDay series and the way it's been inviting for multiple different riders. Oh man, just Ben Kelly getting roosted with some sugar sand right there. But man, just really impressive between Russell, Medaglia, Kelly, Reardon, Duvall, Fustini, another name that we saw last year. A good start. He's running up just outside the top 5. Some heavy hitters here to kick off the 2026 season.
Yeah, for sure. And Evan Smith, I'm just looking. I don't think I saw him in the top 10 a few laps ago. He's moving his way up. He was really fast in that first moto. But something that I think Ben Kelly's going to have to watch out for, he could lose second overall here if Gus Reardon was able to pass him. So I know he doesn't want that to happen. It seems like he's had a little trouble getting around these lappers, but the one, there's the white flag. So it's on right now, and Tyler is right on Ricky. So we'll see if Ricky can hold him off here.
It's going to be a fight right to the end. It was great working with you, Ryan. Appreciate it. I'm going to head down to the finish line.
All right, Jay McGrath getting ready to grab a word with whoever's going to be our overall winner. Look at this. Tyler Medaglia shows him a wheel up the inside, takes an immediate glance over the shoulder. He was close, but wasn't quite close enough to make that pass, Ryan, but immediately shifts to defense going, where is Ben Kelly at? How close am I to being passed? Man, this is going to be a fight, and just like you said, Ben Kelly got to do some math and some thinking in his head as well. How hard do I want to risk pushing for Tyler Medaglia? Do I want to put myself in a position where I could crash and end up having Gus pass me and take second overall away?
Yeah, and Ben is definitely not focused on catching Tyler. It makes no difference if he passes Tyler. Now, losing the spot to Gus, that would be bad, but again, he's focused on the GNCCs. It's cool, it's great to have him here, but that's his bread and butter is the GNCC, and I mean, 2-time champ, actually 3 or 4-time champ if you count the XC2 class. So that's definitely his overall goal. But it's awesome to have him out here. It'll be interesting to see if Gus can get up there and make the pass. And I think even for Tyler here, I mean, from here on until that long rough straightaway where Ricky got passed in the first moto, I don't know that there's a lot of places to pass. I mean, Ricky's got good lines, and this is all just woods, so it's going to be interesting.
Man, watching right there, the body language of Medaglia wasn't quite as intense as we had seen in that section in laps past. There was a lap rider up in front of him, and Medaglia still chose that right-hand line through the Dunlop split lane, so Ricky Russell's got his lines figured out right now, and he is on the charge, but Medaglia showed him a wheel, and that's the thing that we talk about oftentimes with, as far as making passes happen, is the patience. It's a mixture of how much time do I have left to make something happen versus also what is the risk associated with trying to make that pass happen. Medaglia, a 4:35 compared to a 4:41, 6 seconds faster on that last lap. The pace is going to Tyler Medaglia, but we said it in Moto 1, you can catch up to a rider, but finding a way around them is a completely different thing to deal with.
Yeah, for sure. And for Tyler, I think this moto win's about pride. That's the line I was talking about with Ricky right there. See how he was on that white sand? Like, that's not been ridden by very many people. So that looked like a really fast line. He kind of straightened that corner out versus coming in and making a full 90. But for Tyler, I mean, he's not going to finish up there in the overall with a DNF in the first one. So this one's about pride, and it is for Ricky too. I mean, he definitely wants that overall, and I think, like you said, he's a little bit hot that he lost that first moto. So I think he's going to give it all he's got in this one.
Yeah, they're going to have to literally throw the checkered flag twice, throw two of them just to make sure he's stopping, because Russell is not backing down at all. Medaglia continuing to push the pace. Saw in that lap time chart as well, looked like reared in a 4:39 on that last lap. So continuing to get fast, continuing to push, but not sure that it's going to be enough to be able to close the gap up to Ben Kelly as we hop on board the Fox FPV drone, hanging on for dear life, trying to keep up with Ricky Russell. And man, it is so impressive to watch what you guys do, Ryan, bobbing back and forth between the trees, especially down here. The trees are almost kind of in like a grid pattern. They're in these straight lines, and still they're cutting back and forth, cutting across, and missing by mere inches.
Yeah, and it's fun to watch Ricky and all these guys. They know how to ride, but you know, there's 20 sand whoops down that straightaway. Ricky's only hitting about 12 of them, because he'll hit one and then kind of wheel tap and hop one, and there he is looking back. He's making sure he don't get passed on this straightaway again. But it's really cool to watch that there he runs the far left side, which is, it's definitely risky. You know, you're right next to those trees, but he missed half of those bumps that some of the other guys are going to hit all of them because they're right in the middle.
Man, and not only is he threading the needle trying to find some smooth real estate, there's barbed wire fence on that far side of that straightaway as well. So he's threading the needle on both sides, and just like you said, taking a little glance over, fool me once, shame on you, for shame on me. You know what I'm getting at. He's not letting it happen again. Here is Gus Reardon still on the charge. He hits that straightaway so fast, slamming into those powder berms getting built up. But Rick Russell, here we go. He worked hard for it, almost had it. It's still a fight. Medaglia not giving up, but it's going to be just a little too late. It's going to go to Ricky Russell, your overall winner here from the Bostwick Creek GP, and there it is, the congratulations between Russell and Medaglia. What a dogfight. Ryan, that's a fun one to watch. That's why we enjoy racing right there.
Yeah, that was awesome. But you can see these guys are really giving it everything they got. They're done for after, you know, they're whooped. You can tell Tyler, he put it all out there, and that's fun to watch. This is a really cool format that you guys do at JDay.
Man, absolutely fantastic. Well, Ryan, what's going on in the Moto Intelligence world as we wait to get an interview with our winner? What you got working on next?
Yeah, we're actually we're gonna be doing some schools after some of these JDay races. I would do one after the CGI round, which I think is round 3. So if you guys are interested in that, want to get better at this kind of sprint style format, the JDay format, we'll have a class on the Monday right after the race, and more classes, you know, are being planned almost every week. So just keep an eye on motointelligence.com or moto.intelligence on Instagram, pretty much on all the social stuff. But I'm kind of new to the coaching thing, but I really enjoy it. Like, I really like it, and I think I'm good at it. I think I can help a lot of people, and just excited to
do some celebrating down on the podium with our racers as we're watching the post-race breakdown. Always a ton of fun to try to watch the riders. You can't usually hear what they're saying, but you can get the gist of the expression, if you will, as they're making their way around. Congratulations being given. There was Ben Kelly riding off, Jix Fustini, a solid run as well. But the man with the plan and the man getting the job done was the 212 of rough and rowdy Ricky Russell. Felt like maybe was gypped a little bit there on that first moto, a little frustrated, and understandably so, but he left nothing up to question here in moto number 2. Got out front early and checked out. Said, boys, I will see you at the checkered flag. And looks like he is getting ready to grab a word, or Jay McGrath getting ready to grab a word with our winner, Mr. Ricky Russell. So we're going to get Ricky over there to the podium. Got the backdrop. Man, look at that. That was a dogfight between Zach Osborne and Justin Coquinos all the way to the finish line as well. So talk about the fights. It's not just for the win. There's a lot of pride, a lot of reputation on the line, and the fights continue all the way through the backside of the top 10. So some great stuff going on there. That's why we watch these motos, man. Absolutely a ton of fun. You never know what you're going to get anytime that Fox flag flies. And from the Fox green flag to the Kurt Caselli checkered flag, it was an absolute dogfight. As we'll get ready to see if things are rocking and rolling down on the podium. Jay McGrath with your winner, Ricky Russell. So many congratulations and hugs being going on over there. We're gonna give everybody say, look, you've earned it. Okay, it's first JDay of the season. Ricky's back racing with us. He's gonna take some congratulations, hand some hugs, kiss some babies. You know how it all goes. But we're gonna take a look at our MX Trophies race recap here for our Pro Class A250, A200, A Open, and Pro Am Electric all out there as well. We all know how important that start was, and now I see it. So I saw Gus didn't actually fall over, but he did come to a complete stop and potentially stall the motorcycle in that first corner. So, yeah, just like we heard from Ryan Sipes, almost dead last as they went out onto the moto course. Meanwhile, Zach Osborne getting the beta power to the ground, putting a 16 out front. I'm convinced it's the moto, the helmet fin. He's bringing him back. He's looking good. Ricky Russell, a solid start up there as well. As the snake pit, I should say. Russell moves his way forward, kind of made some aggressive passes early. I mean, you could see the intensity from Russell right from the flag drop. He needed to get out front, and then I think he wanted to kind of dominate. But one rider that didn't want him or let him do that was Tyler Medaglia. I mean, definitely the standout star here of Moto number 2. Had a DNF there in Moto 1, didn't really get to show what he was capable of. So Moto 2, all about pride. And, man, he took the fight all the way to the finish. Ricky knew he was there. Looked like Medaglia kind of tried to show him a wheel. I believe it was on this lap, just a little bit later into the lap, but wasn't quite close enough. Lost a bit of time with him. And then from there, Russell was able to manage pretty well. Medaglia, of course, all heart, never giving up, taking it all the way down to the wire. As, like I said, he was, getting sprayed from Ricky pretty much the whole race. And came down to it. Ricky Russell persevered, stayed cool under pressure. T-Dags took him all the way to the line, but at the end of the day, it's going to be the Kawasaki, the 212 of Ricky Russell getting the job done and grabbing the overall win here for your pro class from the Fox Bostwick Creek GP. As what a race it was. Let's see. Your Pro Taper top 10 looks like this. Ricky Russell, Tyler Medaglia, Ben Kelly, Gus Reardon, and Thad Duvall. Your top 5 with Evan Smith, Jigs Gustini, Jack Edmondson, Gavin Simon, and Justin Kokinos rounding out your top 10. So the rest of the riders, the rest of the field, look at how deep that rut got, even at the Yamaha finish line. You see those roots that they're ripping up under. Well, we talked about a whole lot coming up right here on RacerTV.com. Going to be a ton of fun covering the entire JDay Off-Road Racing Series. Round 2 going to be March 15th from the Club MX training facility, the Club MX GP, 8 to 5 p.m. Round number 3 going to be out at the CGI facility. CGI going to be a ton of fun, some big jumps out there. That's going to be on April 26th. May 10th, that's going to be Lake Sugar Tree out in Axton, Virginia for round number 4. And May 14th, going to be round number 5 for the Budds Creek GP. Big locations, big excitement, and we want some big turnouts as well. If this doesn't get you fired up to come check out a JDay, I don't know what else will. Going to be a big week just over the next like 7 to 10 days here on Racer TV. We say it's all racing all the time. We're not joking. We've got the GNCC second round, the Moose Racing Wildboard GNCC coming up this weekend. Of course, we'll have our Pro ATV coverage on February 28th. March 1st, going to be the Pro Bike Day on Sunday. And then guess what? Monday, the racing action continues from Daytona Motor Speedway, the Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross. And that's going to be on both Monday and Tuesday. Amateur moto racing on Monday, and then some vintage racing as well on Tuesday. And then we'll head straight to Talladega, baby, for round number 3 of GNCC. March 7th, going to be Pro ATV, and I'll go ahead and tell you March 8th, that's Sunday, going to be Pro Bikes as well, right here on RacerTV.com. So, man, oh, man, what a way to kick off the 2026 JDay Off-Road Racing Season, Round 1 of 8. Like I said, please make sure you're going on social media and checking out JDay Off-Road. Make sure you've got the schedule figured out. Find out what's closest to you and find out a way to get there, because you do not want to miss this. If you're a moto kid and you're watching, hey, guess what? We saw some moto guys out there absolutely having a great time. If you're an off-road rider, needless to say, you're going to have a ton of fun. And even if you're not planning on racing, come check one out in person. It's a whole different experience. Ethan Broach and the entire JDay crew do such a phenomenal job of making this not just a race, but it's an event. It's an atmosphere like no other. It's so much fun. I will be able to make the next 4 rounds, I believe, in person, which I'm super excited about. So I'll be out at Club MX, CGI, Lake Sugar Tree, and Buds. Who knows? By that point, I might be so invested it's going to be the rest of them in person. So it'll be a ton of fun to see. But I tell you what, I've been waiting.
2-1 moto scores. Ricky, that was a tough break in that first one. Tell us a little bit your mindset going into that second one.
Yeah, no, I was a little sour because I kind of felt like I had the first one, but didn't know it was the last lap, which it was unfortunate. So I know the lady felt really bad, but I came into the second one angry and kind of just rode my ass off because I knew I needed to get that win to get the overall now. So I saw T-Dags coming at the end, which I knew he kind of dropped out of first moto, so I was okay kind of if he passed me, but I was so upset about first moto that I was just going to win that bitch.
Yeah, you looked like you were bound and determined to do it. Tell us about the track. A lot of people said that they didn't even use the lines they used in the first moto. Did you find that it was the same for you?
Yeah, no, it deteriorated a lot. I mean, it's Florida sand. It just gets brutal, and the roots were showing, and it was getting a little wild out there. But I had some of the same lines and then a lot of different ones, just crisscrossing, and it was good practice, and I had a blast, so that was good.
Did you feel a threat at the end there from Tyler?
I did a little bit, but then I did get that white flag, like I said. So I put in a really good lap because I knew it was last lap, and I kind of nailed all my marks and kind of got a little cushion in the woods. And then he was faster on me on the end part in that soft sand, so I knew if I had a little cushion before there, I'd be able to make it to the finish, and we just did. So
right on. Switching motorcycles, how's that affected you?
Not too bad. The Caddy's been working great. I got a shop back home in Washington, Linwood Motoplex, helping me out, and just really appreciative about that, and decided I wasn't even gonna race after last year, just kind of a little bit, I don't know, upset the industry. I didn't have support, so I was like gonna just stay home and work and do some local racing, and then Ethan talked me into coming over here, so do some JDay racing, at least a little bit of something. So I'll still be doing the stuff back home, but I come do most of the JDays, if not all, but just 1 or 2. So.
Well, it's great to have you back for sure, buddy. And it shows the world really that you should keep racing because you had a really great day, man. I'm proud of you for sure. Who else is helping you? I know there's a lot of people along the way.
Oh man, there's lots of people. Like I said, Linwood Motoplex. My wife back home for letting me come do this. She thought we were done racing, like I said, but still a little bit. AmeriCool, FXR, Slavens, Fusion Graphics, ODI Bars, Mako 360, just everyone, Dirt Tricks, everyone, Pirelli Tires that sticks behind me. It's been awesome, even though we're not doing, like I said, the full national stuff this year. It's really cool that a lot of these sponsors are still sticking behind me, so thank you.
Well, they're proud of you for sure, and there's no doubt about it. Congratulations, Ricky Russell, on your win today. Hopefully we'll see you in South Carolina.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good job.
Fantastic stuff there from Ricky Russell. Certainly a well-deserved overall win, and didn't come easy. In either one of those motos, had a dogfight with Gus Reardon and a dogfight with Tyler Medaglia as well. Well, folks, if that doesn't get you excited for JDay Offroad being live on RacerTV.com, I don't know what will. We had an absolute blast. Like I said, I love it so much. I'm going to the next 4 rounds in person, and I might just close out the whole season out there in person. You don't want to miss a single lap of the action. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button, leave us a comment, let us know how much you enjoyed the racing coverage as JDay Offroad continues to grow, continues to spread across the eastern United States, and continues to bring some fantastic off-road racing action right here on RacerTV.com. It's only round 1 of 8. We got plenty more racing to go, so much left to be decided. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. We're gonna have some new faces, lots of new locations, and lots of racing fun. That is what it's all about. As you can see, it was a great day out here at Bostwick Creek. Every class seemed like it had some bar banging action in it, some new faces. I think we've got some faces that didn't plan on doing the whole season and had so much fun out there, they said, there's no way I'm missing another round. But one thing's for sure, we have got a lot of thank yous to hand out. This live presentation has been from RacerTV.com, and of course, wouldn't be brought to you without our amazing friends over at AG Video and Stoke Media. We want to give a big shout out to our executive producer, Carrie Jo Russell, our operations producer, OPAG, Adam Gordon, our producer, John Hampton, of course, our replay operator, Cameron Cotter, our graphics operator, Josh Williams, our audio engineer, DJ Judd Poindexter, the engineer in charge, Jordan McFadden, our second engineer, Adam Arndt, camera operator, Ryan Nichols, Aaron, we'll see you guys next time right here on Racer TV.